December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious Candidates Tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
The calm of classical chess is over, because today in Goa it all comes down to speed, precision, and nerves of steel. Only 20 boards remain in round 1, and by the end of the day, half of them will fall. Every player here knows there's no margin for error. A single slip, a single heartbeat, and the World Cup dream ends. Blitz chess decides it all. Every move, every second, every decision matters. Welcome to Day 3 of the FIDE World Cup. Welcome to the show, everyone. I'm John Sargent, and to answer the question, well, what happens if we have a Caro Khan on the board? We have International Master Jovi Hauska joining us, and to answer the question, well, what happens if we need to extend the broadcast to 8 hours in a Rook and Pawn endgame? We have Grandmaster David Howell. How are you both doing today?
Yeah, I'm good, John. I can't wait. It's good to be here. I'm hoping there are some Caro Khans, but I'm also hoping that we go the distance with some Armageddons, especially those Rook endgames.
It will be great fun, right? It's going to get intense because, as you mentioned, it's going to be speed and calculation and precision all the way.
So for those of you who are just joining us fresh, it's not a classical chess game you're going to be seeing today. This is the Tiebreaks in round number 1. So this is for all of the boards where the scores finished 1-1 after 2 classical games. And we are exclusively playing Blitz today. We're going to be starting off on each board with 2 15-minute plus 10-second games. So that's 10-second increment added after every move. If after 2 of those games the score is still tied, we're going to lop 5 minutes off that time and we're going to play 10 plus 10 instead. And if it's still tied, we go to 5 plus 3. If it's still tied after that, bear with me, we get to 3 plus 2. And somehow, if after 8 Blitz games, everything is still tied, we then play an Armageddon game. Interestingly, in the Armageddon game, we do have a 2-second bonus for move 1, but it's also over the board chess, so that just about buys you enough time to adjust your pieces and hit the clock. So, fair enough. David, would you like to do the honors and explain to us, maybe those of us who are watching for the first time, how an Armageddon game would work if it did go the distance?
Yeah, so Armageddon, it's the most ferocious type of chess. It's the most brutal. It literally means the end of the world, and it will be the end of the road for one of the players. The player with white will get 1 extra minute, but they have to win on demand. The player with black can progress with just a draw. So, yeah, we'll remind everyone if we get there. It's a long way down the road, but it is possible, and I wouldn't be complaining if we got to witness that entertainment.
And look, all of the players here are trying their best to get through to the next round, which starts tomorrow. So there won't be a lot of time to rest, but there is plenty on offer. Let's take a look at what they are playing for at the World Cup. $2 million is on offer in prize money distributed across the entire field, which is absolutely amazing. But importantly, Jovi, just by making it through to tomorrow, they double their payday.
They certainly do. You know, there's a big difference as well. And remember, it's not just about the money, John. It's also about making a mark onto the chess world. We have FIDE Master in the competition. We have international masters still just vying it out, and there'll be huge upsets. So this is the kind of event where money is definitely a focus, but it's not the be-all and end-all. It's more about the chess, the drama, and the excitement, and of course, the glory.
If you're able to make your way all the way through to the end as well, those 3 spots for the illustrious candidates tournament where someone is able to get a swing at Gukesh and become world champion potentially, that is a huge, one of the biggest prizes, if not the biggest prize in the world of chess. Getting into the candidates tournament, the only thing that tops that is getting into the world championship and becoming world champion. So a lot on the table, but we're a long way from that. This tournament lasts all month long, right? And here are the 20 boards in action today. David, a lot of names on this board, but at the same time, a lot of names we recognize as well. Tell us some of the matchups you're looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun games ahead, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing Robert Hovhannisyan. He's the highest rated player that has been taken to the tiebreaks. Faustino Oro a bit lower down. He plays Ante Burkic, who I played a couple of years ago at the World Cup as well. Max Varmadam, and I'll point out Artus Neiksans as well. Just a good friend of the show, good friend of chess.com. He will be in action a bit later.
We were talking about him a bit yesterday, weren't we, Jovi? We have to be slightly biased. We have Artur there sat at his board, but this is going to be a really entertaining, really close match regardless of who wins it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on both of these players because there's so much at stake, and you can feel the tension there. We see Ante Burkic against Faustino Oro, just 12 years old. Faustino Oro, you know, making his debut, getting a wild card here for the first time in the World Cup. He's just 12 years old. He's held his grandmaster opponent to 2 draws, so he'll be looking at showing his blitz skills here because the time control just got a whole lot faster.
It did indeed, and I love Faustino there in his Millhouse glasses. I think I would be terrified if I sat down on the board opposite him. One of the rising stars of the chess world and possible future world champion. It's going to be really exciting stuff. The players are waiting now for the go-ahead for the first moves to occur. David, you've been in, actually, if you want a good example of how to hop on the bandwagon, David, Jovi, it's just occurred to me that between the 3 of us, we've won the British 12 times. So I feel like there's good amounts of experience here on what to do in such a high pressure situation. What's going through your head, both of you, David first, in the 60 seconds before your tiebreaker game begins?
Oh, for me, it's just trying to calm those nerves, trying to breathe deeply. I've played actually in 2 World Cups. Both times I got knocked out in the blitz tiebreaks. So I'm not sure I'm the one to speak words of wisdom here. It's just about trying to do your thing, trying to stay focused, not let the gravity of the situation get to you, not to let the stakes play on your mind too much. Of course, there's huge prize money, huge motivation. Especially today, there's going to be underdogs versus the favorites. I think for the underdogs, just going for it, going for blood is the key. But for the favorites, it's just staying calm.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, David, that it has to be about calmness. I've also played 1 World Cup tiebreak. I also lost that one, so I'm not in a position to give good advice there. But one thing that did help is just kind of being in the zone and just being able to get a good night's sleep and just be rested. You know, there will be chances on the board. You just have to take them. And I just remember this whole thing that you have, you know, you do what needs to be done. And that's all the best you can hope for.
It's you're sat there with a couple of minutes to go before the round starts. I would find it so monumentally difficult, Jovi, to say, don't worry, just do your best. Because there's going to be about 95 other intrusive thoughts that are coming in about my opening choice, about what prep I've done for my opponent, what kind of positions he or she happens to like. What am I having for lunch during the break? And I feel like there's just going to be so much going through my head that it's so difficult to focus and concentrate. In terms of focus, what's your number 1 bit of advice to the players here?
Well, you're right. I mean, we're all vulnerable to overthinking, to feeling those nerves. But there's one thing, and that is it is possible to calm yourself down with the breath. And that's something that, many people do in very high pressure situations. And on our board, we can see that the players now have no time for breathing. It's all about the moving. And we have 14-year-old Kevin from Malaysia. Now, if he qualifies, he's going to be the first person to make it to round 2 from Malaysia. So he'll be making Malaysian history, but he does have one of the top rated seeds in the tie breaks, Robert Hofstanian, as there to oppose him. And these players, it's all about talent, it's all about speed, it's all about intuition and making those good moves. And meantime, there's a symmetrical pawn structure on the board. I mean, have you ever seen the like, David? The bishop's on the same squares. And so we have beautiful, beautiful geometry on the D line.
Yeah, this variation actually came into fashion after Magnus Carlsen used it with white against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but that was only to make a draw to pretty much secure his world championship title in 2021. There's one key move here, the white queen coming out. He actually plays it, just as I say it, threatening a checkmate, threatening a pawn on d5 that has been blocked, both attacks there. And now often it becomes very, very slow, very positional. Hovhannissian, maybe scared of his young opponent after what's happened in the last couple of the days. You can drop your queen back. You can try to trade off dark square bishops long term, try to take the open file, but it does look very symmetrical, as you say, Jovanka. And I think that's a sign of respect to the young Mohan here.
Yeah, do you think that he's trying to take it to shorter time controls, or is it just kind of saying, hey, let's take it to the grounds where you might not be so familiar with, because this is actually varying from their first 2 games. And that way you can get your young opponent to burn some time on the clock.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. It's interesting to see him burn some time on the clock here. Hovhannissian with white, he chose this variation. He's reaching for his bishop. He hits the black queen. Yeah, I think it's anti-young player chess, essentially. Make it as dry, as non-tactical as possible. Very, very positional play here. If all goes wrong, probably you can still bail out with white with a draw. So it's kind of low-risk chess, I'm going to say, which is a strategy in tie breaks. When I played a couple of years ago, Wang Hao used it against me. He just tried to draw his way through the first few games, and I got frustrated, lashed out, lost. So maybe that's the strategy here with white.
Maybe it is a big strategy, but of course, Robert, Armenian national champion, a regular member of the Armenian Olympic team, got a lot of experience in these kind of high pressure situations. And the queen drops back, attacking the pawn. So I'm expecting black to either slide up the pawn to c6 or maybe get the queen out of harm's way on e8. So it's a small it's a game of small edges, I would say. But going back to our bird's eye view, there's plenty of action to be had. There's 20 games in progress. 10 players are going to be leaving the competition today. And David, where is the drama happening?
Yeah, it's still very early in a lot of these games, of course. Daniel Ufer on the second board there in the middle on the top row. That looks like a Queen's Gambit declined. But Jovanka, I might be taking us to a game where you can maybe share some thoughts, because it looks like a Caro-Kann defense has been played by Faustino Oro on the bottom right of our screens there. And check this out. It's an exchange variation. I'll do a very quick action replay. But Jovanka, have you ever seen this one before? E4, C6, Caro-Kann.
Yeah.
Capture. Knight's coming out. And after the bishop gets kicked back, this move, queen out to b3, hitting this pawn. What are your thoughts?
No, I've never really seen that before. But I tell you one thing, that it does make a significant departure actually from their first game, because in that one, Ante just kind of stuck to his tried and tested advance. And now what we're seeing is something completely different. He just wants to go onto the path of the unknown. And he's being really tricky, because after taking a knight takes, there's a big threat of bishop coming out to b5. And so, of course, you need to stop that. And I'm thinking that actually there's a lot of danger here for black because you have to be very careful. You know, the bishop on h5, it could get harassed. c4 coming, you know, he's piling on the pressure immediately. And that's actually quite unusual in the exchange variation.
Yeah, often the exchange variation becomes very slow, positional, a lot of maneuvering before the action really happens. And it is a bit worrying to me to see Faustino already spend around 3 minutes to get to this position. He's only really had to make one big decision. That was that a6 move you mentioned, or the line leading up to that. It's just starting here. And Ante Brkic, when I played him 2 years ago, very, very well prepared player. He's gained time from the start of this game. He's going for black, as you said. His knight can come out now. Bishop ready to leap out as well. Yeah, it's looking difficult. Hard to say whether you even take this pawn, whether you step forward, block the center. Jovanka, Caro-Kann or Caro-Can't in this game?
I was going to actually kind of flip the question back to you because, as you mentioned, big decision on the board. And do you open things up if you're unprepared with d takes c4? Because ultimately, that is the move that you probably want to be playing, right? D takes c4 and then go e6 and then hope for some rapid development. But in open positions where things can turn so quickly, like almost on a move, do you want to be going into that, or do you want to go like maybe rook c8 or anything just to keep the position closed?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Like you said, taking this pawn for the pawn structure, keeping it kind of symmetrical is desirable, but black is quite far behind in development. I think my only goal here, if I were Faustino, is to avoid the opponent's opening preparation. I don't know how I would do that. I'd try and play a move. Probably wouldn't be the best one, but something that he might not have analyzed before. I think he's going to play e6, I have a feeling, just to not allow the white bishop to come out with gain of tempo. But we'll see. Faustino already head in hands, already more than 5 minutes down. It's not looking like a good start to this game for him.
No, and it all came about from this queen to b3 idea, which is unusual to me, actually. I haven't really seen that one before with queen to b3, you know, and this whole idea of just going very quickly into knight to e5 and blasting things open. So, well. It's a situation here.
Yeah, very dangerous situation for Faustino. Yeah, I would probably play e6. Even with the isolated pawn potentially in the center, at least you get your knight out. You guarantee you bring your knight into a better square. Guarantee you'll get maybe closer to castling than in some other lines. But 6 minutes down, that's the one thing you can't afford in this change of tiebreak, change of speed. You need to find the new rhythm. And Faustino, obviously just trying to survive now. He needs to speed up. Simple as that.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And decisions to be made. I like your e6, although again, I'm a little bit concerned about this structure. And I guess that the things, that's exactly what's running through Faustino's mind right now. Because if he goes e6, there's no getting away from the fact that he's going to have bad structure after captures on d5. And white is also moving really quickly with a knight coming to c3. But you know, that decision about keeping the position open or closed, well, we have something here because d4 has been played. The evaluation bar doesn't like it, but I don't think that we should just be too abiding to that particular thing because mistakes can be made.
Yeah, and the fact that Ante Brkic with white has slowed down slightly means it's not a top computer suggestion. So at least he's got his opponent out of opening prep. I would be slightly fearful, though, of moves like maybe g4 here for white, putting the white bishop now on the long diagonal, which has opened up. And this game is about to get very, very exciting. But we'll leave Ante Brkic to think for a while. Maybe we go and check out the bird's eye view again to remind ourselves of the pairings. Jovanka, your turn to pick a game.
Okay, and again, so many games on offer. I kind of also want to be seeing the game between Daniel Yufa and Thavandrian because that one's quite interesting. Daniel Yufa, very strong grandmaster from Spain, and his opponent is FM from Canada. And both of their earlier games did finish in the draws, but his opponent, Savandinaran, he's actually not a full-time chess player. By profession, he's a machine learning engineer. So it's good to check out how everyone is doing.
Yeah, great to jump into this game and see whether he can engineer some chances as black here. He's just brought his queen forward to hit this white pawn on b2. And it looks like he's solved all of his problems with black. The eval bar is actually slightly on black's side. So it doesn't look like the best opening for the favorite here, Daniel Ufer. He's, of course, over 200 points higher rated here, but looks like with white, the E and D pawns are going to get traded off. It's going to be total symmetry, but the black queen's more active. The black rook's quicker into the center. Black bishop can come out. Jovanka, this looks like the dream queen's gambit as black.
Yeah, and also I'm just also thinking maybe one fine day the queen on b4 be looking at munching on b2. Just one fine day, you know, something that white will always have to be aware of, but it's mainly more to do with the fact that white is going to be not as quick in taking the d line. So there we're seeing capture on d4 and okay, decisions. Are you going to go rook to d8 or are you going to go take on? He's taken on d4. There's some kind of cool tactics if you went rook to d8 that there might be a possibility to kind of make d5 as a possibility. But he's taken with the queen. Beautiful centralized queen. The rook is going to pile up on that line as well, as you indicated. And bishop e6 is next on the agenda, followed by centralization of the rooks. And I don't see this game actually being problematic at all for black, and in fact it's white that has to be careful because of queen takes pawn as well.
Yeah, I think Ufer should be desperately trying to scramble to get a draw here. I know it's not ideal with white. White, you press, black, you draw normally in these tie breaks. But yeah, it's been a bit of a subpar opening for Ufer here. I think he should probably bring his knight back now, just because his pieces are a bit clumsy. Then try to put his bishop on e4, try to trade off the queens, try to steer this game towards safety. And there we see Shyam with black. He was looking up at the big screen. He's looking very, very relaxed, composed. Great start to the game for him here. Maybe potential upset on the cards.
Yeah, we could be seeing an upset, right? That would be absolutely fantastic. You know, if we have two FMs actually currently in the tie breaks, that is Kevin Mohan and Shyam. And it would be absolutely incredible if we had two FMs making history by qualifying into round 2. Okay, he's an IM. My apologies. I thought he was an IM, but I saw on the screen it was FM, so I thought my information was incorrect. So my apologies. He's an international master. And I am still cheering for my fellow international masters, David, though. I like a good story of the underdog.
Exactly. And quickly leveling up Shyam there. I'm going to take us over to a crowd favorite by popular demand. The game between Artush Neiksans and Suleymanov, who did defeat Magnus Carlsen famously in Qatar in Watchgate. And here we see Artush with white down on time, but Jovanka's position looks pretty promising. Another symmetrical structure, another Petrov defense. But this pin must be very uncomfortable for black. A bit of pressure with the queen out on b3 as well. Maybe white's going to start stacking up his rooks. It looks like a very pleasant risk-free advantage.
It does. And again, we see a change in approach from Artush. You know, Artush tried d4, tried some kind of Reti type thing, and that wasn't successful. Suleymanov seemed to know absolutely everything there, came very, very well prepared. And how, you know, here you see a big switch up. So I also really like this position, mainly because the bishop on f4 has got that beautiful pin. And rook e2, you predicted it, it has appeared. And I like this plan of taking control over the e line. Also, the white knight is the one that can hop into e5. And black is very much on the responsive. You know, he's going to be reacting to what white does.
Yeah, this is classic knockout chess. Like with black, you play the Berlin or the Petrov, you just try to make a draw, but it's a bit sad. You have to be very accurate. You have to grovel a bit. If you can get there, great. You get the white pieces next on the final game. But yeah, it's high risk strategy, especially a position like this. Doesn't look much fun. I'm expecting rook to e8 just to drop the black bishop back, just to try and trade off at least one set of rooks. Black's very cramped, needs to get pieces off the board. There we go. By far the most natural move.
Yeah.
Arti's just going to also reply in the same way, but Jovanka, still tough position to defend.
Yeah, there's just no squares for the queen whatsoever. You know, she steps up to d7, she's going to get into problems. So I love this bishop to f8. You know, when you're in problems, try to exchange off as many pieces as possible. But again, it's up to white. It's very much in white's court whether they're going to be trading on e8 or whether they can actually just go knight e5. He does trade off rooks. In a roundabout way according to the transmission, but trust me, it was just rook takes rook.
Yeah, something's happened on this board. Archer's just not winning yet, at least. There's a black knight on d6 and the other knight is taken on e8, so maybe we'll come back when this board corrects itself. It's still a level position here, just one set of rooks traded off, but okay, we'll jump out for now. We see on the camera at least that nothing crazy happened. It's just still a slight advantage, but a long-term advantage for white. And maybe that's a good moment to go back to the bird's eye view.
Definitely. Let's head back there. And it's in the top row where we have the biggest rating differences, right, David? You know, we have the international masters facing off against the grandmasters. And in the bottom row, I'm having a look at where we should go. We checked out Brkic against Oro and also Otis. Maybe we can have a look at some of the games on the left. And one that is pretty interesting to me is Gauche against Matthias Bartel. Like a lot of these games from the tiebreaks, they came about because the players had two draws. But in that particular one, you know, Gauche actually won yesterday on demand against Bartel. And this is in the bottom row, second left.
Yes, there we go. I found it. There's two Gauches actually. Oh gosh, there's two of them in the tournament. So I found one of the two, and here we see the position. You mentioned Jovanka Bartel. I've played him probably more than I've played most grandmasters in my lifetime. He's so hard to get a grip of. He's such a tricky player, so hard to predict his moves, and yeah, a bit inconsistent, I will say. So the fact that they've traded blows in the classical stage, not so surprising, but it looks great for white. I'm going to say this position, great development, some pressure along this diagonal, potential to hit the black queen. You mentioned in another game a queen on d7, often vulnerable to knight jumps, bishop jumps, queen out to g4. Not threatening mate yet, but Jovanka, this looks like a good start for white. Better development as well.
It is better development, you know, the queen side, as you mentioned, just resting there. But the question, though, is what is white going to do? Because it does feel like white can actually just play in the center. I'm not sure what this queen is doing on g4. Maybe he just wants to go queen h5 and I hesitate to even suggest such moves, queen h5 and knight to g4, you know, and just, but that doesn't even feel like it's actually doing that much. And I feel like white has beautiful harmony with their pieces, whereas the knight on b8 is still stuck at home. And the target, especially in the long term, is going to be this pawn on c7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white can later start hitting it with a knight. It's on an open file. I think the main reason he got his queen out of there was to develop the black knight to d7, just to clear a square. If it had come the other way, if it had gone to the edge of the board a6, white could just play b4 and lock it out of the game on the edge there forever. So knight d7, he just wants to develop Bartel, but he might need a bit of help. And yeah, I think the white rooks are just going to come to the center. They're going to be tactics. There we go, rook to d1 played. Bishop f5 is in the air. Black cannot take the central pawn because of some tactics against the h7 pawn, and the d file opens up. Yeah, it looks difficult for black. I think it's been a great opening for Gauche here. Gauche, I'm not sure how to pronounce that one. But either way, it looks fantastic for him with the white pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look great for him. Roniak Gauche, just 22 years old. and has a remarkable story. Actually, he was supported by his father, and his father would often sell a lot of his belongings in order to fund the chess career. And so there's a lot of sacrifice, a lot of effort to get to a situation like this. And there we're seeing the bishop drop back, the queen goes up, and the evaluation bar ain't happy here. Big mistake, but why is it so bad? I mean, how many squares does that queen have? Okay.
None. Jovanka, you called it there. That queen is trapped. Rook d4, game over. Like, black loses
Wow.
a piece, or the queen for the rook. It's a one mover, and this is actually a well-known pattern in other openings. I don't think Bartel's realized, but he's trapped his own queen. He could have gone back. I don't understand why he didn't go back to g6 and rook to d4. We're going to see a first handshake. We're going to see a reaction from Bartel. He's losing his queen.
Yeah, and he's losing the queen, and we actually saw a physical reaction. And look, he's got his head in his hands. He can't quite believe it. This has been a disaster for Bartel. Oh, well, he has to adjust quickly to the change in circumstances. There's no escape for the queen. He has to give up a piece, and that is not gonna help him whatsoever.
Yeah, I think he should just resign here, get out of that, like try to reset. He'll have the white pieces. He's a very, very kind of decisive type of player, Bartel. He will get a chance to strike back. But yeah, this has been a disaster, unfortunately. And yeah, nowhere to go. Like you said, I either have to throw the knight in the way, give up a knight for free. The white pieces can take it, or you just give up your queen for rook and battle on. But either way, you're not going to survive that one. Gauche is too strong, and wow, we've seen our first upset. There we go, handshake confirmed. Bartel losing in just 19 moves.
And now in a must-win situation if he wants to take that match to another set of tie-breaks. It's not easy to play with your back against the wall, but that's exactly what the Polish Grandmaster Bartel will have to do. For Aronia Gauche, international master, well, he just needs to play it solid with the black pieces and hold his nerve. So, well, that was short and sweet and very brutal there. But many games still ongoing. Going back to our bird's eye view. And David, I have a policy, follow the evaluation bar. And so I've got my eyes slap bang in the middle and the bottom row between Grigorian and Ahmed Adli from Egypt. That's what I'm looking at. But do you have your eyes somewhere else?
No, I trust you, Jovanka. Let's go to that game. One of Africa's strongest grandmasters, Ahmed Adli. He is the favorite on paper against Karen Grigorian, at least on rating, but he's making it look very good here. Wow, he brings his rook in. I was going to say there's a free pawn up for grabs. We should also mention the material. It's one rook for black. White has a bishop and knight in return, but black has 2 extra pawns, soon to be 3 extra pawns. So rook and 3 pawns versus 2 pieces. It's going to be a big, big advantage. And the problem is this white knight, not many safe squares. If it goes back, the black rook can break through with a check on the first rank, and that's going to tie white up in knots. Maybe you can go this way and survive a bit longer, but Jovanka, it looks like not just one pawn, another pawn maybe. This is just a kind of, it's playing Hungry Hippos. He's just taking everything here, Adli.
I mean, it's a beautiful bishop on g7, as you mentioned. And like the bishop on g2, its counterpart isn't actually hitting at absolutely anything. And I agree, I feel like all black has to do is, apart from munching on those extra pawns, I'm just thinking, double up and then trade a set of rooks, just eliminate any counterplay, and the rook will have enough movement to start causing trouble on the queen side. And Karen Grigorian, actually, player from Armenia, now living in Spain. Also an interesting situation, the Armenian Federation was supporting him until he became 18, and because he didn't qualify into the Armenian national team, they cut the funding and he moved to Spain in order to develop his profession further. So there we're seeing, as you mentioned, doubling of the rooks. It's looking good there for Ahmed Adli, who incidentally has his own academy in Egypt.
All the A's, the Ahmed Adli Academy. Love it. And in the meantime, yeah, he's tripling up, doubling up all of his pieces, hitting the knight now, hitting the pawn. This looks like it's getting desperate. Oh, the white knight coming back. Looks like a very comfy situation for the white king, but it's actually on the queen side where black is going to win now. I think it's finally time to start taking this pawn, and the black c pawn is actually going to have a clear run through in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tempting,
Game
right?
over.
You can just grab one pawn and then run with a c pawn. So things looking fantastic for Adley. Let's go back to the bird's eye view board and see what's happening in some of the other games, maybe.
Yeah, let's do just that. And Eval Bar looking very level on the top two boards. That's, again, Robert Hovhannissian on board 1, Daniel Youth on board 2. They look like they're being held right now. Narayanan on board 3 looks like he has an advantage as black. We'll get to the bottom row in a moment. There's some crazy games, actually. Now, I'm going to take us over. Okay, I've changed my mind to Cristobal Henriquez on the bottom left board, because we've just seen a brilliant move, Jovanka, and something a bit crazy happening. We've just seen rook takes knight on g5, a exchange sacrifice. Wow, our Mongolian friend here, the IM Agibileg, sacrificing, and apparently a good move.
Yeah, fantastic move there. And these two have played some interesting chess. First up, Agibilig was completely winning game 1, then somehow ended, he flagged his opponent, but then Cristobal struck back 1 on demand, and now they find themselves here. And one thing that really marks out both these players is how comfortable they are in complications. And it's a brilliant move. I really like what's happening. It's targeting that bishop, is also targeting the pawn on d4, and black's king relatively safe, nestled there on e8. The bishop is acting as a good defender, but the whole point is that if white's center is going to be falling, then black is going to have more than adequate compensation for the exchange. So this is really interesting, but still a lot of action. Maybe we go to another game, because my attention is drawn to the game between Badur Jobova. He had a really, I would say, topsy-turvy match up so far. He won his first game, and it was really dramatic in only the way that Badur can win it in a crazy, creative, complicated position. His opponent struck back Cardoso, and now, more complications, more wild things are happening. We have Badur with a time advantage, 8 minutes to 3 minutes. But the valuation bar is like is a bit neutral here, and that really shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, quick count shows that white is a pawn up, but whose pawn is more dangerous? I don't think it's about the quantity here, it's about the quality. This black pawn on d2 keeps at least one of the white pieces tied down. The white rook currently trapped, paralyzed, but the white pawn is about to arrive on f7. King safety, I'm going to say black's king is a bit safer here, so maybe that compensates for the pawn deficit. The white king a bit more open. I would be looking at moves like rook to g8 just to threaten a nasty queen check. At some point, you're going to have to shuffle the black king away onto a dark square anyway. Jovanka, all I can say is it's typical Jabava. Like, it's wild, it's weird, it's going to end decisively. It's just about which direction it's going to go.
But that was the thing. That's why valuation bar just kind of completely floored me there, because it's like either white is winning, white gets in f7, okay, that's why rook to g8 had to be played, but then either it's going to be f7 is good, or the d2 pawn is really, really good as well, so okay, queen to g3, big threat. Okay, well, this one interesting as well, trying to do the golden rule when your king is in danger, swap of queens, but I'm sure that black will absolutely say no. Queen h6 is what stands out to me. Start targeting the h pawn.
Good prediction there. The move played, definitely cannot trade off queens while being a pawn down black. The knight is trying to jump in and join the action. If white gets one more move at some point after defending h4, then c3 would be a nice way to just keep that black knight out of white's camp. But Yeah, for now, I'm going to predict that this is going to be maybe a Jabava win just because of the clock situation. Jovanka, I think having 5.5 extra minutes in a crazy situation like this, also because it's his style, Jabava, I think that's going to favor him.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that as well. I'm also thinking that the F pawn is going to be a lot stronger than its counterpart on D2. Just also because at the end of it, the queens might come off with some kind of funny queen F6s, and the black king isn't entirely comfortable either, but it's still wild, and still we have to keep an eye on as many games as possible. So I say that, yeah, I agree. Let's leave this game for a while and come back to it and see how it's developed. In the meantime, on the bird's eye view, again, we see slap bang in the middle that Ahmed Adli is playing fantastic chess, firmly on the way to a win against his opponent. And where else to go? I mean, some games in the end game, some games still crazy in the middle game. Can we maybe go to the bottom right between Brkic and Faustino Oro? Because I'm not sure who's actually better. And as featured chat says, a 3-result game now. And maybe let's go there and see what has happened.
Yeah, let's have a quick update on this board. We see Faustino in a bit of time trouble. 1.5 minutes on the clock. He's, I believe, sitting on one of his legs there just to reach over on the board. He's looking very excited. He brings his rook across. He's trying to castle by hand, as they say. He's trying to slide his king away now and make it look like he's castled his king. Given a question mark by the computer, he is hanging a pawn over here on b7. I don't think he even cares, Jovanka, because after a queen trade, he's going to start pushing his central pawns forward. It does look like if black can survive the kind of short-term storm, then long-term he's doing very well with the central pawns. What are your thoughts on this very imbalanced middle game?
Yeah, it is very, very unbalanced. And, the main thing is actually to stop the king running away from f7, because like you were mentioning, black is basically pinning all his hopes on e5 and getting those central pawns running. And rook to d1, and I'm not quite sure what the idea is there. Maybe it's just controlling the advance of the d pawn, but I was kind of looking in other directions, maybe seeing whether g5 is a possibility, try to get some kind of a bind going on the dark squares, but it's still there in the air. And king to g7 played. Faustino's plan's very clear. He just wants to go e5 next.
Yeah, and that pawn storm might be hard to stop. It's going to be a bit of a steamroller through the center, e5, followed by e4, followed by d3, all of the black pawns mobilizing. I do wonder whether white should have taken the time to play bishop h6 as well, just to prevent the black king from coming over to safety. Now the white pawns start marching, but flank attack, I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. This black bishop, once hit, is also going to be able to land anyway on c2. So I'm expecting Faustino now to maybe play this move first, but also just kind of start his action in the center, e5. The eval bar says suddenly big advantage for black, over +1 in black's favor. The clock, though, Jovanka, makes me a bit nervous. I know I'm a time trouble addict myself, but whenever I see players here drop below the 1 minute mark, I start to get a bit anxious on their behalf.
I agree with you there. E5 though being played, and Faustino, just getting that 10-second time bonus per move, does play the most natural e5. The bishop drops back, and blue arrow appears on the board. Bishop c2 is a must. You got to clear the path for those pawns to start advancing. The bishop on g6, if you go e4 right now, the bishop gets locked out of the game. But 32 seconds, and it's ticking down. And will Faustino find that bishop move?
Yeah, we'll stick here until he makes a decision. Bishop c2, I think, as you say, it's because you want the bishop outside the pawn chain before you start pushing them forward. He reaches for a pawn instead. He doesn't find it. Pawn to h6, given a question mark. That pawn is a bit of a target in the near future for their white bishop. g5, h5, all in the air. b4 maybe in the air as well to start kicking back black's bishop. Remember, everyone, there's a pawn hanging on this side of the board as well. Faustino's blown his advantage. He's down at 20 seconds, but anything could still happen. Still a 3-result game, that is for sure. Burkic, not necessarily the quickest of players. He doesn't really like blitz. He never plays online blitz from what I've seen of his games. So can he hold his nerve with the time advantage?
Yeah. One thing, though, in Burkic's favor is he's very experienced in the World Cup format. You know, as you mentioned, you played him. He's played in 2019. You know, he so much experience. So it does mean that he's used to the pressure. And now with H6 on the board, I mean, but the thing is, though, for White is that they do have a few plans you can maximize, and we're just in time to catch a result. As expected, it was a win for Ahmed Adli, which puts him in very good shape for qualifying to round 2, because he'll be playing his next game with the white pieces. So a brief pause, and then it's back to the board at the end of the hour.
Yeah, and okay, it looks like we're jumping back into the Faustino game. Only a few seconds. He did bring his bishop forward to c2, but then drops it back the whole way to h7. Another question mark move. This is why it's so hard to play down at 20 seconds. Faustino looking up, looking at the big screen, maybe. Oof. b4 is the key move, and it's also a very natural one. There we go. Burkic finds it. Jovanka, I have a feeling the problem is that White's taking this b7 pawn next. And in the endgame, White's pawns are going to be the ones, especially the c pawn, that are going to be strong and marching forward.
And one thing I just wanted to point out as well is that if Black tries to advance with e4, then Burkic's plan is perhaps just to go rook takes pawn. Just give up the rook for the bishop and get control of all the light squares. And this is possible because Black played h6. And now with just 15 seconds left on the clock and ticking, it's not easy now for Faustino. He has to play with good instincts, but the position is so complicated. You cannot see everything with such little time left on the clock.
Yeah, blue arrow appears again. White's best move by a distance is apparently queen to g3. That's not so obvious, I'm going to say. Probably you get there by process of elimination. No other direct ways forward for Burkic. Queen to g3 opens up the idea of playing f4 to break up the integrity of White's pawn chain, and not good news for Faustino Oro because Burkic does find that move. Also lining up with the Black King just in case there are any tactics in the near future, and Black's been stuck. Black's been blockaded. It's not looking good now. I don't see any productive moves, and down to 8 seconds. 7, 6, he's got to move. Rook to g8. That only encourages White, though, to break through with f4. Double question mark given to Faustino's move. Maybe there's something even stronger for White here, Jovanka.
Yeah, it looks like there could be something. And I can't, it's not immediately obvious, like, why this is such a good move. I mean, I was thinking maybe there's some breakthrough with c6. Maybe there's f4, as you mentioned. Somehow that you kind of want to get towards the h6 point, but it's not necessarily that obvious, I think, for Burkic to find the winning move, and it's not necessarily obvious why there is a problem. And I'm also looking at sacrifices on e5, David, and that just goes to say if it's taking us some time to kind of process like why this is a mistake, but okay, f4 played.
Yeah, you were right there, Jovanka. You found it. And again, it wasn't easy. Rook takes e5 was the winning move. And just while Faustino brings his king back, he's back in the game, by the way. He's now attacking on the g file. Faustino, that was a lifeline and a half. g5 played. This is going to get even crazier. But very quickly, just to show in this position, rook takes e5 was winning because in this variation, after a check, the Black King has nowhere safe to go. If it goes back, then this rook drops off. And if it had gone the other way, if a block here, then bishop takes pawn, and this variation winning for White at the very end, but very difficult to see here. White would take the bishop back and have so many pawns. Let's go back to the live position because here exchanges have happened. Oh, Faustino blocks the e-pawn. It's hard to predict now, like 1 minute versus a few seconds. Jovanka, what are your thoughts? Can he hold on, the youngster?
It's a real challenge here because the moves are so much more natural for White. You know, the plan is to simply to advance the e-pawn and just get at the black king. The rook now has the possibility of taking the pawn on h6, but first he has to deal with the fact that this bishop is loose on d2. So as long as he takes care and make sure that there are no hanging pieces, everything should be absolutely fine. But it's not an easy, because where are you going to go with that bishop?
Yeah, only one safe square if you want to move the bishop. That's back home to your starting square. I guess you can defend it by bringing your rook up to e2. Looks a bit awkward, but playable. Maybe you can drop your queen back to defend it, hit this pawn in the process. Faustino getting excited, and Brkic under 1 minute for the first time now. Yeah, lots of games still ongoing, but it does look like this is one of the most exciting of them. Time trouble being reached. The bishop does move, but the bar starting to slide down. Faustino's back in it. Level material.
Yeah, now the question for Faustino, does he get greedy? Does he take on B? Does he push that pawn? Okay, he's gone he's going for it, David. D3, D2 coming. And one thing that we mentioned earlier, and the blue arrow is actually indicating that white now has to start targeting the black king. And this position is so wild when you just have seconds left.
Yeah, that's the strongest move. It's also the most obvious move, I'm going to say. Opening up the diagonal. It's all about the black king in the corner. It's a sitting target. It's stuck there. So playing the move e6, opening up a massive threat of the queen delivering a check. Winning threat that is surely going to be played. There we go, by Brkic. Nice to see Faustino as well, showing his ambition. He actually reached for the black queen. He brought a black queen over to his side, just ready for promotion. And he brings his rook across. He wants to meet a check with a bishop block. That's very natural. But, okay, not the blue arrow move of the queen coming to e3, which was very mysterious. Instead, Brkic goes forward with his rook, attacking the bishop. Oh, I just think it's easier to play with white. You said it earlier. The black king in the corner, I think that's just going to be his downfall, Faustino.
Yeah. And one of the things that white is playing for is, these are the ideas. Rook takes bishop, and then the queen will come and give a check, and the bishop and queen will set up a battery on the long diagonal, but it's so fast. There you go, rook takes bishop on the board.
Yeah, and as Texas Pete says there in the featured chat, Brkic playing so well. That is a game-winning move. Check. It's going to be a battery on the long diagonal. He reaches for his queen. Hesitant here. Brkic down to 20 seconds. What else is he going to do other than give a check? He's going to force the king out of the corner, and he's actually lining up on this diagonal. Jovanka, brilliant, as you said. This is just game-winning. It's going to be checkmate.
It will be checkmate. So he has to go on the passive, right, if he wants to defend all this. And now it can be either checkmate on g7, or it's going to be the e-pawn that's going to crown itself. So, black has to do this. And now the e-pawn arrives. And there's nothing to be done here. No time on the clock, just 6 seconds. And, okay, d2, you might as well. He's just getting the extra queen ready, David.
Yeah, and there we go. He gives up one queen just in order to get another. And there we go. That check is going to force the bishop to block. I was going to say only legal move. The queen could have jumped back the whole way as well onto g8, but it's equally hopeless. White is a bishop up right now. It's going to be more. Bishop takes rook. Check. Everything coming with check. And white's going to save his rook at the very end. It's maybe even going to be checkmate here. Checkmate in 2 moves, the bar says. Can he find it, Brkic? He will. Next move, he's going to give a check, and it's resignation from Faustino Oro. Heartbreak for the Argentinian youngster, but he will get a chance to strike back in the next game.
Yeah. And if that's a sign of anything, I mean, that's a sign that the games are going to be complicated. They're going to be wild, because Faustino will have the white pieces and he has nothing to lose. He's on the brink. So, wow. Brkic definitely showing us that he can handle the pressure. And now we go to the game between Daniel Uffe against Shyam Thivandiran. And here's a rook and pawn ending. And Uffe, we saw this earlier on, where it seemed like very, very balanced, that it was Uffe who was in trouble. Now, it just looks like eliminations are going to be happening and the position is going to peter out to a draw.
Yeah, Yufa's doing some last-minute calculations down to 40 seconds, but he can take this black rook. Probably should take this black rook, and then he'll push some pawns forward, deflect the black king. Should be a level king and pawn endgame once the dust settles. We've seen some surprises already. We've seen some rating favorites win, but it looks like here it's going to be balanced heading into the second of these first two tiebreak games. We'll just wait for Yufa's decision before we move out of. Go on, Jovanka.
I was going to say magnificent effort there from Shyam, though, international master from Canada. And here we see the king and pawn ending that David was referring to. And take it. King and pawn endings, though, they're tricky beats because you have to be so precise. One mistake and that's it. It's over. But here, there's just no way for black to actually gain ground with the king.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see king to c5 opposition, and the kings will dance. They'll kind of stare at each other, and the game will fizzle out towards a draw. Maybe we come out of this game almost guaranteed now that this will end peacefully. Ooh. Okay, it actually looks like other games, nothing too much happening yet. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll wait here just for a second more. Jovanka, surely a draw now.
Yes. I mean, the thing is the black king can't advance to the e4 square, which is where it wants to go, because there's a white pawn on f3. So the black king will have to maintain the opposition, as you mentioned, king to c5. And as long as their kings are staring in front of each other, neither side can make progress. So I'm also voting for moving from this game. And there you see eye contact and a draw have been agreed. Let's go to our bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games in progress. And Kevin Mohan, 14 years old from Malaysia, fighting against Robert of Anisian. And that also seems pretty level, with neither side having any good breakthroughs, although it is, I say that, and the evaluation bar starts to move up. And Ting Jingjiao from Singapore, he's doing well against Igor Lashkin. So at the top two, those are my two votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we go to our top board. Okay, no, maybe we just quickly check in on Ting Jingjiao, partly because partly because I have some Singaporean roots, always rooting for Singaporean players, but partly because we might see a result in the near future. White does have an extra bishop, Jovanka, and I don't think you hold a fortress in this type of scenario. Black's only chances may be to swap off the light squared bishops, try to swap off White's B pawn, and White's A pawn will promote on the wrong color as to the bishop. So maybe some drawing chances there, but an extra bishop is an extra bishop, right? Should be more than enough.
I agree. It's more than enough. And also the increment is pretty substantial. 10 seconds time bonus per move is going to mean that you can also just build up the time on your clock. Because even though, black has 13 seconds and white has 18 seconds, white can actually just waste time with the bishops and just build up the time and then just be able to work out which way to advance. Whereas black is the one that has to be a lot more precise. You have to think about how far should you advance the queenside pawns? How should you deal with this extra bishop? Where should you put the king? And Ting Jingjiao, he just has to keep and hold his nerve.
Yeah, this one there will be a lot of jockeying for position as the white king tries to get towards this f pawn. But it will take a bit of time. Now let's check in on board one, Robert Hovhannisyan, just because, I think he's getting what he wants, but I'm not sure whether it's enough against his young Malaysian opponent. If we jump over, here we go. It's level material again. Jovanka, he's going the long way around with the white king. He's going to try and step up to this square. He's going to try and somehow bypass black. But for now, if Moyan just sits and waits with his bishop, it's very hard to see exactly what white wants to do. It's good bishop versus bad bishop, white's bishop on light squares, pawns on dark squares, but the breakthrough. I don't see how he gets it. And the players actually have a lot of time here. They've played that many moves.
Yeah, it's only one direction to go with the king as well, because I was looking at ideas of, trying to get a d4, d5 pawn break, trying to get some extra diagonals there, but nothing is not possible because it's so well secured. And the white king can only get so far up the board. He can get to h6, but is actually not crossing the g line, which is a problem. And there the king steps up. Now I'm expecting that the bishop will just simply wait, as you mentioned there, David.
Yeah, bit of a waiting game here. And maybe the white king gets to cross over later, but it's hard to imagine it. I think he's done everything right here with black. He just needs to be very, very patient. Just move the bishop now. Don't move the king. I think that's the only thing to avoid with black. If you run away with your king, the white king gets to step back and the f-pawn will drop. You just have to be very, very patient. There we go.
No. And Robert, with the white pieces, he's just simply trying to somehow force black to give ground. Somehow or other he's dreaming about getting a bishop over to d7, and if he can snake his way to c8, but that's wishful thinking, because that bishop will never ever let go of control over the d7 square. So I think everything should be fine. Maybe we're going to see like moves like bishop to f3. No, bishop f3 is not possible now because of bishop to d5. And if you go bishop to e8, planning this bishop d7 idea, well, nope, it's going to get shut out with the bishop returning to e6 or the king stepping back. So the key squares are firmly controlled.
Yep, you can just wait forever here. Just kind of bishop e6, bishop d5 almost. Just kind of back and forth, just not allowing a bishop trade. And it should be enough to hold the draw. Let's go back to our second board and Tin Jingyao to see whether he's converting his extra bishop. And it looks like, okay, stuff is happening. Pawns are getting traded off. But white's left himself with a b pawn, Jovanka, rather than an a pawn. That makes things so much easier for white here.
Yeah, it makes a world of difference, right? Because now you can trade off bishops and you're pretty confident in the knowledge that that one is going to be winning, and how targeting the a4 pawn. Also, the f6 pawn is going to be dropping off. You can just step up with the king and everything is going to be beautifully anchored on the queen side. The pawn on b2 is untouchable. And once the white king has finished rounding off that pawn on f6, then it's just a case of dropping the king back to the queen side and just forcing the black king to give up space.
Yeah, I don't see anything saving black. The only thing white needs to avoid maybe is a light square bishop trade, and then black playing a3 at the right time to force b takes a3. But as long as your bishop covers that square, not allowing the pawn to kind of force yours to become an a pawn, then this should be just a matter of time. He can even trade bishops now, leave his own bishop on a3, and I don't think there are any tricks in that position. Bit of a stare down from Lashkin there, hoping that Tin Jingyao does something crazy, but I don't think miracles exist in this position, Jovanka. It's just so straightforward now. Bishop takes bishop, you leave your bishop on a3, you bring your king back, and it's going to be the end of the game. There we go, resignation. Tin Jingyao takes the lead.
He takes the lead, and a lot of fans from Singapore will be cheering. Singapore has a great chess culture these days. A very, very popular game. And that puts him in good stead for the next tiebreak game, where it is Yegor Lashkin who is in a must-win situation. And we return to our board one, where we are going to revisit whether Robert Hovhannissian has actually made any progress in that bishop endgame. It doesn't look like anything.
We see one other remaining game in this first set of tie breaks, and that's Sebastian Bogner, now of Switzerland, playing against Titus Stremavicius. Queen versus rook and pawn. Should be a win for white, but that's going to be a long grind. I think we sit with our board one game for now. And 50 move rule, Jovanka. Do you think that's going to decide this game?
Well, we need to check that out, right? When was the last pawn pushed in that game? Okay, 78. And that was black went d4, bishop c4, so 79. So what move are we on now? We're on move 98.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I believe there was actually a capture as well on move 85. So we're looking at the move number 135. Still long way to go. But he's just done everything right, and very impressive. The young Kevin here, just his patience, like calmness, defending what has been a difficult position for most of the game. As we hit move 100, I think Robert, it's time for him to agree to the draw now, to admit that he's tried everything. There's nothing left to do.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, I've actually played Robert of Hannesian, and he was not afraid to try and grind it out for hours and hours and hours. But okay, it wasn't a tiebreaker, and there wasn't so much on the line. So he's going to try, work the king around, maybe try to threaten to trade off bishops. But this is the question, how much effort should you put in trying to grind out a position like this versus conserving energy? Because we could be looking at a really intense tiebreaker coming up in game 4. That could also drag on for longer. And I'm going to ask this question to John. John, what would you recommend?
I can only speak from personal experience, and my personal experience in tournaments in this sort of situation. I have had a few of them at a lower level than you guys, of course, but I always underestimated the amount of fatigue that would set in the next day after you play a really long game. I think it was actually at the British. I forget what year it was, but when it was in Sheffield, I played an amazing 109 move game or something where I got checkmate on the board, delivered it against someone who was 400 points my senior. I was buzzing. I was so happy. And I completely underestimated how much energy I wouldn't have. And I just couldn't play 6 moves of chess strung together to save my life for the next 4 or 5 days. And it was absolutely horrible. And there's me sat there going, but I was playing so well. I had so much patience. I made the right moves at the right time. It doesn't feel right that the reward for doing something like that is, guess what? You now can't play chess for the foreseeable. It's horrible, and it's something that these players have to take into consideration. This isn't the only game they're going to be playing today. At absolute bare minimum, there's 2 games, but you have to focus your energies onto the next game. They should have a good idea of where their energy levels are at and how much they're going to need to focus and maintain their concentration. But I genuinely believe it's one of the most underrated facets of the modern chess game.
And John, you mentioned that British Championship. It was in 2011. I can still tell you're recovering from that endgame even to this day, right?
I have so they changed the rules since then, David. A little story there, because they stopped having the K factor as high as 40, I think, for your first X-rated games. I forget however many it was. And my second game in that championship was the last game where my K factor was 40, and it looked like my rating was provisionally skyrocketing. But because of the rest of that tournament, I ended up losing 50 points in one tournament. And that's after checkmating someone 400 points higher rated than me. It was the most brutal chess experience I think I've ever had.
We've all been there. Chess is brutal, especially the rating system nowadays. Yeah, it's tough on everyone. But in the meantime, this game, we see Kevin looking to the screens. This one is about to end any second. Handshake. Yeah, the look of acknowledgement. Robert tried everything. He even gave up a pawn in the end, but total deadlock there in the center of the board. And great result for young Kevin.
And that's exciting as well, because he gets the opportunity to try and win now with the white pieces, Jovi. So he's getting what he wants out of this, and he has the opportunity to take down a GM.
Yeah, and he's come to the games incredibly well prepared. You remember that the two did play like 2 draws, and Kevin was the one that was, just putting the pressure in terms of opening preparation, which means that there's still 1 game remaining. It's the one that David mentioned earlier, Sebastian Bogner against Titus Stremavicius. And here it's Well, the evaluation bar is all the way in White's favor, and that's telling us that this is a technical win. But when you don't have too much time on the clock, it's not going to be necessarily that easy to just squeeze this one out.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where I'm sure strong players like yourselves would be able to go, oh, hang on a second, here's the 15 move continuation that you have to worry about if you have the white pieces and you've got the queen. But David, is there a good way to boil this down to either a strategy or principle that you need to follow if you're playing with the queen here to convert for the full point?
Yeah, there is. It's all about zugzwang. And at some point, the black king will have to break formation, or the black rook will have to go to a square where it isn't protected by the black pawn. It's just difficult finding the right configuration. Your king and queen probably have to be on the exact correct squares. The opponent's pieces have to be on the exact correct squares. As soon as the black rook moves, it might get vulnerable to some double attacks. And as soon as the black king moves, the goal will be to get the white queen to the square b4. So, for example, hoping now that king to c2 is played, and the white queen creeps closer to this pawn. Step one is to win the black pawn. Then you grind down queen versus rook, which also takes a while. So it's going to be kind of step by step. For now, I think he's got the perfect configuration. The black king cannot move since the white queen comes closer. The black rook now has to give way. But finding a safe square is not going to be easy. He goes the long way. I was going to say, just go as far away as you can from your own king so you don't get checked and the rook doesn't drop off. I've played Titus. He's super, super resourceful, though. So for Bogner, who's running out of time, thinking about the 50 move rule, I don't know. I don't think he's going to get there. But Jovanka, it's one of those endgames. It's kind of 50% winning chances, 50% draw, despite what the computer says.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, for White, it's just about trying to get that checking combination. And I was going to say there's also another idea that the black has to also worry about and prevent, and that's the white king also snaking its way around the back and trying to gang up on the weakness of c4. And that's obviously been prevented, but so you can see here, it's not easy. It's not easy when you're under pressure, how to find the way to win the rook with a check. Or as you say, there you see king c2 would be a mistake, right? King c2, you have to go, that would allow queen b4. Now you've got your queen b4, but the rook will come and throws in checks.
Yeah, and then we saw someone running through the tournament hall. Very hasty day for everyone involved. And we've seen this position before. This is the second time we've seen this position. Last time Black played the move rook to h3, so he's going round in circles at the moment, Sebastian Bogner. The last pawn push was nearly 20 moves ago, so still a way before the 50 move rule kicks in and the game is declared drawn. Arbiters, I believe, can't step in until move 75 to declare the draw, although a player can claim before that. So we see rook h3, second time we've been here. Sebastian Bogner, very experienced GM. Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it somehow. I've had this exact endgame myself, and I remember getting dizzy just trying to find the winning plan. But it's never easy.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. But I was going to say that if the position is repeated 5 times, that's when the arbiter must step in as well and declare the game drawn.
Mm-hmm. So we're not there yet. The rook's just going back and forth between h3, d3. Apparently the only winning move now is king to e1. How crazy is that? That's probably the only way you can win within the 30 move, the limit before you get to the 50 move rule. King to e1. Whoa. The eval bar slides now. Jovanka, we talk about table base. That means positions with a certain number of pieces. The computer can crunch the numbers. It's analyzed it to the death. And table base, TB, marked on the eval bar here. That means that this position is a draw with best play now. But of course, hard to play the optimal moves every turn for white or black here.
No, I mean, you have to be aware of every single check, right? And there is decision time. And we see only move is actually to give a check. And that's actually going to be quite difficult because you would expect black to keep the balance. Like the formation is there. You kind of pendulum with the rook between AH3 and D3.
Yeah, very surprising and beyond my pay grade, rook to h2 rather than rook to d3 because it's gone back towards the draw now. I think it's essentially because white's winning plan takes so long that, there we go, the eval bar sliding again. I was going to say it takes so long that probably you can't find the best way. And wow, we've seen some very quick moves there. And apparently the position has repeated itself. This wasn't me. We still see them playing on the camera. I'm not sure whether we had a glitch in the matrix or whether we peeked into the future there. But it does look like this is about to end with a draw.
I think we just saw a future version of this game. I've never had that happen before, right?
You guys have broken everything.
Yeah.
I have a quick follow-up question, actually, off of what you said a little earlier, David. There are loads and loads of different checkmating patterns and patterns of play in table base where if you have a knight and bishop, for example, this is what you do. If you have a rook and king against king, for example, one of the more basic ones, this is what you do. What makes queen versus rook so difficult that even at grandmaster level with 50 moves available, it's still not clear-cut whether it's winning or drawing? How is it so difficult to compute despite there being so few pieces on the board?
Yeah, I think especially this scenario we see in front of us, it's rook and pawn versus queen. So there are some kind of fortress-esque positions where the rook, because it is anchored, protected, kind of cutting off the white king, it is able to hold the balance. Queen versus rook without the pawn, I'm going to say is difficult unless you know the patterns, and that's where study comes in. That's where players do kind of learn from a young age how to corner the king, first of all, and then how to zugzwang black, so the rook has to move away to a square. It can no longer be protected, it will be vulnerable to checks. But yeah, just this pawn in the mix means that the black rook cuts off the white king on this third rank, and the black rook has two safe squares on d3 and b3 to use to try and build a fortress. So yeah, it's difficult. It's rare, this very, very rare, this type of endgame. But yeah, it's difficult to kind of pinpoint things just to one or two factors. Yeah, the pawn could be anywhere on the board, the rook could be anywhere on the board, and it changes the whole scenario.
Yeah, it completely does as well, you know, because I do know that the further along towards the edge the pawn is for the defender, then the actually harder it is to win. And there we're seeing that glimpse into the future. There's been a claim made for repetition, and the arbiters are going to be checking to see whether the position has repeated 3 times. But to add to your points, you can actually train yourself, for instance, on chess.com. You can train playing these rook and king versus queen positions. You can test yourself against the engine. You can see how you fare. I think it's very good practice. I know a lot of the top players are doing this. And I was once told by a grandmaster that if you're defending with the rook, the main thing is actually not to be pushed to the brink. If you manage to hold the third rank, then it actually is very, very difficult to win.
Yeah, it's especially if you're playing against a computer. Like I've tried it myself. I remember back in the day I was playing against like Ribka and Houdini and all these kind of analysis engines, Stockfish. I tried queen versus rook, and I think I only won 7 out of 10 times. But yeah, of course, in human chess, queen is much easier. And we do see the handshake. It was a draw by repetition. The white queen found no way through. The black pawn actually came within touching distance of promotion there, and handshake. The longest game of the round here, 114 moves.
Wow.
A sigh of relief there.
Absolutely. There's very, very, well, not just a sigh of relief, but we've got other players sitting down waiting to get started for their second tiebreak game as well. So I have a feeling the arbiters and the organizers are going to be scrambling around the playing hall to try and get the next round underway. That means, folks, that We will be discussing what happened in that last game, but just in case the next round starts quickly, we're going to go to a break fairly quickly, but there's so much to unpack, so many decisive results. Oh, excellent. We're even skipping the break so that we can stay here just in case we don't miss the start of the chess. Folks, great news. We do actually have time to discuss lots of decisive results here. I think for me, the highlight has to be the Faustino Oro game. Both players on increments, absolutely knife edge, could have gone any one of three different ways right up until the last. Is that the main game you're focusing on this time?
Yeah, I think Faustino, just the fact that he came so close, the fact he made it so messy, he had big chances. It's a great sign for the future. I think ultimately the clock situation he couldn't handle to the death. He was at around 20 seconds for around half of that game, which is a practical thing, and he'll make sure that doesn't happen in future. But he will have white, and I think his game was maybe the most exciting. The biggest shock for me was Gauche against Mateusz Bartel. A miniature there, Bartel blundering his queen within 20 moves. So those two games, I think, stood out for me.
Now, Jovi, heading into the next game, there are some players who, in this day and age, are so used to playing blitz that sometimes getting to less time on the clock is actually an advantage, or at least they can keep their level and they don't dip as many as some other players are. I'm especially thinking Valireza Firouzja, who's quite famous for playing unbelievably well with under a minute on the clock. Presumably, that's a huge advantage in these tiebreak situations as well.
It's a great advantage, right? If you have those steady nerves that are able to get you through those intense moments. I mean, you have to also depend on your intuition. And to that, a large degree is dependent on talent here. You can't just kind of work really hard on your super fast instincts. Here, it's going to be all about how you are, you know, how strong you are, how good your mindset is. You mean, nothing quite prepares you for playing in a World Cup knockout. And as David mentioned, you know, there's a lot of people who are now in must-win situations, and they're the ones who are going to have to rise to the challenge. It might be freeing for them, you know, to play like there's nothing to lose, but it also might just be something where they simply can't handle the pressure and they might crack. So I'm really interested to see all of those players, especially as David mentioned, Bartel, you know, he has the white pieces, but now a must-win situation, because we could be really seeing a rating upset here.
Now, speaking of training your instincts and making sure that you don't crack under the pressure, as we get ready to head into game number 2, I should remind you folks that the ChessUp annual holiday sale is starting now, and you can get even more with the promo code CHESS. So from now through to the 1st of December, you can save $100 on your ChessUp 2. It's a physical and electronic board which syncs to your chess.com rated games, and you can save and analyze on chess.com as well. It's got built-in Wi-Fi, obviously, that's how it connects, a touchscreen and touch-sensitive pieces, so it's a proper over-the-board set. ChessUp 2 supports players of all levels. Use !ChessUp in the chat, and you get $100 off until the 1st of December, which is their lowest price in the holiday season. So go and do that. Admittedly, you might have to wait a little bit because I'm not taking you to a break right now. The chess is about to begin. Here are the pairings once again for Tiebreaks Game 2. And we can see for a lot of these players, in fact, for every single board, but for some more than others, it is do or die. So, David, I'm going to go to you first, but I'd like to ask this question to both David and Jovi. David, we talked about Faustino Oro. That obviously was very exciting. What other games do you want to go to first? I will leave it with you.
Yeah, Faustino Oro will keep an eye on. This is our board 1 clash. Young Kevin against Robert Hovhannisyan. I'm going to be looking at Mateusz Bartel to see whether he can strike back. Max Warmerdam lost, I believe, his first game as well. Very popular Dutch grandmaster who's had some great results in his career. I'll be seeing whether he can strike back. But yeah, Jovanka, we see the bird's eye view. What games are you going to be most excited about in this second tiebreak game?
Yeah, I'm also interested in how artist Neiksans, our fellow commentator, is going to perform against Suleimanov. Because remember that if Neiksans... I don't actually want him to join us in the commentary box, David. I want him to be there playing right until the very end. I want to see him just doing as well as possible, because we've got to be cheering for our commentary brethren. I'm going to be looking at him and seeing how he does with the black pieces. The last game was a draw, so there's nothing that can separate the two of them. So, of course, we have to check out Faustino Oro as well. He's got the white pieces now. He's just 12 years old. Is he going to rise to the occasion? And some players have played a whole lot of moves. I'm looking at in the bottom right, Artis and Suleimanov, who seem to be racing through a whole load of theory. And others are a little bit slower.
Mm-hmm. And Ivanka, I see some Caro-Khans. The game between, the game that Daniel Yufa's playing, he's played a Caro-Khan. That's on the second board. Very early days there. And Artush Neiksans also playing a Caro-Khan in that game you mentioned. That's very, very well developed. So actually, maybe we do start with one of these because they do look very exciting. Let's jump into the Daniel Yufa game where he's up against Shyam Davandiram. And very, very complicated variation that, okay, given a question mark for white, I've looked at this myself, Ivanka. We'll go very quickly from the top. Caro-Khan with knight to f3 and this d3 move, very trendy, very topical these days. Bishop g4, often they take on e4. We see a quick queen trade, or there are plenty of other moves there as well, but we see queen to e2. And this variation, as far as I believe, white trying to trap the black bishop. After h5, the move is knight to e5, and there we see the blue arrow did appear. Knight to e5 was the main line, but g5, very interestingly played. I'll just point out knight e5 for everyone at home, bishop h7. Now white plays g5, and after knight d7, white has some very interesting moves. You can even take this pawn. I remember Levon Aronian saying this was a great idea for white. And then queen takes pawn, g6, and then you just drop back, and this black bishop is dead on h7. Cool variation, but similar to the alien gambit. Instead, we saw g5, and this one, I'll pass it to you now, Ivanka. Caro-Khan, let's break it down. Are you happy here with black?
Actually, I prefer to minimize my risk when I play the Caro-Khan, so I never play like this type of things, where I actively encourage white to go h4, g4, and then allow knight to e5 on any of that business. It's just way too wild, and you can choose calmer paths. You don't have to go bishop to g4. You can go g6. You can go, other moves. You can go into the endgame. I was actually doing some study on that one. It was actually fine for black as long as you're going g5. But okay, that wasn't the path chosen. And now what we have on our screens, well, e5 hasn't been played. And knight e5, sorry, hasn't been played. And now I feel like everything should be okay for black. The bishop is nestled safely on g6, and you can just get on with the whole thing of going knight e7, knight d7, and the black king can even stay in the center. So this was the plan then, was to go c4 and pile on the pressure against d5, because I was wondering how white was going to break through. And here I think I would probably just meet that with capturing on either e4 or c4, and then just go knight d7, queen c7, and try to castle my king queenside.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Black's king is very flexible. Both sides kind of lacking in development, maybe especially white here. He doesn't break the tension. I think we might see your idea a bit later, Ivanka, just to take this pawn, clarify the center. Maybe he'll even go kingside now that it is a bit blocked on that side, that flank. But let's come out of this game for now as we see how the middle game will set out, because my eyes are drawn towards one of the games we talked about earlier. That is Faustino Oro playing a very, very combative chess against Ante Burkic. And that is on our bottom row there, but let's bring them up on the camera. Look at this. I mean, 2 passed pawns for white already on the queen side. Black has the big center. What's this G pawn doing on G4? Crazy position, but Ivanka, surely at least the style of it suits Faustino's needs in this position, in this match situation.
Yeah. I mean, we always say that when you're in a must-win situation, you want to unbalance the pawn structure. You want to have as many minor pieces on the board as possible. Well, talk about unbalanced. This is the definition of unbalanced pawn structure. And okay, d4 being played there from Burkic, and it does concede the c4 square, which is something that is actually probably quite important because it's going to assist white in just advancing the queenside pawns. The game is quite simple in that respect, right? White just wants to get developed and then just push the A and B pawns, whereas black is more about fending those pawns off and then eventually kind of taking it after some trade, advancing their central pawns. But it's the presence of the G pawn on G4 which like puzzles me a little bit, David. I don't know how and why it got there.
Yeah, I'll just take us back a few moves because this is actually a well-known opening, normally from the black side. I believe it's called the note boom variation, where in the queen's gambit, you kind of take a pawn only to give it back in order to kind of create these pass pawns on the queen side. And here you're playing it with white, essentially a tempo up. And after some moves, it was G5 in this position. Ante Brkic, very, very well prepared player, as you mentioned earlier today, Ivanka. So yeah, normally black castles and the game goes on, but G5, I've seen this before. I've never analyzed it in detail, but the idea is knight takes pawn now. You just open up the black rook and X-ray vision, probably taking on G2. So instead, flank play met by a central play, E4 untouchable due to 2 pins along this diagonal, along this line. I cannot take the pawn, so G4, the knight drops back, and this is how we got here. Yeah, I'm also confused. Like, does this help black pawn on G4? Does it make it less likely white castles? Definitely less likely black castles. Who knows? It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, it just really adds that layer of uniqueness to the position. I'm familiar with it, if the black pawn were on G7 and castles, and then, it's a completely different kettle of fish. And here, this is something else. And I don't know. And the good thing, though, is that it's going to force both players to actually burn a lot of time on the clock. But the bad news for Ante Brkic is that simply there's so much risk involved now for him because he cannot have, cannot have a safe king, really. Castle kingside, and then the G pawn is a little bit of a vulnerability. And there's always a possibility of just exploding open the position, with F3 or... So my vibe is that I like white. I think it's a lot easier to play. You just go knight A3, knight C4, and then you get ready to push those queenside pawns.
Yeah, and a lot of Faustino Oro fans in our chat today, hoping to get more rapid tiebreak action with these two. I think this is a dream. Like, no matter what happens next, he's played the opening perfectly, Faustino. He's got complicated situation. He's got big trump cards of his own. These pass pawns. He's got nice squares for his pieces. Maybe the white bishop is a bit silly right now, but everything else, I think, very much in his favor. And at least psychologically, Brkic is a very solid player. I don't think he'll be happy with how this opening's turned out, where it is kind of very hard to predict what comes next. So we'll check back in on this one. Faustino's got a lot of time on the clock, still up on time, and probably he's just going to improve his knight. But let's go back to the bird's eye view. And Ivanka, some very quiet, symmetrical looking positions, but also some wilder ones we have in front of us.
Yeah, and I think we do have to take a peek on some of those players who are in a must-win situation. So I'm looking at Matthias Bartel, and that's in the bottom row, second left, and he's playing against Aronia Ghosh. And there, it seems like he's also got what looks like to be a very pleasant position for white. You have the possibility of jumping in with your knight to the center, a nice pawn on e5, and all the possibility to perhaps push and ask those questions. But I wouldn't say it's a decisive or even a really pleasant advantage. It's just like a nice, nothing special.
Yeah, that's where you got to start sometimes in chess. Like, a nice position, the opponent hasn't done anything wrong, you've got them out of the opening, got a bit more time on the clock, and it's a very Bartel type of position. He doesn't really care about like bishop pairs, nice pawn structures. He wants to play on the front foot and attack. We'll maybe check in on that game a bit later. A couple of other games catch my eye. Another player in a must-win situation is Karen Grigorian. And he's fighting with black, so must win with black is extra tough against Ahmed Adli. But it looks like he's got the dream start to this game. The eval bar probably the most excited on this board as we see a question mark move appear for Ahmed Adli. And I mean, it's just wild. It's complicated. There's 3 knights that, I mean, they all look equally strong. Black has a thorn in the white side, this beautiful e3 pawn clamping down. White has targets of his own on d5, I guess, but Eval Bas says black is doing well, and I trust it in complications like this. Jovanka, what next, though, for Grigorian?
Yeah, I guess you can just enjoy the space advantage, like as you mentioned, the pawn on e3 just gives you some squares to jump into with the knight. And so you can see f2, f4 was like the move that white played. And so the first move that you'd be thinking of, is it possible to go knight to g4? Jump into f2. Do you achieve anything there? No, because the pawn is hanging on d5. So can you go the other direction, e4? Well, if you can't, you can just simply improve the worst place piece as well. White does have a plan with f4. White is going to go back with the knight to d3 and jump in to e5. You have that idea in the back of the pocket. But for black, I would just simply say, enjoy the fact that the bishop on c1 is locked out of the game.
And he actually goes for one of the options you mentioned. Very, very direct play. If there were other options, of course, he could have slow played it, but knight e4, that can be taken in 3 different ways by 3 different white pieces. Probably you don't want to part with the defender of the white king, the bishop on g2. So taking on e4 with one of the knights makes sense. Black will take back with the pawn, and actually the queen opens up against d4. Ahmed Adli, I love his game sometimes. It looks so smooth when he wins, but yeah, this hasn't been a great opening for him. Yeah, he's just lost control, and I'm just really scared. Like you said, Jovanka, this white bishop might never move in this whole game.
Yeah, and he's going to have to sideline a few of his pieces, right? Because as you mentioned, knights, you don't really want to go knight takes knight because you cannot defend d4. So I'm never a big fan of giving up material, so that's not something that would necessarily appeal to me. But if you kind of move your knight, you're either stepping back to b1, and why would you do that? Or you're going knight a4, and suddenly the knights are just completely on the edge of the board. And neither can you go queen to b3 and defend that knight, because a knight to d2, and suddenly white is having problems with the queen and the rook. So it's... Yeah. So in conclusion, David, you can't take. You put your knight on the edge.
Yeah, it feels like full-scale invasion time for black. Like something's coming into d2, like you said. But at least Ahmed Adli, with his last move, was being a bit clever. He chose, I think, the correct knight, because now he's, at the very minimum, hitting this black pawn in the center. I would be terrified of this move, though. This is my analysis, by the way, for everyone at home. Knight to d2, because if white just moves rook to e1 here, bishop takes d4, things start to drop off, and even with some tactics, I think black keeps everything alive. And look how strong these black pieces are. X-ray vision towards the king. Like one more move, you get the remaining black piece into the attack, and everything in black's army looks perfect. White's so stuck to the edges of the board. It's just weird. Like the white queen is trapped. She can't move. She's not attacked, but she can't move. It just looks horrible. So I'm expecting this one from Karen Grigorian. He goes in, playing perfect chess.
Yes. And is there any way... I mean, as white, you feel like desperate times call for desperate measures. So perhaps it's time to kind of just abandon the rook on f1, because the knight on d2 is just so strong. So maybe time to give up some material, go knight takes... I don't even know. Nothing is helping, David. If somehow white could give up the rook and somehow win the e-pawn and keep things going, and oh, wow, what has happened here? White has won. What game is this?
Yeah. A quick win for Narayanan, one of the highest rated players that was taken to tiebreaks. He won the first game with black. We only briefly saw that one earlier. It was a nice positional game, and a bit of a crush here in the second one. I think his opponent, Steven Rojas Salas, just risked it all in the early stages. I'll just very quickly take us back actually to this position just a few moves ago, where, yeah, with black, he had to take this bishop with a pawn, and he's slightly worse after the white queen takes a pawn with check. But at least it's level material. Game goes on. He took with the queen, allowing a check. And I think what he'd missed is this move. Double attack, fork down, queen hits the rook, queen hits the bishop. And he struggled on for just 4 more moves. A bit of an opening disaster there for black. But congratulations to Narayanan, who moves to round 2.
Yeah, he moves to round 2. Yeah, and very nice to do it as well in 2 games, because it means he has plenty of time to rest. Because I can tell you, it's not easy to be well rested in a tournament like this when there's so much pressure, there's so much thinking going on behind the scenes, and it's not just thinking, it's also preparing as well. So first person through to round 2 in the books. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and where to go to. So maybe we can I don't quite know where to head to, David, because it's still looking pretty interesting. The game between Suleimanov and Neiksans is also quite fascinating. It does look like Neiksans might be in trouble here as he loses a pawn.
Yeah, let's
No, he's
jump
not lost
into that
the pawn.
game, Ivanka. Yeah, it's level material now, but he's about to drop the d5 pawn. He's trying to rely on some potential attack against the white king, but it doesn't look like it should work. I wonder how to start with white. Do we take this pawn first? Do we take the bishop off the board? He offers a queen trade. Suleimanov, he's a very positional player by nature, but he did defeat Magnus Carlsen with a blistering attack. Just, what was it, a couple of years ago now. So queen to d4, apparently a missed opportunity. Just to show what he should have done, if we go back 1 move, he should have actually been taking this pawn, Suleimanov. And the whole idea is that if black, for example, plays bishop takes pawn on h4, utilizing this pin, there's something we saw earlier in the game that Bartel lost, a white rook sliding up to the 4th rank. And this is really, really strong. The black queen forced to move away off the g file, and then the bishop can be taken. So a missed opportunity, but queen to d4 offering a queen trade. And blue arrow, Ivanka, how difficult do you think that is to dodge the queen trade now?
I don't think it's a difficult choice at all, because Neiksans will understand that if he goes into an endgame, he's going to be positionally a lot worse. The pawns on d5 and a5 are incredibly weak. So you got to keep all factors in play. And here there's even a threat of bishop takes h4, right? Bishop takes h4, and then if the black knight appears on h4, well, then it's going to be really, really, really dangerous for white.
Yeah, just to show your idea. That is a... Whoa. I just realized there's tactics in the air. I was going to say checkmate or checkmate, but I've made a passing move with rook d3, which allows this crazy tactic. Check, and you win the queen next. So I meant to make a neutral waiting move. Whoops. Instead, we saw knight takes bishop, removing your idea, Ivanka. But yeah, your point remains. Bishop takes h4 was, in human terms, a very scary threat. And
yeah,
Artis is deciding rook takes knight or knight takes knight.
And both are tempting, right? Because if you go rook takes knight, you have to calculate what is going to happen after queen takes pawn, hitting the rook. But on the same time, you do have like tricks up your sleeve with rook takes e3 in the air. So I'm thinking he goes back with the knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't want to sacrifice a pawn, but apparently the wrong way due to the move that Suleimanov had just played, bishop to g5. That's an awkward one. Because the knight can now move, but then you drop a pawn. I think that's just a free pawn. And if you want to block, then you've created some big weaknesses around the black king. Oh, Artis, yeah, I'm a bit scared. Like, he needs to whip up some attack, generate something against the white king. Otherwise, like you said earlier, strategically in big, big trouble.
Yeah, and it was actually, as the game kind of plays on, you kind of realize that it's actually quite really necessary to have the black rooks working together, doubled on the e-line, because then, you have like all kinds of sacrificial possibilities against the white king, with knight takes h4, rook coming into e4, all kind of ideas in the air. And this way, the rook on a8 is simply not working. So Neiksans been forced to chase back that bishop, and maybe your idea is still in play. I like this whole idea of going rook a6 and getting it to e6. Either way, it has to be all about dynamism here, David. You can't really care too much about the structure, about losing material as black. You have to go all in with harassing the white king.
Exactly. I don't think he's out of it. Eval Bar says just small advantage for white. But yeah, he will need to maybe play a bit quicker. He's got half the time of his opponent now, Artus, and yeah, difficult to defend his weaknesses. So like you said, dynamism, the name of the game. Let's go to the bird's eye view just for a second, because another player we should be focusing on as the bishop retreats is Max Varmadam, who's in a must-win situation with white against Lalit Babu. And yeah, it looks like he's had a great start to this game, Janka. Bishop pair, open board. Okay, his last move given a question mark, maybe a bit timid, but it looks like he's got serious pressure against this pawn. And when I see the Catalan, when I see a bishop on g2 and a pawn still on the board marching up, I get excited. I just think against knights especially, this is potentially so strong, and big advantage for him.
Yeah, a big advantage. And I'm not thinking just now, but I'm thinking in the future. It's also possible for white to even go like moves like b4 and just get running with the a pawn, because the bishop on g2 does control the queening square. Obviously, it doesn't work just now, and it's obviously black to play, but it's there on the horizon, and these kind of thoughts are going to be ticking through the players' minds. And for black, you know what to do now. You know, two knights against two bishops. It's not easy because the knights are not really anchored. Maybe you have to go about trying to anchor one as well. You know, maybe you try to get a knight to b4 and let it sit there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. That would probably be my move, just to put a knight on d5, just to block white's beautiful light square bishop. Also, a knight on d5 might hint that you block the whole queenside with c3. The alternative is to take this pawn. White might trade queens, might just take back with his queen and symmetry, but bishop's stronger than knights. A lot of work to be done ahead for Max, but I do feel like it's the perfect platform for him as he aims to strike back. We'll check in on this one later. Let's go back out to the bird's eye view, because some crazy stuff seems to be happening elsewhere. I mean, the Faustino board, I'm itching to look back at it. But
yeah. Me too, David.
Just before we jump in, Jovanka, we'll quickly mention Robert Hovhannisyan on board one. Looks like he's got a decisive advantage, potentially against young Kevin Moyan. He's winning a pawn. The Black Knight, that's the top left board there. The Black Knight is going pawn hunting. It's just to give him a check. He's going to be a pawn up in an endgame. Looks good for the top seed, or yeah, the higher seeded of the tiebreak players. But okay, let's give the fans what they want, Jovanka. Faustino Oro against Ante Brkic again, the rematch.
Yeah. And what do you make of this one? I mean, it just looks so crazy. At first, you know, when you were talking and we could see it on the bird's eye view, and I saw black with the pawns on h4 and g4, but the h line has now been opened. Okay, bishop takes g3, which would be a killer blow. It has covered by the rook on a3, so that's out of the equation. But now the big thing for black is like how to make that breakthrough, how to coordinate the pieces. And if you can't do that, then actually Faustino might be correct that it's just going to be all about the queenside pawns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like that type of chess. I refer to it as my turn. So it's like, you've done your stuff, you've attacked me, I've covered all my bases, I've protected the third rank, I protect the second rank, you've had your fun, now it's my turn. And it's like, as soon as white goes a5, b6, it just feels like steamroller, game over, I'm going to get a new queen or win material. I don't know whether you need to prepare it. That's the only issue for Faustino. Like, does he need to retreat his bishop just to protect this b pawn? Or can he motor forward? Like, I'd be tempted to calculate a5 just to show on the board a5, queen takes b5. Okay, the bar doesn't drop. That's a sigh of relief for me. But now bishop takes d4, and I attack the queen. The rook is defended. The queen has to move. And here I would be debating whether that's a good transition for me. I've got the head of black's pawn chain, but I've lost my queenside pawn as well. The alternative, if we go back to the live position, is to just drop your bishop back in one of the directions, just to support a5, b6. But we do see the eval bar drop, so maybe timing is quite important here, Jovanka, just to go forward.
Yeah. Going forward is very, very tempting. Like you say, you open up the position. Also, the black king is going to be vulnerable as well in the middle of the board. So there's that also to factor into the equations. But I also really do like the fact that white has these these 2 pawns, and that's going to be like a game changer in an endgame, right? That's going to be winning for white. So it's very. I don't think we're going to see moves like a5. I think bishop went to c1. Maybe this is a nicer retreat.
Yeah, that is very impressive from young Faustino. My instinct was to go back to the corner just because, the bishop's fianchettoed. I don't want to undevelop it. But actually, the bishop was staring against granite there. The bishop was staring against a rock solid pawn chain. So why not just put it back on its start square? Later, it's got potential. On the diagonal, if it can be unleashed, that's just an extra piece back in the attack, back in the game. And now, inevitable, the A and B pawns marching forward. This is a dream position. This white knight on c4 is so strong. I don't really see what black's doing. If he's not mating white, what's black's whole strategy been about? The central pawn's blockaded. Jovanka, I think he's going to win Faustino and force tiebreaks. Huge advantage for him now.
It is a huge advantage. And I'm thinking as black, maybe it's time to react to the potential advance of the queen side and try to establish a blockade. So I was thinking maybe knight to b6, if that trade doesn't immediately lose. And then you can just try to deposit a bishop on a5 and say, well, job done there. The queenside pawns have been held up, and now I can try and concentrate on the king side. But it is a little bit of a big ask because this bishop on c1, it has dangerous potential.
Yeah, I just think it's too difficult. I like your knight b6 idea, but for now, probably white's got it covered because white has a replacement knight. The knights look like they're getting in each other's way, but one knight can replace the other later if one of them is exchanged. Ante Brkic, he's quite a quick player from my experience against him in the 2023 World Cup. We played classical games, then we played rapid tiebreaks, and he was always up on the clock. Here, he's down to just 3 minutes. That shows how nervous he is about his position. Faustino up at 6 minutes. That he's definitely learned his lesson already from the previous game where he was in too dire time trouble to ever fight back. And I don't know. I just can't see black whipping up any counterplay here. It just looks so one-sided, and that's thanks to Faustino's build-up play.
Totally. And I mean, okay, you can't stop the pawns going on a5, but maybe you can stop them on the 6th rank. So for instance, you can just deposit a rook on a6 or something. And I'm just thinking of ways. The knight on c4 is so good. The knight on d2 is such a good defensive piece. We always go by the maxim, improve your worst placed piece. That would be the rook on a8, but it's doing a job. It's actually really, really hard to come up with something constructive for black.
Yeah, and just mention black can spend 5 moves, bring the queen across, put it on h7, bring the rook across, try to power down on h2, but white can just put a knight back on f1, cover everything. Knight on f1, no fun. And in the meantime, white's probably made 2 new queens. So we'll come back to this game. Faustino getting very excited. We'll just go to the bird's eye view. We might even come straight back here, but let's just quickly round up some of the other developments. Top left, Robert Hovhannissian is now 2 pawns up in an endgame. Looks very, very good for him. On the bottom right of our screens there, I do worry for Artur Neiksans, who's now down a pawn, and he's in a similar situation to Ante Brkic, Jovanka. He's facing 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side. Doesn't look great for him, unfortunately.
No, it doesn't look great. But okay, there's still kind of ways to kind of create some kind of complications, I would say, for Neiksans. A little bit more hopeful there, in my opinion. And things are also looking really solid, actually, I would say, in the second left between Bartel and Gauche, where The bishop pair. Okay, well, they're on e7 and g6, and the black king is a little bit short on defenders, but it does seem that things are tying in quite nicely for Ghosh there as he defends that one. So, there on our screens, where do you want to head to, David? Whereas things are just looking bad for Kevin Mohan, unfortunately, top left.
Yeah. Oof. Maybe we
Maybe,
just very quickly
yeah,
check in on. Oh, go for it, Jovanka.
I was going to say the game between Adley looks like it might finish any time now. It did look like Adley was actually defending like a lion, but in the end, his position was just too bad. And there we're seeing that the evaluation bar says that after bishop d2, it's going to be more or less game over.
Yeah, and it's great you brought us here because that's the only winning move. Bishop to d2, the only winning move right now for black. Anything else would allow the white queen to line up on d4 with its bishop, checkmating ideas on the diagonal. So bishop d2 blocks that idea, and knight takes bishop would be met by rook takes this bishop on d5. Black would be pinning, winning material up. It's currently the exchange up. What do you think, Jovanka? How difficult is bishop to d2 here? He's done everything right. Can he find the finishing blow?
Yeah, this is the thing. So bishop d2, I think, is also a very natural move because you do spot the idea of knight takes and then setting up a pin with rook takes bishop. But the only thing that I'm thinking of is it that difficult to see that a queen to d4 is actually dangerous enough to stop it? And yep, Gregorian plays it, bishop d2. And now the question for Adley is how to keep the fight alive. He comes out with the queen. But the problem with Adley's position is that it's all cut in two. And there's no way for the queen and bishop to line itself up on this long, dark diagonal. And now some more trades are going to be initiated. And of course, a rook in an open position like this is just an incredibly powerful piece.
Yeah, for knight advantage, that bread cutter, that pawn on e3, just so strong and cutting the position in half, as you said. And yeah, the white queen has nowhere to go to line up on the long diagonal. Bishop takes bishop, queen takes. Yeah, he'll try and fight on Adley for a little bit longer. He's got to trade those bishops. He's got to keep the queens on. There we go. Hoping for maybe queen takes a2, for example, which would allow the white queen to slide across to e5 and come in. But that's going to be seen. That's never going to happen. And Gregorian, what a power-packed performance this game. Brings his bishop back.
And
Rook coming in.
winning with the black pieces on demand as well. So, okay, maybe we take a pause from this game and we'll come back to it because things are looking spicy in the game between Godhoso and Jabava. And that game can also determine who goes through to the next round.
Mm-hmm. And here we jump into it. Jabava did not manage to convert his small advantage in the previous game, so it was a draw. So they're locked on level scores right now. And yeah, this one, Jabava with the advantage according to the eval bar. I'm very inclined to agree because the white king, Jovanka, looks just shorn of any defenses. It looks lonely. It looks like a massive target. Rook to g7 is coming next. The double rook on the g file combo looks like it might overwhelm white. No knight around to defend. No queen around to defend. Looks like one-way traffic.
And the clock,
Yeah,
David, 23 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, massive time advantage there. And it's a difficult position. It's kind of thing that where white might suddenly crack because, you're holding the defenses for a long time, got no time on the clock. 5 minutes and 45 seconds for Jabava ticking down. And the moves are pretty natural, as you indicated. Black has the center, has some great posts for the pieces. Watch out, knight to f3 was coming, so king slides over. But again, so many things. You can double up on the G line. You can also try to infiltrate. I would tempt to go knight to e4 and then get the queen into h4. And, start threatening some nasties on h1 and f2 as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's rare to see a position with level material where it's so one-sided. Eval Bar says +5 for black, despite the level material. And that's just because it's a one-sided attack. He understandably gives up his rooks for the knight. He's going to take this pawn with his queen, but black is now material up and with an ongoing attack. Rook f4 looks good. Like queen g5 looks good. Yeah, this white bishop is just the worst piece. It's hitting thin air. It's just doing nothing. It's like a false friend, this bishop.
Yeah.
And okay, he's going to win Jabba.
Yes, he's going to win. Like somehow, if that bishop on c6 were on f3, then it would be at least holding the defenses together. But as it stands, no. And then the rook is going to swing over. And now I think you what you can't do is you can't make the move rook f4 because of rook to b8. But queen g3, that's sufficient. How are you going to defend on f2 without letting go of protection of g2? You can't do it. You can't do it. It's going to be game over.
Yeah. And it's going to be tournament over for Jose Gabriel Cardoso. He's going to run with his king, but rook takes pawn or queen takes pawn. This is going to be checkmate in just a few moves. Let's go back to another game just to see how the players are reacting on the camera. We'll actually go in a moment.
Wait for the finish.
Yeah, not many moves on the other board. So we'll go to Bartel next. This game looks like it's just checkmate, Ivanka. That ends the game.
Yeah,
normally, and the clock runs out for Jose Gabriel as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
and here we see Mateusz Bartel with the white pieces. He's up a whole rook, if I'm counting correctly. And maybe here, Gauche was banking his hopes on the b pawn, but that can be blocked. The knight's coming back, and the bishop will not be able to help its pawn promote. Any counterplay here? Or is this maybe end of the game?
It looks like it's the end of the game, but maybe we can check out the camera feed just to make sure that everything is done. No, that was the situation, and we have a result. Mateusz Bartel winning on demand, taking the match to further tie breaks. Maybe we check out the super complicated game that was Faustino Oro, another player who needs to win on demand, and it looks like the 12-year-old is going to do that.
Yeah, he's getting business done, but only move now to maintain the advantage. Black knight has just captured a white knight. He needs to take with the queen, and oh no, Faustino, commentator's curse. He's lost his advantage in one move. It's down to 30 seconds each. He needs to play queen takes knight. He's going for a double check. He's going for a rook check and unleashing the bishop as well, but the bishop can be captured. I wonder whether he's forgotten about that. Knight takes bishop. The blue arrow appeared. Only move. And it gets super complicated suddenly. The white queen might take this black rook after a trade on h5. And oh, he's missed the defense. Ante Burkic. Now white is winning in a variety of ways. Queen takes knight. You can even give a check with the white rook due to the pin. Ivanka, that's crazy tactics in the air.
It is crazy tactics, and it's actually the wildest position I've seen, especially with players on seconds left. And so we are seeing that some developments have happened. It's been a trade of pieces, and now the knight is on prise. The king is going to be forced to come up the board. So 7 seconds left. The knight takes piece, and the rook has fallen. Faustino's going to do this, David.
Faustino's up. Yeah, he's up the exchange, rook for knight. He's just got to avoid any sudden counterattack against the white king. He just needs to solidify his king situation, and it's over. He blocks the pawn. That's a very, very classy move. Not allowing discovered check with d3. He's ready to promote his b-pawn. It's just game over. I think that was the clincher. Okay, the knight goes back to d7, trying to get it round to e5.
And
b7.
As you say, David, everything is nicely held together. The king has a safe hiding place, and the b-pawn is on the verge of promoting, and less than 10 seconds for black.
Oof. Takes the pawn.
But
That's a new queen, though.
Promote.
Yeah, you can make a new queen. And that's going to cost black a knight. He's a full rook up. Faustino, barring a miracle, this is just over. There's no counterplay. Like, queen check in the corner, the white rook can block. It's over. Faustino's we're gonna see more of him today. That's good news. He's gonna win.
That's great news. I mean, he's come out in swashbuckling style, David, you know, from the beginning. And we have the handshake. Faustino manages to level the match, and we're going to see another set of tie breaks. Not much rest for these two players because they're going to be back on the board in just a few minutes. Well, but it was the perfect game when you're in a must-win situation. You know, it was unbalanced, it was sharp, and in that deep dark forest, Ante Burkic could not navigate through the complications. And here, Max Varmadan also in a must-win situation. Looks like he's also ready to take the match to tie breaks once more as he's about to equalize.
Yeah, he's on the brink now. He's one pawn up in a rook endgame. The black king is miles away from creating any counterplay. Only trick to avoid is not advance your pawn too soon, not to get too hasty, because the black rook is ready to jump behind with a check and a skewer. Oh, classy from Max. He reaches for his rook. He brings it back. His rook's going behind to block any checks. The B pawn is too strong. The black king is too far away. That's going to be the clincher. He's going to force more chess today. Max Varmadan, positional masterpiece, I'm going to say today. This white game, at least. Just coming back. Beautiful bishop pair. Got his extra pawn on the outside. And he's going to convert it very smoothly. No way home. Handshake.
Yep. Nicely done by Max Varmadan. We're going to see more chess from the two. And let's go to the bird's eye view and see what other games are in progress. And okay, Robert of Anisian, he's doing the business against young Kevin Mohan, and things have it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy game between Daniel Yufa and Thavandrian, but it looks like that one's going to be another draw, and we're going to see more tie breaks from them. But on our cameras, it's Ahmed Adli against Karen Gregorian. Karen needing to win with the black pieces on demand to level the match. And Adli, well, he's only got seconds left. Maybe we go there and see whether he can magic up a draw to save it.
Yeah, he's been the exchange down for a while now. We left it with Adli just being bamboozled by Gregorian's tactics. And right now, it looks like he's done all the hard work, Gregorian. 1 minute still left. He can't take this bishop because his rook is hanging. I wonder whether he just moves his rook. Rook to c3 makes a lot of sense. There we go. He attacks the white queen. You can keep chasing the white queen. Oh, the tactics in the air. Queen c4 looks good. Swap those queens off.
Okay, swapping of queens looks very, very nice. I'm also trying to see whether, black can win it all, right? Okay, rook c4, rook a4. You just give up the e-pawn in order to get that long-term passer on a5. It's a very pleasant choice, regardless. Although they do say sometimes, David, that the most hardest position to win is the one position. He goes for a maximalist approach, right? He targets a pawn, and it's impossible to go bishop takes a4, which is something that Adli was perhaps planning, because the rook will just slide up, take the pawn, and the bishop and queen. There he does that, but now he's going to have to trade off queens in order to preserve that bishop, and that's not ideal.
Yeah, that's very, very far from ideal. Queen trade wins, but so does this move that he's played. Queen to b5, double attack, hitting the e2 pawn, hitting a5. This has been a perfect game from Gregorian here. Just tactic galore as he gives a check with his queen. He's going to take that bishop next with his rook. He'll be a rook up, and Adli, look at the panic on his face. No time on the clock, and no pieces left on the board. Rook takes bishop, it's just over. Oh, he takes the knight instead, and there we go.
Wow. More tie breaks are to be seen. I know it was a perfect game from Karen there. Black pieces, must-win situation. he does it. And Adley, well, now he's gonna have to reset, recover, because he's gonna be playing 10+10 tie breaks. And the Kings are put back on the board. Some congratulations there for Karen Gregorian. And we move on to another game on our screens, which is in progress. And okay, we have Henriquez against the Mongolian player Achi Beleg. And Achi Beleg, I think, is in a must-win situation.
Actually, it's level scores, so the winner of this game will go through. Agibilek, you're right, Jovanka, he was in trouble earlier, but he managed to dig his way out of it, and now we're seeing a clear exchange advantage for Enriquez Villagra here, and he's just going to advance his king. It's as simple as that. The black king is going to stroll through on the light squares. White's bishop is bad. White has no pawn moves, no king moves. This is hopeless, totally hopeless now. No fortress here. The black d pawn being a pass pawn is also a bit of a bonus here for Enriquez, and yeah, not much to do. He gives up a pawn. He can't advance his king, and the black king's going the other way. This is a sad endgame.
Yeah, but Aki Beleg played so well, David. You know, winning the first game, such fantastic, and managing to find resources in every move, but he doesn't find the way here, and it is round 2 for Cristobal Henriquez Villagra. With that win, he moves on to the next round, and the emotions are all there. The defeat is as simple as being made to go home. You leave the competition, and that is that. It's the brutal nature of the single elimination format.
Yeah, it's sad. You can see the disappointment on his face there, Agi Bileg. As yeah, I've been there myself plenty of times. It is frustrating. And another player who looks like he's about to leave the event is Artush Neiksans. Unfortunately, he is currently a rook and a bishop down. He's pushing some pawns, but the white queen's going to give a check. Yeah, it's been a tough game for him. Positionally, he was struggling. Dynamically, he tried to sacrifice a rook earlier to give some checks, but he miscalculated. There was no perpetual check, and he finds himself in a hopeless situation. Jovanka, yeah, it's such small margins at this high level.
Yeah, and definitely it is very small margins, and also, you know, the clock ticking down, the tension building. I can understand why Neiksans wanted to sacrifice a rook. You know, the white king was originally on g1, and now he walked his way over to b1 to shelter, and now rook and bishop down, it's insufficient. And there's Neiksans. You can see Artus, you know, he's so disappointed, because you want to be making with all of your soul and all of your heart. You want to be qualifying to the next round, and here the dreams are just fading away. And where to go with the king after that check? And
it looks like we got a peek into the future with the result there, but Artus, he does resign, and yeah, that was tough for him. He was unlucky. He got drawn against someone who's vastly underrated, who has beaten Magnus Carlsen before in classical chess, and ultimately Artus does leave the event in the first round. Suleimanov, congratulations. We'll go over to one remaining game, or it has just finished actually. The top board. Robert Hovhannisyan did grind down his young opponent in an endgame, so Malaysia not getting their first ever player in round 2, unfortunately. But young Kevin Moyan here, he's going to be back even better in future, that is for sure. Just an FM at such a young age, but he's definitely got the potential to hit GM. He's proven that today.
Yeah. And as we expected, you know, it was a brutal round. You know, some players leaving the competition now. We saw some massive comebacks as well. So a lot more entertainment to be had. But John, wow, what a round it was.
It absolutely is, and we have further rounds of tie breaks on the cards as a result. I'm doing some quick counting here on the left-hand side of the screen. I can see 4 sets of pairings that are going to further tie breaks, and on the right-hand side, I think we have 2. So it looks like, by my eye, we've got 6 boards getting set up for 10 minutes plus 10 seconds next. you've got to be breathing a sigh of relief now. If you were a player in a must-win situation, getting to second tie breaks, that's fantastic, but you don't really have any time to enjoy those feelings of relief. If anything, I feel like, Jovi, it might lull you into a false sense of security when actually you've got mere minutes to prepare for coming back at it for round 2. And everyone's going to be thinking about, what openings did I play the first time round? What worked, what didn't? What am I going to have to do differently? It's a lot to take in.
It's definitely a lot to take in, John. As you mentioned, a lot of thoughts are going to be racing through the players' minds. They're going to be thinking, should they go for the same approach? Should they go to plan D? What to do if they get to this particular set of tie breaks? And for some players, it's like you say, you have to pace your energy, because if the players spend a lot of energy making that comeback win, they have to make sure there's something in reserve to play this particular format, because it's still 2 more games in the equation, still going to be your opponent in front of you, who's now beginning to get the measure of you as well. So we're going to be in for a lot of excitement. It's going to be unpredictable as always because of the nature of the format, but I for sure expect a lot of thrills and a lot of spills.
Look, chess is a game of no unknowns. Everything is on the chessboard, but we're now adding even more layers to the psychological preparation as 6 of our boards have tie breaks going into the second round. What are they going to play next? We're frantically getting the boards set up now so that we can facilitate bringing those to you. We're going to hop to a quick break, so grab yourself a tea or coffee, and when we come back, we're down to 10 minutes plus 10 seconds.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying it.
Brace yourself for a chess brawl. Nepo and Firuza dive into a wild Sicilian Najdorf at the Champion Chess 2 finals, where every move hits like a knockout punch and the tension is off the charts. Who will survive this rollercoaster ride? I am Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca. Let's find out together. Nepo goes for a positional approach. The idea is to pile up on the backward d6 pawn with rook to d1. a3 is a must, otherwise that knight on b4 will start tickling white in all the wrong places. Knight d7 is logical, but d6 suffers after knight d5. Black wants to get rid of its miserable bishop, but now the fragile d6 brother falls after knight c7. What on earth is Firuza doing? That knight on c5 is spicier than a plate of curry. But hold on, d2 is hanging too. After queen to g5, knight f3 is a looming threat, which is why king h1 is a subtle move. But Firuza is a fearless warrior. He throws h5 on the board, and after rook f1, queen f4 is a perfect bit of prophylaxis. After this slow move, black is already knocking on the king's door like an uninvited guest at a party. c3 is a blunder because allows h3, and now after queen d2 with a double threat, black gets material back. The winning move here was queen to e3, threatening mate on e1, and after a queen trade, black wins after rook c8, thanks to the mate on c1. But wait, Firuza played queen takes d4 instead, and suddenly white is back in business. We enter a roughly equal endgame, but white has a better structure and control of the d-file. Rook d6 starts making black sweat. Firuza plays rook to b8, thinking that knight takes a4 wasn't possible due to bishop d7. But after rook b6, white grabs a juicy extra pawn, and Firuza is left shaking his head. Nepo doesn't even blink, he just marches his pass a pawn down the board like a boss and seals the deal. What a ridiculous action-packed game!
Have you ever wished you could just play game after game against a coach who actually teaches you stuff? Imagine a coach that plays at your level, tailors challenges for you, and even gives you feedback while you play. Well, buckle up, because that's exactly what we built. Introducing Play Coach on chess.com. You can now literally play a full-on game against Coach, who talks to you, points out threats, praises your genius bishop moves, and gently roasts you for missing that fork that's been there for more than 5 moves. Here's how it works. Go to chess.com/play/coach, or just hit up Play Coach in the app. Pick your color, choose the difficulty, and boom, you're in. You can even customize your coach. Don't like their vibe? Change it up. Choose a new coach. Want more or less help? Toggle move suggestions, turn on or off threat arrows, the eval bar. You are in control. Coach will break down your play as you go. We're talking real-time feedback here. Strategic tips, motivation, compliments when you crush it, hints when you need them, all of it targeted exactly at your level. Total beginner? Coach will teach you opening principles, basic tactics, and king safety. More advanced? Then Coach will give you tips on pawn structure,
positional ideas, the works. So stop wasting time. Go to chess.com/play/coach, fire up a game, and actually start getting better. Coach is waiting for you on the board, and I'll see you around on chess.com.
Can you recommend us a series or a movie that you love?
Yeah, Peaky Blinders series.
I like Mission Impossible.
One of my favorite movies, probably Inception. Probably everybody has already watched it, but if you haven't, you definitely have to.
Everyone should see Lord of the Rings at least once.
I had quite a fun watching Better Call Saul.
Yeah, I guess RRR for people, I think a lot of people are enjoying.
Your favorite song these days?
Jay-Z or something is good.
Before the game, I often listen to AC/DC, like Thunderstruck.
Some Turkish, I don't know, some Turkish one.
So they're an Irish band. Yeah, again, nothing is coming to my mind. Yeah.
Bollywood, Hindi music. Otherwise, I like music from chess-based India reels.
If you could instantly learn any language, which one would it be?
The most useful would be, like perfect English, of course, but actually maybe Chinese would be cool. No?
I'm torn between Georgian, Nepali as well, but Nepali, it will just make me feel better that I speak my father's language, so yeah, Nepali probably.
Arabic.
Spanish is the right answer.
Spanish.
I say Sanskrit.
Welcome back to the tie breaks in round one of the FIDE World Cup 2025. We've had the first round of tie breaks now, 15 plus 10, and still there are 6 boards that need to be resolved by further tie breaks. So we go to 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. Things are really starting to spice up as we work out who the pairings are going to be for round 2. But first of all, let's take a look at who is going to be playing who on your screens in the coming minutes. Let's ask your thoughts. Maybe starting with you, David. What do you reckon about these matchups?
Well, I cannot wait for more games between Ante Burkic and Faustino Oro. They've been knocking chunks out of each other in the first 2 tiebreak games today. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what they have in store for us next. I'm also a big fan of Matuz Patel and Max Varmadam. So yeah, I'm going to be following those games and seeing if they can kind of take down the underdogs that have been causing them so much trouble so far today.
And how about yourself, Jovi? Is there anything in particular that you have an eye out for now that we've got 2 more Blitz games on the way?
Yeah, so there's been some surprises. I mean, one of them is Daniel Yuffa. I mean, there's still tie breaks. I mean, he's heavily outrating Shyam Thavarindaran. And so I'm expecting actually more fights there. I mean, it's been super, super close. I mean, but the main thing is that there's going to be a lot of exciting chess. And I agree with David. It's going to be all about Faustino Oro, 12 years old, playing like a titan.
It feels like nerves just don't get to him, does it? But we are about to get started into our games for round 3 of the tiebreaks. We actually have to say goodbye to David now, as he has a pre-arranged appointment for his Cirque du Soleil Trapeze artist audition. We hear, David, you've gotten quite far along in that process, so we wish you all the best, but we are going to be seeing you again on Wednesday.
That's right. I'll be back, folks. I'll be watching. Unfortunately, I have to depart, but I can't wait to join you again for more chess in round 2. It's just about who gets there. So enjoy in the meantime. And yeah, for those of you at home, you're in good hands. See you soon.
Thank you, David. And that brings us to the bird's eye view. 6 games in progress. And John, let's dive in. The games have kicked off, and let's head over. And I'm going to ask you, John, where do you want to go to? So we've actually had some really interesting there on the top left. We see Thavandiran and Daniel Yuffa. They're still arguing it out in a very aggressive variation of the Karakan. That's on the top left. And the other games are a little bit more slower, I would say, a lot more quieter. Although it does seem that Brikic and Faustino Oro are also battling heads in the Caro-Kann. So it seems like Faustino Oro has come to the games in a solid mood with the black pieces. So John, the pick is yours.
I think we have to go to board one first. I definitely want to see how Yufa is getting on. And also, it's just such an exciting, dynamic position that I'm really glad we actually have a second bite at the apple here, because you're obviously happy with, or at least broadly happy with how things are looking from the black perspective. I'm looking at the advanced pawns from white. I'm looking at the commitment of playing g4 this early. And there's a big part of my brain that's thinking, I need something for this, for the lack of development on the queen side, for the fact that I'm pushing everything forward. But you can't necessarily see that much in the position without getting more pieces involved. So this is very much a weapon that they're choosing to use to try and unsettle an opponent. But in the first set of tiebreaks, it didn't work, Jovi. Yet we're going here again.
No, we're going here again, but there has been like a little like wrinkle in the variations. So earlier on in the first game, David told us that the correct move is knight to e5 as indicated by the blue arrow, but there white chose a different path going g5, and the game developed where actually Yufa had probably an advantage. And as we fast forward to the game position, you can see that knight e5 was the move played. So Shyam managed to update himself on the theory, and that's what we're seeing here. So now we're seeing super sharp chess where white has the h5 pawn, but this knight there is stuck, and the question of this knight being stuck on h4 is going to be a big issue coming on to the middle games. You know, black obviously has to defend it with the bishop coming to e7. I don't think, I was going to say, I don't think you're going to go g5, but g5, of course, makes an appearance. And the main thing is you want to be securing that knight, and with this rock solid pawn formation, it's going to be all about getting that king to safety. And as you mentioned, just saying to white, hey, you've overextended. And now this is like an even more forcing with hg6. I wasn't expecting this, because it's running the risk that a lot of pieces will become traded off and there won't be too much action left on the board.
It feels weird, doesn't it? Like, it's almost like white and black had an agreement that we're just going to delete the G and H files and continue the game from there, which is all well and good, but the amount of tension that's on the board, it's just all evaporated, for lack of a better word. I don't particularly feel like there's anything biting going on for either player now, so this feels like it's the next steps in this game are going to be on fairly traditional lines, but without a king side to speak of. So are you happy maybe if you're black in this position, thinking, oh, I've got fewer things to worry about and my opponent with white has lost some of the pieces that they were trying to attack with in the early game? Who would you say this is better for going into the mid game?
I was going to say, look at this. This is a decision to be made, you know, and I indicated with arrows, you know, there were two ways of meeting that particular attack. You could block it with the bishop, and then that kind of felt like it was going to be like a quieter game where everything had just been, or you could go for fire, you know, queen b6, and then, I mean, carry players tend to be pretty greedy, right? When we get given the choice of winning this particular pawn, we tend to go for it. And here it's going to be even really spicy, because here, you know, white is saying, you can have my queen side, but this knight is offside there on h8, and this king is going to be none too safe. So I think this one is going to get very fruity. And yeah, it's difficult to call. And Yufa here is signaling some aggressive intentions. And he's got more time than he started with. So that's a little bit worrying as well, because it indicates that he's perhaps seen this position before and studied at home.
So do we think that maybe then that Yufa's mentality here is that, yes, I can take a pawn because keeping the initiative here is what's going to be important in this position, even if white plays rook b1 and we start sort of fighting over on the queen side of the board as well. The most important thing that black has is, you know what, I've got the advantage of being able to dictate what happens next, and Yufa now is maybe not in a much better position, but certainly in the driving seat in terms of what happens in this game.
Yeah, completely. I mean, just to kind of illustrate your point. In fact, I don't even need to do it because it's probably going to happen on our screens. Knight to d2 being played, and then John is just basically saying that after Black grabs the pawn, let me just put it up on the board. And then rook to b1, queen takes c2. You know, you might as well go the whole hog. White sets fire to the rain here, and there's going to be rook takes b7, and everything is going to hinge on attacking this king. And white is going to say the knight is the king's best friend, and the king can sit very, very happily on e2, and it's going to be completely crazy. Every move is going to carry with it a huge weight. And remember, they're playing the World Cup. You know, if they lose this, they might not make it through to the round 2. So that's what might happen. But that one is certainly super exciting. And if you don't go queen takes b2, then why did you go out with the queen on b6? You know,
right? That is the question.
It's offside.
In the variation you just showed, I was getting really quite scared because the plan for white looked like dark square domination for me. The king could go up to e2, you've got the queen moving across to f4, and suddenly there's all sorts of holes. Whereas for black, it felt like only the queen was attacking, and I was looking for where's the other piece to come in? Where's the knight supporting the queen? Where's the bishop coming out to? And I was struggling to see the plan for black as easily as for white.
Well, you only go into it if you absolutely know absolutely everything. And Yufa said, actually, no, I didn't know anything. I don't trust myself in that particular position because, as you mentioned, it's super, super sharp. So knight to g6. But now this allows castle's queenside, and white has actually stabilized the queenside. And now f4 is coming, f5 is coming. If white is allowed to blast open the position whilst the king is still there, then black is going to be in tremendous trouble. So this one is really teetering on the edge now for Yufa. He has to play tremendously accurately in order to hold the balance. So John, this is okay. Knight to g. Okay, I wasn't expecting knight to b3. I just get the king castled. I'm a big fan of playing in the classical fashion and just castling queenside. Do you want to stick with this game, or should we pay attention to what is happening on the other games?
I'm gonna ask you one more question about this position, but I think we should move to one of the other games. I also wasn't expecting knight b3. I was looking forward to f4, f5, but my question, which I hope is quite a natural one, would have been, if f4 got played instead, it's beginning to look like both players are convinced that b2 is a bit of a poison pawn. To what extent would that have been true if white played f4?
So if white had set fire to the rain even more by going this, well, you do allow a queen e3 check, but yeah, I mean, this is tremendously scary. Your instincts are spot on, John. I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't touch this one with a barge pole, because you can take rook takes b7 or maybe even f5, you know, and the king has that lovely hiding place on e2. You know, there's going to be no checks. But maybe your idea of just being, like, not even taking the pawn and going f5 and like, whoa,
f5,
scary times. And as you meet knight e5 with dropping the queen back anywhere, I probably would prefer queen to g3 because it defends d3. But yeah, so f4 would definitely have been an option, but maybe queen e3 was the worry, actually. You know, that would actually drive the king away and just cause some problems there. But it wasn't played, so knight to b3 instead was a choice. Knight to d7, and it's still, you don't want to be going f4 because of the queen e3 check, but instead we're seeing captures, and I'm expecting castle queenside. At some point, it feels like, you know, now is time to get the rook into the game. But
yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you want to try and get the other pieces into the action, right? It's been all fun and games. You've destroyed the G and H files. You've gotten rid of all the pieces there. At least get something out on the board now as we move to the next phase of the game. So exciting to see how this one continues to move forward. F4 wasn't played. We're seeing things I guess you could say cool down a bit, but really it's just a red flame rather than a blue one at the moment. Why don't we take a look at Brikic and Oro, because we were following them so much both yesterday and today, and I feel like they're in a fairly spicy position as well. So maybe you can introduce what's happened here. We still have stuff being pushed forward on the king side though, so plenty of similarities as well, at least as far as player intent is concerned.
Yeah, it's a different type of game than what we've seen before in the past. You know, there, Brikic was all intent on launching the surprise and putting Faustino under pressure right from the get-go. And here he's applying a different type of pressure than before. Here he's just saying, hey, you got no space. This bishop on g7 doesn't have a great future. I've seized a whole lot of space by going h4, h5. Alpha Zero style, and it's just going to be a whole lot more pleasant for white to play because there's no natural way for black to connect both sides of the board, whereas white does have that connection. This bishop is pointing to h6. You can even kind of think about going h6 at a later date just to kind of get yourself that good endgame advantage, John. You know, everyone is thinking, until the rise of Alpha Zero, everyone was like, oh, you know, you go this to go hg6, which you still may very well do. But it was after Alpha Zero, where Alpha Zero was just going h6. And then the whole point was that it was really good in endgame. You know, it just kept the king caged on g8 and kept the bishop bad on h8. So there's many, many levels to this particular position, and I like what is happening. And yeah, this is worrying for Faustino. He's completely on the back foot. He can't maintain his knight on e4, so he probably have to swap it off, and then there's going to be terrible pressure against e7. And you see here with this extra space, he's able to switch over to the king side, play on the queen side, and Faustino is just simply, for want of a better word, groveling.
The moves for white here felt relatively natural, like putting the knight onto g5 to try and target e4 makes perfect sense, and it doesn't feel like that Faustino has too many good alternative options. You obviously don't want to take the pawn on h5, you don't want to be ruining your pawn structure ahead of the ending or stuff like that. So if the solution is to liquidate, that's fine. But how do you then get out of these rather uncomfortable situations? And here you can see not the most natural move. If you fianchetto the bishop, it's not clear that you'd want to play a move like bishop f6, offering the trade and doubling your f-pawns here while white still has the pawn on h5. So you're absolutely right, Jovi. Very clear signs of discomfort here from our superstar.
Yeah. Was an uncomfortable position for black, and I just wanted to add that it was no way that black wanted to keep the knight alive on g5. You know, you could have retreated the knight, but then this would have just allowed for ideas such as queen to h3, you know, taking on g6, and then just targeting on h7. So you have to more or less get rid of that piece on your side of the board. And then after bishop f6, I kind of like what Faustino's doing, you know. I mean, just compare that with like advancing the rook to a7. It just feels a bit limp. So bishop f6, it kind of fulfills the whole rules that we have, you know, when you're struggling with space or you're struggling, you should make those trades. And a trade does indeed come. And the main reason why black's position is actually so uncomfortable is because of this pawn on h5, which is going to advance to h6. I was just going to say that. Because if that pawn were on h3, you know, let me just pick it up and put it there. Then, you know, black would be the one playing h5 and can go king to g7 and everything would be hunky-dory on the king side. As it stands, now Faustino is going to have to be so worried about his king safety on every move, right? You know, he's going to have to be thinking, is white got the possibility to generate something? And, you know, even he'll have to be thinking, you know, about, you know, defending this weakness on a6. White has control over the E line, and yeah, I mean, clamping moves such as g4, which is a little bit ambitious for now, but you know, white is the only one that is going to be building. And rook e8 played, and it's up to Brikic to find a way to make progress. But I've played him before, and he's so good at the endgame, John. he turned round a position against me. I mean, I wasn't winning or anything by any means, but it was slightly uncomfortable for him. And
Yeah.
he turned it around, and I was the one who was becoming more and more uncomfortable. I mean, he's just got a great feel for where to put the pieces, and he has the energy and the focus to work out exactly how to position his pieces. So maybe he's going to go a4, be maximalist about things, and try to secure this weakness on a6.
So, if we look at a lot of the fundamentals of this position, White has 2 pawn islands. I suppose you could argue it's 3 with the h6 pawn being so far removed. Black has 3 pawn islands. There's a weakness on a6. We've got the doubled pawns on the f file. It just feels like a lot of these fundamental chess principles going into this endgame seem to be stacking up in White's favor. But I've got a 2-part question for you here, Jovi. Sometimes what looks like a weakness might not actually be a weakness, and there's a way to use it to your advantage. So I don't want to just make the assumption that therefore White's much better in all lines. Maybe you still have to play the right idea. But the second question would be, if you're playing with Black, what's the correct strategy for trying to get counterplay out of this position, knowing that your king, for example, is locked down thanks to that pawn on h6? Are you playing against the half-open b line, or does b3 just completely put all of that to rest and actually you need something a bit more concrete? Where does Black generate the hope that we've been speaking about on this broadcast?
Well, basically, sometimes the beauty of chess is the art of doing nothing. And that's exactly what Black has to do. You have to react. That's it. Say, for instance, Queen d2 was played. So now the plan is to go Rook to e1. You react to that plan. If the plan had been like to break open with c3, c4, then you react. You respond to this particular pawn break. I must say one small thing, and that is that I feel like this trade of rooks has actually helped Faustino, because it was really dangerous if White had gotten complete control over the e line, and I felt the queen was very well placed on d3, eyeballing a6. And by making that trade, I feel like that's helped Black a little bit, and now this queen is keeping an eye on h6, so a6 is no longer a weakness anymore. So Faustino might have gotten away with it. I mean, you think he's slightly worse with queen f4 coming, a big threat of queen takes f6, but it's not critical like it felt like before.
They've moved faster than I can ask the question, because I was wondering whether Faustino was setting up g5 to play queen takes h6, and of course White plays queen f4 to prevent that from happening, because of course queen takes f6 means that that's not possible, so a direct counter to that move. But what you said earlier, Jovi, seems to be coming to pass now, in that pawn on h6 is locking so much down right now. It is the supreme thorn in Black's position, and the only way I can see Black maybe trying to break out of it is playing something like f5, g5, g6, king f7. All makes a lot of sense, but it takes a lot of moves to get there.
Yeah, I'm with you on correcting the pawn structure, going f5, but White's plan is isn't it going to be up the board, take control, target the king. You know how I was saying about AlphaZero style chess, that h6 is a really good positional thorn. Black can't play with that free hand. It's constantly going to be worried about the king. And one thing in Faustino's favor, though, is he is up on time. He's 4.5 minutes. And again, his position, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with it. I think he's going to go f5. And I suspect that he might do a twist on your plan, John. I think he might go queen f6, g5, and try and snatch that. That's if White does nothing.
That's got to be a point, right? Like, with the pawn on h6 being so far advanced, it's either a strength or a weakness, and Black's job is to try and convince White that it's more of a weakness than a strength. So this is very, very interesting stuff indeed. I'm conscious that we have a big eval bar swing. and I'm very familiar with the Hausker's laws of commentating, and I thought maybe we could do a quick duck in to Max Varmadam's game, where it looks like he's had a big swing. I wouldn't say winning, but certainly a very, very comfortable position against Babu at the moment, and there's a potential opportunity here for White to capitalize and take a point advantage into the second half of these second set of tiebreaks.
Yeah, so we just left Faustino making an excellent move with queen to e4. And yeah, we've got to be following the evaluation bar. And Max Varmadam, he won his last game on demand as well. And it's looking good. And it's just looking good on the positional things. Because this bishop on b7 is so bad.
You know what? The X next to that move is getting me to ask the obvious question. So I'm guilty here. This is my 3-minute low elo player brain talking. What was wrong with knight d7 forking the rooks in that last position there? Because that is the first move I saw for the white pieces.
I think nothing wrong.
Just being greedy and materialistic, and hey, let's just play the first cheeky move I can see. But that does look pretty. I mean, the knight is very good on c5, but if I can exchange that for a rook, I feel like it's even stronger.
I completely agree. He should have gone knight to d7. But the thing is, though, like the grandmasters, John, they don't care about material. What they care about is like having the initiative, having simple play. And I think if you go back just very briefly and just have a look at this knight to d7, not to look at it, but just to kind of understand, you do let this bishop on b7 out of the equation. And whereas if we check out the position here, the bishop is locked out of the game. Which one is easier to play? It's easier and more uncomfortable for black to play with that bishop jammed. So I think that was the whole reasoning. If it was a classical game, then I'm sure knight to d7 would have got serious consideration. But here, dynamism, simplicity is going to account for a lot. And I got to say, white is still better, like much better. And you can see that in the evaluation bar. It's like, okay, this bishop on b7 ain't getting out.
I feel really conflicted if I was playing with the white pieces here, because my natural gut reaction would be to play b4 to cement that knight on c5, because the only way it gets traded off now is a knight trade. The light squared bishop can't do anything. Look at that glorified pawn on b7. But after I play those moves and I'm thinking, great, there's an open d file, everything's secured on dark squares, I'm feeling happy about myself. I then ask myself, what's the breakthrough? What's the square that I'm going to be able to bust through on the D? And the reality is there isn't anything. I've locked everything down, but there's no follow-up. And that's what I'm struggling with that follow-up plan for white.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. It's all about white kind of crashing through, getting something material in return for what is fantastic positional play here. And you've got loads and loads of space. But I was just going to say, you really want to be keeping your pawn on b3. And this is something that I've learned from David, actually. You know, David, in all his years as commentary, he loves to have pawns dominate the knights. And that pawn on b3 makes sure that it can't jump to c4. And that's it. And now, here we're going to see probably the white's best move is maybe go knight takes a6. But it's also now tempting to go b4 and cement that knight onto c5. But the problem there is, I guess, that the knight goes back and then jumps in again. And difficult decision to take, actually, when you just have minutes left on your clock. And you want to also keep control. And that's something that Max Varmadam is doing right here in this game. And I think that's because of the match situation and because of nerves. You just want to win the game without taking too much risk. And now c-pawn is going to drop off. Queen takes c6 in the air. Can you do it right now? In fact, you can, and you have a nice back ranker. Now, will he spot that one?
That is really nice. Queen takes c6. You can't take the queen because of rook takes rook. You can't take the rook because of queen takes queen. Cheeky little one-move tactic gets played. Queen takes c6 on the board from Max Varmadam, and choosing your opportunities there a little bit, Jovi. There might have been positional opportunities a little bit earlier on, but Max Varmadam choosing to play it safe, not because he didn't think his position was better, but because he thought actually maybe a better opportunity will come along if I go down this continuation instead. So the graph, the eval bar, doesn't tell the full story here, and now he is putting his opponent under significant pressure.
Yeah, now he's just a pawn. Pardon me, he's not actually a pawn to the good, because he had all that compensation and black had that extra pawn. So now he's equalized the material, but he has a fantastic bishop on g2, and this dude over here on c8 ain't getting into the game. A big question is, like, are you going to go rook takes d8? And do you remember? Yeah, and he's going for it. And one thing I want to say is that you always got to make a hiding place for your king, and sure enough, it happens, because the queen wants to get into the game, and you don't want to be fussed with calculating what are the consequences after some queen to d1. So just tuck the king on h2, and that's that. And for Lalit, you know, this is an exercise in groveling. He has to just find ways to kind of sit tight, but he's not doing it. He's an active player. And wow, decision time. Take the queen, go into the bishop endgame. There's no coming back from that decision, so I'm not sure he's going to go for it. No, he doesn't.
And it's all about, like, if I was white, I was desperately trying to get the move e5 in, there you go, and just cement the bishop into that quadrant of the board. Moves getting played very, very quickly now. It's 2 minutes 40, plays 1 minute 20, as you guys can see here. So Babu under a lot of time pressure, still trying to figure out how to activate that bishop on c8, which can't come out. There's literally no way for that bishop out right now. So what's plan B? Probably bringing the king into the game somehow so that you can put the queen on a dark square and offer to trade. But white's got plans of his own.
Yeah. And one of the things I was just wanted to point out is that the king has a nice hiding place on h3. So as long as all you have to see is that, and once that's calculated, you can put the bishop onto c6. Okay, he goes king h3 first of all. It's still the same idea that the bishop is going to swoop in, because this queen is such a good defender on d7. And the thing is about a queen being a defender, once she's attacked, she's got to move. And then you can infiltrate via d8, b8, c7 is another possibility. And as long as this king, as long as His Majesty has a home, then you don't need to be worried about any perpetual checks. And here is a difficult position for Lalit here. It's difficult to recommend anything. And the prime culprit is this bishop on c8, which is just not getting in.
Is there anything to be said for what we discussed earlier about doing nothing? Can black find a way to hole up and say, there's nothing you can force me to do without, I don't know, offering a trade of queens or something, and therefore that's my ticket to holding on? Is that what the plan is here?
I think he's offered the queens up for trade, so we might see him do something like that as well, just shuffling and just trying to hold the fort. Just like Gandalf said, you shall not pass. That's about it. So the bishop swoops in. That's a good move. And then queen to d8. And Max refused the trade once. I think he's going to refuse it again. The queen on
question
d6
mark
is so
there.
active.
Super surprised, Jovi, because that was absolutely the natural move. We were talking about it for ages. I'm so surprised there's a question mark against that.
Yeah, and that's one of those things when the most natural move. But we were also reading the storyline from the playbook. You know, we had access to the knowledge of Lalit from before. You know, how he offered a trade of queen, so it didn't come as a surprise that he was banking on the bishop endgame to hold him. And the problem here, though, is that black is just doing nothing. I mean, you can throw in queen a7 again, king f8, and gain a little bit of time on the clock. Still, there is some problems. Okay, bishop b7. That's a nice move. Go into a queen endgame. The king on h3, perfectly safe. I mean, this is the way forward, and it's so simple, John. I love it.
Okay.
He's just saying, swap off queens, and I will pick off the a6 pawn, and my king is perfectly safe. And it's happening right now. So Max Varmadam, it looks like he's set to win the first game in the 10+10 tiebreaks.
All of the maneuvering all of the potential queen swaps, leading to a position where I'm going to force you to give up the a6 pawn if you're trying to force any piece trades whatsoever. And this is forcing now.
Yeah, this is over. I mean, you can't even go up the board with the queen because there's going to be queen to d6 check, and the a-pawn is going to make its way to the queening square, so you can't get active with the queen. You have to vacate the d-line, and that means that the e-pawn is going to be falling, and the white king still perfectly safe. So it's over. And it's just a question of whether Babu will carry on, and he steps up with the king, but checks. And you can centralize your queen a little bit more. Queen e4. It's a golden rule in queen and pawn endgames. Queen works best in the center. And I imagine that the a-pawn will now start its march, because the h1 square is covered. Even better. This is sadistic. You know, now the king is completely safe and the a-pawn can just advance over. No more checks
There's
to be had.
nothing much you can do.
a6.
Absolutely not. And that's yeah, I mean a6, and if the queen tries to get involved, you've got queen b7, haven't you? So this is just unstoppable now at this point. You need 2 moves to get to a checking position on f5. White just needs 1 move to move his queen back to f3. There's this is absolutely brutal. We're choking the life out of the position, not even pushing the a-pawn yet. This really is a bit sadistic now.
He wants to swap of queens. Is Max Varmadan just playing the most accurate chess? Like, look at this. Is not afraid to give up the h-pawn, because if the king goes king takes h5, you can go queen h4 check, and the queens come off the board, and this a-pawn has a free path all the way, and he has victory for Max Varmadan. He takes the lead in the match.
I'm going to swing us straight to another game because there's been action all over the place. I would love to go to Gauche. He's doing very, very well, Aronyak Gauche, against Mateus Bartel. So we have to go straight over here. Gauche, of course, an international master, although 2514 has got a very much the rating of a GM, incredibly strong player. And we have an endgame here where, okay, queen versus rook and knight. On paper, you're thinking, right, that's fine. But then you count 3 whole pawns to the good and you go, hang on a second, what's going on here? This is going to be a relentless march to victory.
Yeah, totally. There's no stopping those pawns. It's mission impossible. And yeah, rook and knight against the queen. I mean, they struggle at the best of times when material is equal. But here with 3 pawns to the good for white, and that's going to be over because the white e-pawn was going to be advancing. And it does seem like the player with the white pieces in this particular matchup seems to be winning that one. So the trade of blows, they keep on continuing. So let's go back to our bird's eye view and see some of the other games in progress. We're deep in the endgame in the 3 remaining boards. Shall we have a look at the game between Faustino Oro?
Ooh, well, in honor of David Howell, should we leave the long rook and pawn endgame till after we look at Adley Gregorian? How do you feel?
Okay.
If David was here, that game would last another 7 hours. But maybe let's check in with Adley. But you're right. I feel like Brikic Oro is absolutely where we should go next. So we've got a pair of knights on the board here as well, both sides with 2 pawns. But Gregorian's pawns are very far apart. They're on the A and G files, whereas Adley's pawns are connected on F and G. What does that mean for who's attacking and who's defending in this endgame? It looks balanced, but it looks really quite technical and tricky.
Yeah, it is tricky, and you often judge these things. Oh, by the way, talking about tricky, there was knight to e5 in the equation. So I'm not sure who's actually playing for the win, so to speak. So, I mean, the knight on e5, once it arrives there, it's going to be very powerful, tying down its counterpart there on e3. But white does have some possibilities. Like if the rooks were, for instance, exchanged off, then the a-pawn would be so strong. I mean, it would be acting as a decoy to divert the king and the knight over to the queen side so that the white king could snake its way through. And now with the presence of rooks though on the board, the problem though is that knight to e5, and if the g-pawn falls, then it's going to be black that is going to be pressing hard for the advantage. So either you throw in a check, and again, question where to go with everything. So king up the board, rook c3. Yeah, now there's no knight to e5. So I think we might be seeing some form of repetition because both sides are active enough to balance this out.
So if the rooks come off, significantly stronger for white, but at the same time, black's got some excellent squares for his knight if white sits there to do nothing. It feels like it's very dynamic, but because of those strengths in very different parts of the board, it's quite likely that with perfect play, this will end up as a draw. But when it's 2.5 minutes playing 30 seconds, Jovi, I'm so hesitant to say. If they had 45 minutes each in a classical game, you could almost write this one now. But this is such a different situation, and they're under so much pressure right now.
Right, and there you're seeing different attempts at repeating the position. Yeah, if the rooks come off, you know, it would certainly be white who is pushing for the win. But with the rooks on the board, you know, white has the more passive rook. And I suspect, in terms of the match situation, that Adley might be feeling a little bit more emotional about this. He, after all, you know, did start off the day with a win. Yes, and then he lost the last game. And so somehow he just wants to kind of get back to it. And rook f4, rook f3 potentially in the air. I mean, I don't think there's anything too dramatic for either side. But I think black's dream would be to kind of keep that pawn on a3, and somehow teamwork makes the dream work, get the king to snake up to e4, and then you start harassing the knight on e3. And king h3, interesting. What's stopping the king from coming up?
So I guess the idea is, yeah, I'm guessing he moves out of the way. Like rook f3 looks scary, but if you play king g2, you can't take the pawn because the king is busy attacking f3 as well. So you're just about holding that together. Visually though, it looks very, very scary for white.
Yeah, visually white does look like they're in control, but you know, they have the extra time on the clock, and Gregorian seems to be so focused. You know, I think he's very happy with the draw. You see him go king h3, king g3, and well,
okay,
it is Adley. I think he wants to come in with a king to, but of course Gregorian is not letting him.
So it looks like this game's probably going to be going on for a little while because they're going to try and outmaneuver each other and force them into a mistake. Should we check in very quickly with Faustino's game against Brickich?
Yeah.
And then there's only one other game, so let's check in here and then go Ufa afterwards.
Well, here you have your rook and pawn endgame. Faustino is the one who's got that extra pawn, so he's going to be trying to win this. Unfortunately, these two pawns are like the worst type of pawns you can have for rook and pawn endings. And I say this because if, for instance, you were to swap off the g pawns, then it would just be a draw, just easy draw, now that the white king is super close to the king. And also the same goes with the, if black were to ever go like h4, then also it would be a draw. You'd simply capture that, and you're just, you know, you can even sit with your rook and your king on the bank rank, as we called it in Stavanger for Norway Chess, because we were playing in a bank. The back rank, you can just sit there on the back rank with your king and your rook, because this king needs a little bit more space on the right side of the board in order to kind of work its way around. But as it stands, it doesn't look like there's going to be anything other than a draw. I mean, white is just gonna wait. Is the art of doing nothing, John.
So Jovi, just to be clear, if the g pawns were swapped off and black is left with the h pawn, that is super easy, dead drawn. If black somehow manages to swap the h pawn for white's g pawn, it's still drawn. It was false hope.
Still draw. Yeah, you can just literally
okay.
sit. You can sit on the back rank with your rook and your king. You can just shuffle around. And the point is that in order to create some danger, you need actually 2 lines on the right side of the board. So this is why this defense only works with the G pawn, only works with the H pawn. And in fact, rook pawns are so bad that the white king has to be cut off 5 lines. The defending king has to be cut off 5 lines.
Wow, okay.
The person with the rook pawn in order to win. So here he just has to shuffle, and yeah, it is ultimately a draw. I mean, what is not a draw though is if you swap off rooks. That's like the worst thing.
Well, yes, okay. Yeah, exactly. So they're going to keep trying here for a little bit. Unfortunately, the worst pawns to try and convert this sort of situation with, that's fine. We'll see if he can, but you're right. There's no way to do this without eliciting some sort of mistake from your opponent. Let's now take a look at the other board. We have Daniil Yufa against Shyam Thevandiran. And right now, they are... I'm trying to make heads or tails of this bishop versus knight endgame. The eval bar shows us dead in the middle, but this looks... How complicated is this really? How deceptive is that?
I don't think it's very deceptive, John. I think it's just a straight up draw because it's a fortress. This knight is just going to shuffle, you know, shuffle backwards and forwards. And the problem with bishops is that they can only work on one color complex.
Oh, wow.
And once again, it's a draw between these guys. They cannot make headway. Yeah. I mean, that was the problem, that, you know, whilst the white king is on f5, you know, the black king would stay guarding the pawn. So that means there's 2 games remaining. Where should we go? Should we go to the Faustino Oro and see whether my in-game knowledge... Well, the H pawn is now gone, so everything is completely even here. And yes, you might win the G pawn, but look, you can go rook f8 check and go rook f1. Like, this is like the most passive way, and I think he's going to do that. Rook f1, castles kingside, and now you can just sit here and shuffle along. There's nothing to be done because yep, he's going to be shuffling, and now the king comes. The problem is that, you know, if there another line, then the rook can come over. Let's pretend there's an I line and give a check on I1.
Sure, yeah, of course. That wins the game on the spot.
Yes. But because the rook doesn't have too much to play with, I mean, we call it the short side in rook and pawn endings, and there we're seeing a whole lot of shuffling. But it's a dance to the inevitable draw. And
you can see Faustino's body language as well, sort of looking away from the board, realizing, my opponent knows what he's doing.
Oh, I was just going to say, if you slid over the king, then the white king would have been...
Under promote to a knight. Love to see it. I don't even think the DGT picked it up, but we saw it on the camera. That was delightful. So Faustino Oro then, holding Grandmaster Ante Brikic to a draw. And because Faustino has drawn with the black pieces, in the next 10-minute plus 10-second game, he'll have the white pieces. That's got to be a big opportunity for the youngster here.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw how impressive he was in the first game today with the white pieces, you know, choosing that opening to perfection. And talking about perfection, well, the perfect result in chess is a draw, and that's exactly what we're going to be getting here. This is a little bit more tricky for the defender here because there is the presence of the f-pawn, which means that we won't see a kind of back rank defense that we saw in the other game. But what we're going to be seeing instead is that the white rook will set up some kind of checking blockade, you know, or park itself either on a3, but or a2, you know, maximum check-in distance. Here he's got it all perfectly done. He's just making sure that there's no f5, and now this is the worst pawn. Well, not the worst pawn, one of the bad pawns, and draw is going to be green. And
wow. Huh?
Future has been shown, and I think the players just play so quickly that I will Yeah, we can just follow the camera here as we got a glimpse.
We've broken the
into
internet.
future. I think we have. I mean, often we're kind of complimented for our predictions, but it's very rare that the engine starts predicting a path that the players will be taking. But
I mean,
Adley
I
seems
like
to be
this, right?
very
In other esports, you complain about lag. You left click, oh, nothing's actually happening. It's a half a second delay. Well, in chess, the opposite happens. It turns out you accidentally just see 10, 15 moves into the future. So whatever problem other esports have, chess has accidentally just solved it.
Well, we're going to see what the computer predicted, which was the advance of the f-pawn. And now he just keeps the rook on the board. It's the easiest one. You don't need to work out any king and pawn endgame. And just slide over. And then the whole thing is that the rook will provide a little checking safety net. And no, I mean, what you can do is you can put the rook on a3 and just say that there's not going to be any checks. But there we're seeing that white is just very content with advancing the king and making sure that the king's barricade of the g4 square holds firm. A draw, so that means everything is tied for this match, but it seems like Adley a little bit disappointed by that result.
The body language there certainly says it all. Adley looking a lot more serious, a little bit disappointing. Gregorian, a knowing smile on his face as well. So interesting to note. So here is what is going on going into the halfway point. Remember, we did have some decisive results, but we have to play the second leg of these tie breaks as well. So we're going to get another game where the colors are reversed. Big chance now for the players with the white pieces where the scores are still tied.
Absolutely. Big chance for the player of the white pieces. They're the ones that are going to be able to get that surprise in. And some players are really on the back foot, right? You know, we see Raja Ritpik. He is in a must-win situation against the 2024 World Junior Champion, Kazibek Nogebek. The winner of that match will go on to play Gukesh. So much at stake. But for some players, see the disappointment on their faces. Like Adley, he really wanted something more with the black pieces from that position that he had. And we might be seeing an upset, John. If Aroniak Ghosh, he manages to hold with the black pieces against Matthias Bartel, who's in a must-win scenario, we might be very well seeing our second international master progress to round 2.
So Yufa, Adley and Oro have the potential with the white pieces now to cement their positions in round 2. Bartel fighting for his life. Will we see an underdog victory on that board as well? The colors get reversed. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's the next 10-minute plus 10-second game. Welcome back, everybody. This is not just round one, not just the tie breaks, not even the first round of tie breaks. This is the second round of tie breaks, and it's game 2. So it's 10 minutes plus 10 seconds per move for everybody. The players have just sat down, and I want to give some kudos here. Commendations to the organizers. We have gotten started pretty much straight away after they sat down. So Jovi, we're going to dive straight into the chess and pick a game from our bird's eye view. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Let's go there. I mean, I think it's the players. The players are so eager to get going. For those players that have lost, they just want to get back in the ring and they want to have another shot. Know that this could be their last chance, their last try in this particular event. And let's head to where the action is. And some players, you know, they're kind of keeping it kind of quite solid. And some players in a must-win situation. Shall we have a look at those players who have to win on demand? So those are Babu Lalit, Matthias Bartel, and Ritvik. Ritvik actually needs to win with the black pieces. So take your pick, John.
I'm going to select Ritvik because I do not think we saw his game against Noguerbek last time around, and I feel like we owe him a bit of coverage. So I'd love to go to Ritvik's game, please.
Okay, we're in there. And talking about sharp openings, you know, in a must-win situation, and what do? You play the sharpest opening that is around in d4, and that is the Botvinnik variation and the Sami-Slav. And it's just a crazy position. You know, white normally tends to go g3, go bishop g2, get the king castled. Not the queen, but the king castled on the king side, and black is kind of putting the bishop on b7, getting castled with the queen side, and hoping that the queen side is gonna give enough ammunition in the long term. So it's a super complicated position, but I see that no g3 has been played, and my knowledge is quite ancient on this one, you know, because when I was growing up, everyone and anyone was going g3, getting that home for the king, but maybe bishop to e2 is going to be the choice. Same kind of option, same kind of idea. You get your bishop onto the long diagonal to meet its counterpart and get ready to get the king to safety, because if you don't do that, then unfortunately you're playing without this rook on h1.
This looks kind of wild. I feel like it's very similar to the game we took a look at earlier today, where everyone agreed to just eliminate the G and H files, except on this occasion it's only black that got the memo. So the absence of those pawns and the psychology of how scary this attack will look, I get that until very recent. In fact, I think until bishop e2, the eval bar suggested, oh yeah, this is booked, this is very chilled out. I'm looking at this position and I am anything but chill. The last thing I want to do here is go kingside into those open files. This is very scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's very scary in general, John. You don't touch an opening like this unless you know absolutely every single wrinkle there is to know. Because you could easily find yourself tricked. So for instance, you know, if you just waste around too much, white might be putting the bishop on f3, and there's going to be unpleasant stuff happening along this diagonal with knight takes. In fact, knight takes b5 is like an immediate threat right now, because you're going to go bishop f3. So you have to take some steps towards that. Luckily, it literally is like the most natural move in the position. You're either going to go bishop b7, you're going to get your knight to a6, or maybe even your knight to... No, maybe not. Knight to d7 is not a good move. That's one thing you don't want to be doing, because bishop f3, and you still have issues on how you're going to be defending against problems on this diagonal. Remember, knight takes b5 is a tactical issue, and wow, what is that? Now that wasn't on my database, and it wasn't on my radar for good reason. But Ritvik wants a fight, and he's showing that he's gonna get it now. What to do here? Like, I mean, the option. This is a threat.
Yeah, this is. I'm not actually seeing an easy way to defend the pawn on d4. So. And this is me spitballing here, Jovi, so tell me where it breaks down. Is the critical line something like knight takes b5 followed by f3 and you just eat the check?
Right. That's what I was just thinking as well. Because you remember how I was saying, you got to do something with this potential going bishop to f3. And our rook h4 is like literally baiting us to do it. So whilst the players are thinking and the position is so sharp, let's do it. Let's do it, John.
It's like calling the bluff, right? What is the one place in the position that white can't defend? Oh, it's d4. Fine, I'm going to play rook h4 and just absolutely call your bluff. So now I'm guessing rook takes d4 is some sort of critical line. And what does white do then?
I guess you move the queen to e2. I don't see it. I don't get it. It can't be this. This is not what black signed up for. Because the rook is going to be falling on a8, and it's not like you can trap that piece. So that can't be the big plan. So knight takes b5. I mean, is there something funky? I mean, knight
How do you not take the knight, though?
Yeah, you have to take the knight. Bishop f3. I mean, there must be something here. I mean, there must be something odd that's happening here. And I don't see what the plan is. I don't get it. Maybe let's see if the engine can help. Okay, the engine is also suggesting some weird and wonderful moves like e5. Wouldn't have been on my radar.
How does that help?
This is also the question, like, can you be maximalist about this and go like here? And the answer is no. And in fact, you lose after, like, if you block. Because after queen takes, king takes, the bishop comes out to here. So that must have been, like, the deep plan. And in fact, that's it. Knight b5 has been played. So
no way.
We need to move from analysis. Yeah, it literally was played.
Okay, well, double exclam. So let's take that to begin with. But this is getting mighty complicated.
Well, it's either like complicated or winning for white. And yeah, I don't know. Did you catch the reaction, John, from black? Were they kind of like?
No, I saw Nokia look away, like glance away to his right hand side and give us a bit of a smirk. But it was one of those smiles where I couldn't tell if it was because he's just realized he's made there's a mistake down the line, or if it's because he thought he did something brilliant. You could have told me it meant either one and I would have believed you. It wasn't something I could really read that heavily into. But knight takes b5 has been played. We imagine bishop f3 is the follow-up here. And obviously the pawn on d4 is being sacrificed. So the question will then be, what does black get out of it?
Yeah, and we've already established not much. So it just means that Kazibek is got a really, really nice position. His king is pretty safe. He's going to pick up the rook on a8. And because the position is so kind of critical so early on, maybe we can just dive into analysis one more time. C takes b5, bishop f5. I don't know about you, John, but I was not inspired by this with the black pieces. I mean, maybe you can do something like this and trap the bishop, maybe. E4. Help me out, John. Suggest some aggressive moves because I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, for black. Oh goodness,
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not sure. The most I can do is sort of keep e4 is a good move to keep the bishop where it is, but there's not much you can do beyond that.
Maybe this, and then you want to go bishop to d3. This is the analysis position, so we can go. Yeah, it doesn't. It just feels a little bit like a shot in the dark. But maybe this is the best try, actually. Maybe
I'm
black
almost
has
looking
to
at.
Do this.
Is there stuff like? I was also... I can't quite make it work. I was looking at the idea of castles, bishop d3, and then can you play your queen out to a square like h5, where it's like, yeah, you can take the exchange if you want, but I've got like something else coming, and I can't quite make it work because the black queen is keeping an eye on h8, but that's sort of where my mind is headed right now.
Yeah. No, I understand this need to kind of keep it tight. But okay, I just peeked. And apparently there's only one way, and that's queen to f3, but it's also quite logical because you kind of set up a pin. Grandmasters, they like to pin, and then you're going to back it up with castles, and then you're just going to enjoy the extra material. So that was like maybe the best that we did. But let's go back to the game. And c takes b5, bishop f3 on the board. And now for Raja, he needs to find the best move to set problems. And the engine is telling us that the blue arrow is like rook takes d4 is the best. But
oh, good. So I got the best move. I can't tell you why, but that's better than nothing, I suppose. But you're right. It does feel like that Nogairbek here is. I wouldn't say cruising because this is ridiculously complicated, and e5 actually shows up on the board as well. So if anything, that demonstrates just how difficult this is.
Yeah, and this is actually where we looked at this. We were like, you don't take the pawn on e5. Instead,
this was the surely not variation.
Surely. Don't call me Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley.
I had to tell you. I'm sorry.
Oh, man.
But it's just you and me. I feel that we can take liberties and quote from Airplane. So I'm expecting White to get out of there. Castles, and get out of there with the king. And yeah. Yeah, no,
what do we do from here then? I feel like black needs time, right? Because even if I got to a position where, if I'm thinking about where black's minor pieces want to be, the bishop probably needs to be on e6. You have the opportunity to bring the knight back, but half the point is that bishop on f3 that took a rook is essentially getting away with it for free. So even though black's remaining pieces look like, you know, in 3 or 4 moves, they can be in relative harmony and feel like they're flowing quite well together. I'm just not sure it's enough to make up for the material deficit that he suffered as a result of this. Castles on the board.
Yeah. Castles on the board. And I think, I mean, black made a big mistake allowing knight takes b5, but I think the best that he can hope for is getting some kind of connect 4. Pity David's not with us right now because he'll be appreciating that particular pattern. But I think that's the best he can hope for. And then, you know, just enjoying good pawn structure and maybe hoping to kind of muddy the waters in that way. But John, whilst this game is still complicated, even though White is objectively winning, maybe we go and take a glance at some of the other games in progress. And again, we got to follow the evaluation bars. And I'm seeing that Ahmed Adli is doing very well on the clock and on the boards. And I meant to say on the board, not the clock.
Yufa's position looks a bit wild.
Yufa position also, that's in the top left. That looks crazy. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the game. Bartel against Gauche. And remember, Mathieusz Bartel.
And Bartel's in a must-win.
White pieces. He's in a must-win situation. And I'm just going to bring it up. And wow.
Oh, look at that on the camera. Big reaction there. And you can see Bartel effectively has whiplash how quickly he actually flew back in his seat there. And in knight h4, that was, oh my goodness, that was a huge one mover from Bartel. And the pressure of the occasion in the tie breaks at the World Cup proved to me just a little bit of a step beyond. And Gauche is able to bring it to round 2 of the World Cup. Aronyak Gauche, international master, makes it through.
He makes it through. And what an upset as well. Mathieusz Bartel shaking his opponent's hands, offering his congratulations. I mean, what a sport. But yeah, we just joined in when knight h4 just simply gave black a rook. And What an upset. It took, 2 tie breaks to get there, but Aronia Ghosh, that's a name to watch out for in the second round. So where should we go to, John, after that one? Shall we go to...
I'll tell you what I want to go to. I want to go to bed and have a lie down for about 5 minutes, but we've got other games ongoing. Let's go with your instinct and take a look at Adley's game, where he seems to be doing reasonably well against Gregorian, even though, for both sides, this looks pretty scary. The eval bar is telling me a story that my brain is refusing to accept right now.
I mean, I have to also take a step back from this type of position. First up, I have to count the pieces, and you see that white has an extra knight on the board, and the black queen has infiltrated onto e1. The knight is attacking the queen on f3, so she has to move, unless... No, there's no good counter. And you have to maintain connection with the knight. Unless the queen is going to get trapped, and she's not going to get trapped. So, queen h3, a nice move. Keeping counter-attacking possibilities against this knight. And queen g3. Oh no, but if you have to trade off queens, then it just means that the piece is going to start. But this is still massively complicated, John. I mean, because if you go queen takes g3, then after the capture, this knight on h2 doesn't have any threats. I mean, any threats? It doesn't have any squares, let alone threats.
It doesn't have anything.
So, no. So you have to kind of sidestep with the king to h1, and then it gets a bit spicy because, there's pawn takes g4 in the air, and only computers will feel completely at home in this type of position.
I'm really scared of the long-term repercussions of h takes g4, just in principle. The queen trade does happen. Oh, wow, this is interesting. So we've gone g takes h5 instead and says, yeah, my knight doesn't really have any good squares, but I also just don't need to move it.
And what's quite funny as well, the knight on h4 doesn't have too many squares. It's just got f3, and that's about it. So no g takes h2, which is what the move I was expecting. And I can understand Adley giving back material in order to clarify the situation. And bishop to g2, given a question mark, but I understand. You want to cover the f3 point, and I'm expecting pawn takes knight now. That's must, because otherwise the knight will hide away on f1. And here, this is a messy position, John. White is a pawn up, but it's not that much of a pawn for the time being. And black is super active with the rook and the knight coming in, and it's got some good squares. These pawns on e4, they could potentially be weak, and the white king isn't especially comfortable either. So I think Adley is better, but it's not easy at all. Shall we? Shall we leave this one?
If you take a look at the bishop on c1 as well, right? White needs 3 moves to get the rook stacked on the f line. Black needs 2. It feels like even though white's got the pawn up, black's got all the initiative and all the decisions on how to play the position. So I feel like this is very, very uncomfortable for white to try and prove that there's a material advantage here.
Whoa. Well, hey, you see, Ahmed is doing something fantastic here. This rook wasn't working. You improve your worst place piece, and he just went a5. He's gonna force open the b line, and then come in with the rooks to b7, and suddenly start asking questions to the king. So this is perfect. This is exactly what needed to be done, just to acknowledge that black is superior on the right side, white is better on the left side. And believe it or not, bishop h6 given a blue arrow, which means it's the only way for black to maintain the balance, and he doesn't find it. He goes knight takes. He takes on g2, and rook takes g2. You're just going to do like that. Rook takes g2, and I think you're going to keep this pawn alive. and that means you're going to be up material. Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Just for a second, I was thinking, okay, with that a5 pawn push, I was mentioning the problem with the rooks taking a little while to coordinate. I feel like there was some sort of acknowledgement of that almost over the board, where, okay, I'm just going to play on the other flank instead. But coming in to take on g2 is a very different follow-up. Bishop h6, admittedly, wasn't immediately on my radar, but I guess the idea is after the trade you have the king coming up to h6 and you can argue that the pawn is just dropping and therefore the material is restored, and maybe it's just as simple as that. Right now we still have an issue with coordination as far as the white rooks are concerned, because the black rooks are now coming in and causing some problems, so suddenly every tempo is going to matter.
Yeah. Well, black does eventually win back the pawn, but it's come at the cost of another one, and now you can snack on b6 because you have an answer to any potential checks. Rook a1 is going to be met by rook to b1, and that block is very, very nice. And the thing is about these pawns, they're on black squares, which means that these two can gang up on them as well. So it's looking, I would say, very problematic for Grigorian, and with a loss that means he's out of the competition. He doesn't get a right of reply, so to speak.
All of the pressure now on Karen Grigorian and Ahmed Adli pushing for a victory with the white pieces here. Let's do a quick look back at the rest of our games as well to see where things are currently sat. Nogueirbeck doing very well against Ritvik. We took a look at that game earlier, and we did have Gauche triumphing, as we saw, over Bartel. That a horrible one mover, but in very difficult circumstances. The position on the board does not tell the whole story there. Where would we like to head next, Jovi?
Maybe we can check in on the game between Faustino Oro against Ante Burkic, because that one, it's complicated. Like many things in life. Do you remember the Facebook statuses? Single.
It's complicated.
It's complicated, and that's this position in a nutshell. And yeah,
what on earth is going on here? So this is Queen e6 after move 24. I'm just looking at the positions of the pieces, trying to extract any information I have on where we should be attacking. It's minor pieces defending, major pieces attacking against c7, so I'm not really seeing a breakthrough there. Black looks really scary on the king side of the board with the pawn on h4 and the knight cemented on g3. Great, but can we get a second piece to follow up, please? And the answer is an immediate no from me. So I don't know what's going on. Are we going to get like knights hopping in? Are we going to try and free up for an f6, f5 push at some point? This is wild.
Yeah, it is wild, you know. And you're right. It's all to do with breakthroughs in this position, you know. This unfortunately is heavily guarded by, or adequately guarded by, the bishop on d6. But it's something that black will have to be considering. Is rook takes c7 going to be a possibility? And yeah, king to g7. I was going to suggest this. It's really reminiscent of Alpha Zero. It's like a creeping up move. And the point is that the rooks may or may not at some point go rook h8, and there might be some movement there. And okay, rook c6 being played. I don't see what the big idea with that is. And he jumps in with a knight to e4. Okay, it's given a question mark, but I don't think you
takes push.
No,
you just recapture with the knight, and then there's none of the tricks there.
Yeah, no, I don't see any particular threats. I mean, I think he just perhaps should have gone knight to f5 at some point, because the move had consequences of leaving e3 as a soft spot. But here, I think this is still pretty much it. The computer awards it as a question mark, but I think that's a little bit harsh. But there's no follow through. I mean, black is just looking pretty. White is also looking pretty. So it's like tense. Hello.
Hello?
Oh, can you take? Can you take the bishop? This could be a fatal blunder because according to the engine, we can see there's only one move that black has to calculate, and that is bishop takes bishop. And you pick up this rook on c1, and you're also going to be picking up this pawn on e3 with a check. Oh no. What did he do? He took him for his word. He just went knight to f5. He thought it was not possible.
Knight f5.
But okay, just to rewind, it was actually possible to take the bishop. It was just bluff. Rook takes e6, bishop takes c1. And now if you just move the rook, so let's just put the rook over here, then bishop takes e3 would have been an absolute killer blow because the knight's 3 pieces around the king. And it was this that Brkic thought wasn't enough, but it actually is enough. It's very difficult to give up the queen. But let's go to the game position and see what has happened because we've had more moves. And well, it was a bluff, but it does seem to have paid off because now there's uncomfortable pin on d6. And now white is the one going to be crashing through.
I feel like by not taking on a3 at the first opportunity, black's almost justifying the bluff from white. By believing it's becoming more and more concrete by the second, right? Exactly. And that's such a powerful weapon at faster time controls as well, because it would be a lot easier for me to say this, for example, 29 moves into the Grand Swiss, and you've got half an hour left on the clock. But the fact of the matter is you've got under 3 minutes playing under 30 seconds here. So forcing yourself to have to calculate that sort of thing on the fly like that is absolutely brutal. So that just makes bishop a3 a very, very practical weapon for this format, for this time control, for this particular set of circumstances by Faustino Auer.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bluff. It was a risky bluff, but it paid off big time. And the element of surprise, you know, never underestimate how one reacts to these type of very surprising moves. And there we saw just the Brkic. I mean, he must have been completely surprised by that and shocked. And so he just thought, okay, I'll react to the actual threat in point. And now he's in big trouble. He's got 30 seconds on the clock, as you pointed out, John. Just gets that 10-second increment. And the problem is that there's going to be some crashing going in. You know, bishop takes d6, and then the rook is going to come to c7. The pawn on b6 is also in trouble. I mean, everything is going to be soft over there on the queen side. And black had complete control on the king side, and those pieces are no longer there. But we could be seeing another upset.
Yeah, if you recapture with the knight as well. No, he doesn't. It's with the pawn. So suddenly that's all soft because you recapture with the knight. The queen could have swung across to g5 as well and prepped something like knight e5. So there's all sorts of fun stuff going on there. Instead, rather than capturing anything, we're just going to play d5 nice and calmly, properly screwing that rook into the board and saying, I'm not going anywhere.
Absolutely not. It cannot be chased. In fact, it's setting up like rook takes b6 ideas. Queen takes b6 is also queen takes b6. Not the most natural. Rook takes b6. In fact, rook takes b6 is the move I suggested, and looks like it's the most obvious move. Would be a mistake. Wow.
So
that's
let
incredible.
me see. So if queen takes b6, knight takes rook, pawn takes, the queen can't blockade on c7 because there's nothing else. So you basically get c7 for free. And that's enough as compensation, I guess, is what the computer's trying to tell us?
Yeah. Okay, he does it. He goes for it. The 12-year-old.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's brave enough. He does it.
Double exclam. Let's go.
Absolutely. And it actually would have been a mistake to take with the rook, because after the trade of queens, black gets active and can challenge the b line with their own rooks. So that's why you didn't want to be doing that. And then now, what to do? c7, queen takes a5. How precise does Faustino have to be? Queen takes a5 is nice, but c7, Oh, and the evaluation bar said this is not the way forward. Maybe you just had to be greedy. But I can see why he didn't want to do that, because the pawn on b3 is going to be hanging at the end of that.
Yeah, I was going to start chopping. I was looking at a5. I was looking at maybe the queen coming back to d4 and starting to target the d and e pawns, because there's no way to blockade on e5 or f6, because the knight on g4 is doing a stellar job there. It didn't feel like an immediate c7 was necessary, but at the same time, look at how much you're being caused to think. This is ridiculous. Playing only on increment now, and Brikic 10 seconds at a time to defend this position against one of the scariest, brightest minds in the world.
As our chat said, you know, no fear, Faustino, absolutely. And this is one of the things as well, f5. I mean, do you just drive the knight backwards? But that seems to be going on the passive, and and it's a kind of position where you feel like, actually, no, you need to go on the full-on assault. And Faustino he's going to move the knight. This is where he's going to break his limits. I agree. And oh, problems though. Problems, John. The c7 pawn is going to fall.
Yeah. You've got an opportunity to delay with one move. You can play queen c3 check, which buys you a tempo. But unfortunately, that doesn't stop the c7 pawn from disappearing off of the board. The knight on f2 is, well, not really in the fight at the moment, unfortunately. You have got the a and b pawns, but this is now becoming really quite tricky for Faustino.
It's actually suddenly turned, you know, because you judge these type of imbalances by how active the rooks are. If the rooks have some lines, then they're very, very dangerous pieces. And once this c7 pawn falls off the board, then b3, a4 are vulnerable. This knight on f2 is on such a bad circuit. And hit b5 happening.
I can't believe I'm saying this, Jovi, but I think I want to pull us away, because I'm following the eval bar. It has swung in both directions in the last couple of moves, and Rithvik and Nogierbek are both playing effectively on increments now. They're both down to under 30 seconds at various points, and the eval bar has looked like it is having an episode. Absolutely wild, this game.
Wow. And it is certainly it's completely crazy, but it does look like black has the upper hand. You know, those two pawns are on the verge of promoting, and there's just no way for the queen and rook to actually cause any kind of damage. Remember that the knight is the king's best friend? That's what's happening right there in the middle of the board. I mean, you've rarely seen it where a black king walks all the way to d4 and is one of the critical pieces in actually getting a win when the queens and a rook is on the board. So queen takes a7 check, the king can just walk.
It was the start of that king walk that actually reversed the fortunes in this game, Jovi, because if I told you that on move 26 white was +5, and then the king started walking, and actually it's now swung massively in favor of black, we probably won't get a chance to properly post-mortem it because so many other games are ongoing. But this is a huge reversal of fortunes here, where both players are going to be feeling frustrated, but Nogierbek is going to feel like he has walked into this from what was originally a winning position.
Yeah, and Raja Rithvik, he's in a must-win situation with the black pieces as well. If he wants to level the match and take it to the third set of tie breaks. Well, he's promoted to a queen, 2 queens on the board. But the player's on second. What's happening? He wants another queen. And with that, Nogierbek says, no, I'm not going to let you have 3 queens, and resigns. Well, that was quite the save there from Rithvik, dancing on the edge, but just managing to get that much-needed victory. Maybe we go to check the bird's eye view so we can have like a full overview of what's happening on the other games, because
Let's do just
we're going to be seeing a third tiebreak there, but things are turning in Brikic's favor against Faustino Oro there on the bottom right. And it looks like Babu Lalit will be getting his revenge as he's turning the tables on Max Varmadan. And whereas it might be just a draw in the game between Ahmed Adli against Grigorian, although there's still a lot to play for with White being a pawn up. So where to go?
Let's hop into Babu Varmadan because even though several games are on increment, this is the one that's looking the most one-sided. So I wonder if that means we get a decisive result quickest. So let's hop into that game on the bottom left. This is very, very important for Lalit. Wow, just about getting there in time for the handshake as well. That is huge for Lalit because it means that this goes to the 5+3. We are going to have more blitz chess here this afternoon. At least 2 boards going to 5+3. Let's zoom straight back out then and take a look at what else we've got going on, because I have a feeling these results are going to start coming in thick and fast.
Yeah, and okay, there we see on the top, it is a Rook and Bishop versus Rook against Adli against Grigorian. So let's leave that one for a while. It's going to go on for a bit longer. But it is between Faustino Oro and Ante Brikic. So Faustino playing some fantastic chess, but, you know, somehow not quite finding the right way to kind of continue his promising position. And Brikic taking over. So a big threat on the board of going h4, h5, setting up a pin. That's something Brikic will for sure see. So Queen e2 is going to stop. No, he doesn't play it.
Ooh.
He doesn't play it. And now you can go h5.
I wasn't prepared for that. I really liked Queen e2 because you can't. Not only can you not play h5, you then had Rook a3 as a follow-up, and suddenly the e3 pawn was looking disastrous. But the Rook back to a8 here has provided White with a little bit of an opportunity, not for an immediate h5. Knight f2 was given an exclam. We now have Queen e2, so different move order, but potentially very different result.
Yeah, and that was my bad, actually. You know, because the knight was saddled there on h1. It didn't have a great square, and by going queen to e2 instead of dropping the rook back, you kept that knight in its cage. And now the knight is out. Now a knight and queen, they're a great duo, and they can start harassing the black king. You know, knight to g5 will come, and knight to e6 is always in the air. And you see the rook is being forced to do some defensive footwork as well, you know, having to guard the e6 square, now targeting h8. And the player is there on seconds. But here it feels like Faustino is out of danger.
If you compare the position of the knight now to the position it was in, I don't know, 10 moves ago, it does feel like White's position has dramatically improved, while Black's position still fine, but look at the coordination between the queen and rook. I would much rather have the previous position. So there's been a little bit of thread finding here, which is easy for us to say here in the commentators' chairs. We have to remember that they've got 20 seconds each on the clock and are effectively playing on increments. So huge pressure here. Can Brikic find a breakthrough, or has Faustino done enough?
Yeah, and still Faustino is going to be on the back foot because a rook be worth 5 and knight worth 3. But will Ante Brikic just decide that he's not going to try that hard? I think he's going to go rook h8 and try to get the rook into activity again.
Can we get the queen behind the rook to target h4?
Yeah, you know, that's probably what he's going to go for, just getting the rook over here and maybe coming back and, like you say, piling pressure on h4. Going backwards with the queen, you know, the queen is so nicely placed.
How about queen b2 instead, so that you can play queen h8?
Yeah, queen b2, kind of like, I like the geometry in your moves. I think that's also why you're seeing him play king f7, you know, just keeping that move up his sleeve. But his rook on h5 does a sterling job of keeping the queen out. And here. I do wonder whether he's trying to keep kind of some point try and play for a queen to g4, but at the minute it doesn't really lead to anything because you can just trade off queens. Knight to come into g5, and now the arbiters are going to be watching this position very keenly to see whether the players have managed to repeat the position a few times. So knight e6 check, knight f3, h3.
Your suggestion on the board? The rook's moved out of the way, so queen h5 is now on the cards. The difference now, though, is because the knight is on g5, white can respond with king h3. So it doesn't feel quite as potent as it might have been a couple of moves ago.
King f6. King f7, sorry. Knight to g5. And... yeah.
Nervous glance.
In the end, if this finishes in a draw, it's been a fair result. He's in knight h3. You don't need to do anything radical. Faustino has found the mechanism to draw this.
Look at that eval bar, Jovi. I mean, this is very much a game of two halves, or a game of 3/3. Unreal stuff. And oh, the queen comes out to h5. There is no king h3 to step up, but also not the biggest worry in the position. Apparently, king g1 is just fine. Oh, there we go.
Okay, well, the players are repeating again. So I'm expecting Brickage to have repeated moves just before he takes a decision, because after queen takes h4, you drop the g6 pawn. And with that, you drop any semblance of safety around the black king. So instead, no risk.
Not doing it.
Trying a different way, yeah.
That was with 22 seconds left on the clock. The rook shuffles across to d8, and a blue arrow has appeared on the board. Faustino Oro has been trying to survive, and it's said that queen up to g5 was necessary there, or by far the best move, and now suddenly Brikic has another opportunity to attack again. Rook comes into d2, eval bar loving that.
Oh my goodness. And somehow it's to do with the fact that this knight is on a really poor circuit. It can only jump to g5, but now the king can come to f6, and there aren't too many good waiting moves. You know, the knight needs a few more moves to jump, and you don't really want to be heading backwards, and e3 is the prime weakness here. Wow.
So
it looked like everything was
nicely
nicely
back to
balanced.
e2 and the rook on d3? Is that the idea, so that the e3 pawn is going?
Yeah, you've got ideas such as rook e2, queen to g4 coming. Rook e2 is the idea that is, I think, kind of necessary. And then you've got ideas such as trading of queens. Of course, everything is going to be done at the right time, because he's going to go rook e2. And now you have to wait in the right moment, because if you wait with a knight to h3, then the queen can come to g4, no problems. You're going to be picking up e3. And here, maybe you can do it now. This is going to be tempting. Or, you know, do you want to take some time out and go king f6? He's just waiting.
I feel like, yeah, king f6 feels like almost a free move, if you like. And Faustino, I think, knows it, instantly plays king h2. Oh, and the king's moving away. Are we going to see the king walk around?
This is I was just going to ask you the same question. Is the king going to go la 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 all the way up the board? I mean, it feels like an extravagance, and I think it's probably right to call it an extravagance. But the queen literally is locked out of play on g3.
Maybe you have to be a little bit careful. You have to bring the king via... Do you have to go d6 to d5 to prevent knight checks? Oh no, back up to
nearly lost
back up to
on
f6.
time. He nearly lost on time. He's just playing on his final seconds. He made his last move with 1 second to spare, and he has to be quick.
The last thing you want to do is get out of the World Cup in a position where you're applying the pressure, but you get flagged. You mustn't forget that it's not just the position on the board that matters, it's the position on the clock. Down to his last 10 seconds. A big question mark over that knight move, but will that end up mattering in the grand scheme of things? The king is not coming around. It feels like Brikic almost found the right plan, but just doesn't quite have enough time to string it all together.
And now the question goes on to Faustino, like, is he going to maintain that same mechanism, you know, going with the knight to g5, going to h3, and he's decided to maintain the same formation of Brikic. He can move the rook now, because the queen is still tied down to the defense of h4, but now Faustino's moved the knight to e5. This is actually fantastic square for the knight.
It feels a little bit more free, certainly, than just shuffling between g5 and h3. So it remains to be seen whether any of the other strategies can still come into play. Now, suddenly, the king's potential path, if a king walk happens here, which I would love, by the way, still, Jovi, it would have to go significantly further. It is still possible, but I don't know if it's good anymore.
Yeah, and the thing is, the knight is so well placed on e5. It covers the g4 square, and he has to also cover g6. Is Brikic gonna repeat the position? 23 seconds. No, he wants to carry on playing.
Faustino's banking time as well. Notice these instant moves. He's up to 1:15 on the clock, which might not sound like much, but when both players are playing down to increment and Brikic is under pressure to win, a move played with 5 seconds left when you have 60 seconds to spot the mistake could genuinely be game-ending. So I love what Faustino was trying to do there. Draw finally agreed, but it was Faustino applying the pressure via the clock at the end of that game.
Yeah, and it was a game of thirds, as you said there, John, because Faustino played a fantastic game, you know, really put the pressure on Brikic, found some fantastic resources, took a gamble, it paid off, he was winning. Then there was some inaccuracies because it was still a very complicated position, and Brikic, at the end, he'll be disappointed not to have converted that. But talking about conversion, there is still one more endgame in play, and that is the game between Ahmed Adli from Egypt and Karen Grigorian. And if Adli wins this, then he'll walk into round 2, where he will be facing off against Matthias Bluebaum. So a whole lot of things at stake. But if it's a draw, the players will fight it out in another set of tie breaks.
This is a rook and bishop against a rook. David will be screaming. He would have loved to be here for this. How long are we going to see Adli potentially torture his opponent into trying to make a mistake? This is very, very theoretically drawn, folks. I just want to point that out. We are on move 107 of this game. But there are ways to go wrong, and that is why we're continuing to play here. It doesn't feel like the defending player, doesn't feel like Grigorian has a particularly nervous demeanor about him, though, Jovi, does it? It feels like he's very comfortable, knows what he's doing, understands that he has to survive through this to earn the rite of passage.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is, in this type of position, it's quite confusing because the black king is sidelined all the way on the edge, but it's done on a different direction that we're used to. And so what black has to be very careful is he can't let the white king approach onto this particular line, because then that's when he gets into trouble. But so you're looking at like tricks such as king going to f4 at the right time. king going. So say for instance, okay, so something that could be done would be like king going to h5 and king f5. But it seems like Grigorian has it all figured out. He doesn't seem troubled at all.
Yeah, seems very, very chilled out. It's definitely Adley here who's feeling the pressure a little bit more. Admittedly in a position where he can afford to make a mistake and still comfortably walk away with the half point. But in terms of a conversion here, he is absolutely relying on a decisive mistake from his opponent. Nothing else will do right now. Still continuing to push. At the end of the day, it's what? 26 seconds against 7 minutes. Grigorian's very happy to defend this. He is not even using his increment. He'll be back up to 10 minutes at this rate.
Yeah, this might be the longest game of the tournament so far, right? Going to be well over 100 moves. Well, it is over 100 moves, 115. Yep. I'm just going to find out, when was the last capture? Last capture was in...
Good question.
Oh, sorry, I will stop tampering with the... I will follow the live board. I was just looking, trying to scroll back. Sorry about that.
I've seen one on move 67, implying that now is pretty close. The arbiters, of course, can't step in until it's 75. I think it might have been move 67. So that would imply that they are very much in the region of the 50 move rule now. But if the players don't claim it, the arbiters don't step in until at least 75 moves have been played. So we are still reliant on a player claiming.
Yeah. And
they just love it so much, Jovi. They don't want it to end.
They exactly. I mean, maybe it might be a psychological kind of ploy, just to tire out your opponent, keep them kind of guessing, because it is draining. You know, this is such a high pressure situation, and Adley, maybe he's going to consult with the arbiter, and his opponent looks around. His opponent has got quite a stack of time on the clock, 7 minutes and 30. I mean, he can ask actually the arbiter how many moves remaining to claim the 50 move rule. In fact, he can make an incorrect claim right now, and the arbiter can say to him, yes, there are 3 more moves to be played, and then in which case you know. Or can say no.
He's saying, excuse me, arbiter, when I make a move, my time's going down, but my opponent's is going up.
But it's... Yeah, and both players looking around. It seems like they know what's in store, but very well defended there from Karen Grigorian. He
going down
Black King
under 7
no
minutes, almost as a courtesy to his opponent there. But it doesn't look like this is going anywhere. And the main reason why I'm so confident in saying that is just because of his demeanor at the board. He's not nervous at all. He looks extremely calm, knows exactly what he's doing. And he's playing almost... This is the most I've seen him think about a move in a while. He's spending a good 5 or 6 seconds going, hang on a second, let me just do a quick double check here. But that's about as nervous as he's ever going to get. So this looks very, very comfortable to hold.
Yeah. And you got to say about Armenian players, they're very technical, fantastic in this stage of the game. You know, they know the endgame 101. And he's just going to move his rook. He's going to move it along the G line. He's not breaking from that defensive pattern. And John, so you reckon the last time there was a capture?
I think it might have been. I think it was, yeah. I think they have comfortably surpassed 50 moves to this. It's possible I'm reading this wrong and there's another capture somewhere else, but given on move 67, no, it's not possible because it was a rook and bishop versus a rook after the end of move 67. So yeah, they're tiring each other out ahead of the 5+3. This is psychological warfare at this point.
Certainly it looks that way, but it just looks like the two are not that fussed. They're just determined to keep the game alive. But then, you know, time is going to get slashed. We're going to have the 5+3 portion, 2 games of that. And who do you think that's going to favor? I think we have 3 games going to tie breaks.
It is so hard to tell. I mean, specifically here, if I look at the body language, I feel like Grigorian seems to be demonstrating a very calm demeanor under pressure. But at the same time, while Adley is giving us a bit more in terms of his body language, it really... nothing about what he's doing is making me think, oh, he's going to be really nervous and at a shorter time control, he's going to crumble. I'm getting none of those signals from Adley as well. So it feels difficult to tell. What I would say is that Adley is definitely using a lot more energy, a lot more mental energy, trying to convert this than Grigorian is to defend it.
Well, the Arbiter has been summoned. And of course, John, one kind of elementary point to note is that the players are not notating, so they are not necessarily aware of how many moves have been played. But Grigorian draws with the black pieces. The match is tied 3-3, and we're going to see 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And after this set of results, well, here we have the total overview. And we have a fair few amount of players moving on to the 5+3 tiebreak, John.
That's right. It's just the one. Aronyak Ghosh successfully defeats Mateus Bartel, and by a scoreline of 4-2, Aronyak Ghosh has made his way into round 2 tomorrow. I'm pretty sure everybody else on this screen is now going to be going to the 5 minute plus 3 second portion of the tournament, and this is we're going to get Armageddon today, I think, Jovi, because it's 5 minutes plus 3 seconds now, and then I think if it's still drawn after this, we go to 3+2, and then it's Armageddon. So with so many boards still to play, I genuinely think I can see at least one board going to Armageddon here.
I agree with that. I mean, it's been so close, right? Certain matches like Daniel Juffa against Shyam Thevandaran. I mean, they haven't been able to win a game. So it just feels like that one might actually be decided by Armageddon. But wow, the players are really bringing it on for us. Some players, you know, striking back in a must-win situation. Raja Rithvik against Nogebek. I mean, we saw that was absolutely intense. But wow. It has been quite the round full of excitement. And I reckon it's going to get even more spicier as we get to the time control being slashed.
I completely agree with you. It's not just the case that, oh, okay, the matches are still tied, that's fine, everyone just played out some boring safe draws. We had wins followed by must wins that were successfully executed, right? This is an example of all of the players giving it absolutely everything. They're going at it hammer and tongs, and they are leaving absolutely nothing on the table. We're going straight into the 5 minute plus 3 second portion of the competition now. This is a proper blitz chess, and it's only going to get faster if in the next 2 games we still do not have a result. Well, guess what? We'll then go to 3+2, and it gets even more ridiculous. The margins are so razor thin here at the FIDE World Cup. It's incredible the lengths we have to go to actually knock people out of this tournament. And Jovi, this is round 1. This is when the differences between the players are supposed to be greatest. This is when the disparities are supposed to be absolutely huge. And we're still getting to this point on 5 boards. Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. And also for Grigorian and Adley, I mean, they didn't get a break and they're back at it. This time at a shorter time control. And that's going to take a period of adjustment. And we can see now as the time moves on to Blitz, it's a time control that is, I think, quite easy to adjust to. But 5 minutes plus 3 second increment, it's going to be a lot faster. And shall we have a look at the games? And the first ones that I'm looking at is the one that's actually on our screens for a while. Tavandaran against Juffa, where it feels like we finally see a change of approach.
Let's go ahead and take a look there. It's the top left game. So we've got Daniil Yufa against Shyam Vivandaren. And right now, this is the position. How many moves have they played so far? They're really quite far into the middle game already, so they must have blitzed these out very, very quickly. This is the position after rook to d8 from Yufa. Eval Bar is showing a little bit of an advantage to white. Certainly feels like white's enjoying a bit more space. Nothing particularly devastating, though, I would say. Lots of activity. It looks like we're following all the classical rules of chess here, Jovi. We're developing the pieces. We're getting them on sensible squares. We're getting the rooks out to the center of the board after connecting them and castling. So all very principled so far.
Yeah, I would say it's that classic clash between traditional school of chess and hypermodernism. So hypermodernism is all about like letting your opponent take the center. So white has these pawns on d4 and c4, and what they want to do is they want to provoke that advance, and then they want to chip away. They want to encourage, so for instance, a pawn to advance to c5. That way they get the d5 square. And we also see a change of approach, John, because earlier on Yufa was swearing by a Caro-Kann. Now it's changed to an Alekhine variation. And here, I like white's position. It's very comfortable. So far, these guys are not under any form of pressure whatsoever. I mean, c4 can be nicely defended by b3 if need be. And there's an open f line. And this pawn on e6 is a potential target. But having said that white's position is very nice, it's still not entirely easy for white to actually start improving. You know, black is very much playing the wait and see game. So maybe white should just begin with like b3. That's what I do. Make all of this solid and then wait and see what black does.
Well, b3 on the board. Jovi, it doesn't surprise me that you like white's position here. I feel like now that Yufa has moved away from a Caro-Kann, I'm pretty sure you're contractually obliged now to prefer white's position regardless of what's on the board. So that makes complete sense to me. But no, well, technically one move away from Connect 4 as well, so David would be very happy with that. Do have to watch out for some intermezzo moves. You play d5, you just need to make sure that bishop takes knight first, doesn't lead to any unpleasantries and things like that before you go ahead and play a move like that. But generally speaking, the pawn on e6 for black looks like it's going to be there as a long-term weakness that he needs to think about a way to resolve. Black's got a lot of nice open lines for the bishops and rooks, but the knights are going to start having a question mark about them. The b4 looks like a decent square for the c6 knight to potentially hop into, but there's a question mark over what their future relevance in the game is if they just get shut off on the queen side.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think the big problem for black is, as you pointed out, those knights. The knight on b6 is a terrible piece. It's completely dominated by this pawn on b3, and this knight on c6, yeah, it can jump to b4, but it isn't actually targeting anything apart from jumping into c2. So that's, I think, the main problem for black. But for white, the main problem is to come up with a plan. And when you have no plan, it's always it's good to improve the worst placed piece. But that's easier said than done because everything seems to be working very nicely for white. And now it's king h1 being played. And now maybe your move, knight b4, but instead bishop to g6. So Yufa's just playing the maneuvering game, getting everything primed for that moment to strike.
Do we get odds on rook g1, g4? Is that a thing here? Can we see some fireworks?
maybe. Queen comes to f2 and g4. Is this what you're pounding the table for, John? g4 and then rook g1 and then hey, well, you know,
come on.
It's a fast time control. Your opponent doesn't have too much time to figure out the incredible complications. So yeah, why not g4? I like it.
Oh, that would be absolutely fantastic if we got that on the board. Bishop h5 being given a question mark, although it looks fairly reasonable to me. Black's just asking some questions of white to say, where do you want to commit your pawns and pieces in the long run? Because even if g4 gets played, for example, you can't unplay a pawn move. It's very much permanent. So it's a good exploratory prod at the white position and asking some very important questions. And that's useful because Yufa has nearly 4 minutes on his clock still, but Shyam's only got a minute and a half. So forcing him to go into the tank in a very, very quick time control is a very smart strategic play here.
Yeah, I think so. And also, look, he's burning down the clock, and the clock is such an important factor in this. 3-second increment is not that much. And it was the problem that I mentioned earlier, that White's position is very, very pretty, but it's not necessarily that easy to come up with an active plan. And patience is a virtue. And now, isn't there a lot of pieces on d4? Yeah, my maths is good. You can take on d4, and rook takes rook, queen will take, and Yufa has just net himself a pawn. Now, it isn't the end of the world because e6 is such a weakness, but the clock is a problem.
So this is rather interesting indeed. We're introducing some more of these potential complications, imbalances into the position. We've gone ahead and grabbed that pawn. The eval bar is shrugging its shoulders, but where they're going, hang on a second, there's a difference in material here. We have to calculate this out. Big question mark still over e6. It looks like the compensation and maybe the straight up material recapture is just there. If the dark squared bishop goes, I'm looking at the knight jumping into c5, and at some point, especially if the queen is able to go away, does that mean that another pawn disappears straight away? Bishop c1 getting played here. Does black have an opportunity to play e5 and try and cement the bishop and get rid of the weakness?
Yeah, e5 is a kind of double-edged move because you do just loosen that connection with the king. But Shyam now, 15 seconds on the clock, you know, will need to play incredibly actively in order to maintain that compensation for the pawn deficit. Shall we just quickly check in on another game, because I'm very, very curious about Faustino Oro against Ante Brkic, because
Let's
that one,
do it.
it's I mean, we've seen so many swings and roundabouts and adventures. I mean, it's been such a fascinating match to watch, and you feel like both players have been running the same sprint. You know, they've been both running at 1,000 miles per hour, you know, complicated games of chess. And this one is no surprise as well. It does seem that Faustino tends to get the better positions with the white pieces. You know, now I'm like looking at it, I'm like f5. I like to push the pawns. You want to be going f5, f6, and then releasing this bishop. You know, hopefully establishing a pin on g5. And if white doesn't go f5 because it's black to play, then perhaps black is the one that either wants to stop f5 or maybe even go looking for checkmate. No,
I like the idea of moving the queen. Although, well, I wasn't thinking about queen c8, but I was thinking about, well, what pieces do I want to get into the attack? I want to find a way to move the rook on a8 so that I can get my last remaining piece that's sort of not really in the attack in any way into the game. And in order to do that, black had to move the queen. So I really liked your idea there, Jovi. Even if it felt a bit superficial to go for the quick mating threat, it gets the queen off the back rank, allows the rooks to potentially double, and means that white doesn't necessarily have the tempi, doesn't have the time. Now white does, but chooses to go bishop a3. That's given a red X, but I have to say, targeting that isolated pawn on d6 makes a lot of sense to me, so it's interesting that the computer really dislikes that.
A computer's played perfect chess, John. Just ignore it. Because I'm just going to say that, you know, bishop a3, very clever, preventing the desired queen to c5 queen trade. So now just time to go f5. Okay, h3, doesn't matter. f5 is on the agenda for white. And Faustino got a lead in time as well, with Brkic playing with just seconds left on the clock. You know, we got to zoom in and have a look at that, because he's making these moves almost instantly. 7 seconds for Brkic.
Time pressure, really a big problem now. Brikic, 7 seconds. Remember, he has got additional time per move, but we've gone on to the 5+3 portion. So previously he'd have an extra 10 seconds added to his clock. Now it is an extra 3. Faustino using almost half of his remaining time bank to look for the best way to complicate and force Brikic into a mistake here. Trying to be very precise, potentially very committal with his moves. Queen F3 on the board. Response, Queen G4 straight away. Knight under attack on F5. Exchanges happen. How good is this for Faustino? Queen comes out to H4. What on earth is going on? We have C4 off on the other side of the board. Not exactly the most important pawn in the position. The eval bar is swinging wild. Bishop comes into D6, and suddenly the dark squares are looking very dangerous indeed. Never mind! Plus 3 seconds wasn't enough as an increment. Faustino Oro flags Grandmaster Ante Brikic, and that means that Oro wins with the white pieces and leads the match 4-3 going into the final, well, potentially final game before Armageddon.
Wow, wow. And Bishop e5 was a deadly move. You know, the checkmate would have been unavoidable without giving up a queen. So let's check out the bird's eye view. Seconds. Where should we go, John? We're going to make a very, very quick decision. We might be seeing a decisive result in the game between Yufa against Bandaram. Also,
let's
things are
do
looking
that.
great for Max Varmadan.
So what have we got here? White is looking relatively nervous here. Oh, that is yeah, that is a huge swing indeed. Unfortunately, the queen coming down to the back rank. That's such an unfortunate way to lose the game, although it didn't look like there was much else they could have done in the position either. And Daniil Yufa takes the win there. That is big.
Yeah, finally, we got a decisive result. I mean, it's been a catalogue of draws. I mean, both players just keeping toe-to-toe. And the game between Lalith and Max Varmadan. Max Varmadan with extra exchange in full control of this position. But can he hold his nerve with this change in time control and the seconds ticking down?
Both players down to 10 seconds. Everything on the 7th there. For the white pieces, looking very pretty indeed for Babu, but looking pretty is not what we need right now. We're trying to grind out a result, and Varmadam here is continuing to press ignore the board that you saw, that small one. The queen did not go to C3. We have issues now on the corner of the board. Suddenly H1 is looking like a very, very problematic square. King comes up to G3, but Queen G5 check is there, and Varmadam wins with the black pieces. Huge result.
Huge result. You know, winning with the black pieces, which puts you in a very comfortable situation going into what could potentially be the final game, because you can determine with the white pieces the pace. And, well, just one game remaining. That's between Norgibek and Raja Ritvik. And this one, Raja was... he saved an absolute miracle. Ooh. Some touch move going on there, and the players just blitzing out the moves as quickly as possible. What's happening?
Interesting.
Why is the arbiter being called over?
We can't hear what they're saying at the moment, but I find that interesting because Norgibek was the player who nearly committed an infringement by moving this piece too early in that time scramble. So why he is the one to pause the clock and summon the arbiter, I'm not 100% sure here. Certainly what just happened wasn't an illegal move or anything like that, so I'm sure we will get clarification on what's going on shortly. This is very, very important. They're discussing whatever's happening with the arbiters now, and we're going to get a result one way or the other. But this was a very dynamic game with some really entertaining twists and turns. I don't know how this is going to end, and I'm not sure what the argument is here.
Yeah, it's just from their gestures, it seems like he made a complaint about his opponent not putting the pieces properly on the squares, which you are entitled to do. But the game kind of continues, and Raja Rithvik,
I'm glad it wasn't-
seconds left.
I'm glad it's not something that meant that the game would have been decided off the board. So I'm really glad that they're continuing to play here. It doesn't look like anyone's had time at it or anything like that. So straight back into it.
And it has seen a turn in White's favour. The Black King pushed to the brink, and White having a beautiful passed pawn on e5. It's almost a mating net around the Black King. e6, very natural move. No, knight jumps into e6 instead. And Nogibek just simply wants to go after the g7 pawn, but there are some checks to be dealt with, and the White King has to maintain contact with the e5 point, and he goes for it. He's risking it. He says, I'm going to give up the e5 pawn, and you can have g7.
Got to take those risks to try and win. The pawns have been exchanged in the middle of the board now. So what can the h-pawn for White do? Jovi and I have seen quite a few h-pawns today. I have to say, I don't think we've had any cases so far where it's been particularly effective in the tie breaks, but maybe that could change here. There was an only move or best move that was completely ignored there, but with 7 seconds versus 4, let's see if they find the right continuation.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, he didn't make it.
The rook slid off the board.
Yes. Oh, he didn't make that move in time. It was too long of a move to physically make, and Raja Rithvik loses on time. But he's been in this situation before where he needs to have that comeback victory. This time he'll have the white pieces to do it with. But,
wow. Raja Rithvik there moves his rook. It slides off the edge of the board and he couldn't pick it up in time for his clock to run out. What an incredible end to that game. That does not mean that the tie breaks are over, folks. That was a game 5, I suppose, of round 1 here. It's the 5-minute plus 3-second portion. Even if one player is ahead, they now have to swap colors and go at it again. So very, very interesting stuff. We are going to go to a very brief break. The players are going to be getting ready for game number 2 of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. We'll be, as soon as we can, back with that remaining game.
Your challenge is to guess the accuracy level.
Okay.
Yep. So you won with the black pieces against Prague.
Yeah, let me first see the... So I guess till e6, it's everything is perfect. Because I knew this theory, and f5 was already not great. 92, 93.
89.6.
Ah, so it's actually...
But still a very good game. Game number 2.
This one must be quite high, yeah, because this was quite a good game. Thing was like Nijat was very solid with white, and I played a risky opening, and I was very deeply prepared, but yeah, I was pretty much playing all the perfect moves in the position, and even if the position was equal, I thought both of our accuracies was very high at some point, and then he played this rook d3, rook f3, which gave me good chances. And then also I think my technique was pretty much close to perfect. I would say like 95, 96.
Very good, spot on. It's 95-2. Yes, very, very good, impressive. And then the final game.
Oh, I've seen this game. I've surely seen this game, but I can't recall who played it. Is it Magnus?
Yes, it's Magnus, when he became Grandmaster in 2004.
In the Dubai Open?
Correct, yeah.
Dubai Open. Trying to think who he fought here. Deepan, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. And now the accuracy score of this game?
For sure, a very beautiful game, but I can't see any clear mistakes. So let's say 97, 98.
Yes, it was actually 100%.
Wow.
Yeah, 100% accuracy from Magnus in that game.
Yeah, seems like a perfect game.
I mean, looking back at my career in my life, I think I must have gotten so lucky along the way to get where I am. Just like, let's say, when I was going to my very first chess club, the one near my house was closed. Had it been opened, it's very likely that I wouldn't get the same coach as I got. Very likely I wouldn't get as good, and then the whole thing wouldn't have tumbled along. Or maybe had my father not got a job in Netherlands, but got it in, I don't know, Austria, I wouldn't have a Vacanze tournament where I would get invited, you know. And you need opportunities, even if you're really talented. You need the coaches, you need the tournaments, and I got them, you know, at the time. And I could have not gotten them.
I'm so sorry, Anish, I'm gonna let you finish, but right now we have Blitz to play. The second 5+3 game is about to get underway, and you can maybe make it out that there's a bit of activity in the far side of the playing hall. The players are getting ready to start, and this could determine, in fact will determine, the fate of some of these players and whether or not they move through to round 2 without having to go to 3+2. I was really skeptical, Jovi, at the start of the event. I'm just going to say it. Where I get that we need to do tie breaks, but we have 4 rounds of tie breaks, and that's before we get to Armageddon. I was thinking, hang on a second. That is ridiculous. Like, what is that going to look like? But so far, I have to say, this has been pretty good value.
It has been incredible value. I mean, full of excitement, thrills, spills. So many twists and turns, so many storylines, and now we're in a situation where it's the second game of the 5+3 tiebreak, and we have a whole load of players in must-win scenarios. And there you can see from the results, Daniel Juffer finally managed to crack the defenses of Shyam Thavandrian, and he's now in the lead, and Thavandrian is now in a must-win situation. Faustino Oro, he managed to win against Ante Brkic, and now it is Ante Brkic who needs to strike back and win again. So here we're going to see a lot of fighting chess on our cameras. It is Daniel Juffer against Shyam, and we are seeing when when you have to fight, you choose, you know, an English and reversed Sicilian defense.
So here, of course, in a must-win situation, you want to pick your openings a little bit carefully. You can see the energy has visibly dipped, Jovi, if I can say that. But I think that's a good thing, where the players are like, right, let's reset. Let's make sure we're in the right headspace to play the absolute best moves. We don't want to be mega tense from move 1. There is a visible shift in the body language here, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and that's because, you know, the players have been facing enormous pressure, you know, since they arrived here. It's been game after game after game, and a lot of these players have had to strike back at the right time. That carries with it a lot of nervous energy, a lot of tension, and now we're kind of drawing to the end of the tie breaks. I mean, there's so much on the line, and that is going to be wearing heavy on some of the minds of the players. And we're seeing on our bird's eye view that in our top left, Adley against Gregorian. Well, Adley is going on the offensive with h2, h4, but things are very compact for Gregorian on the black side of that. And next to it, we see that Rithvik is in a must-win situation, so he has what perhaps is an ideal position, because there's pressure against the weak pawn on d5. And for Varmadan is looking to lock it down, because he is nurturing a 1-point lead over Babu. So he just wants to play safety first chess. And it's
for sure
in our bottom left, right, where we have Ante Brkic against Faustino Oro, and there, well, Brkic needs to win, so he needs to unsettle, and he's gone for the isolated queen's pawn, And now Faustino is the one who has to be very careful. So, John, we've had a little bit of a roundup there. Where should we go?
I think I don't want to say break a rule, but typically I want to try and cycle through the houses as quickly as I can. But I want to go back to Faustino Aro Brikic just for a moment because of how unbelievably dramatically that last game unfolded. I almost want to see a little bit of the body language. I want to see who's rattled a bit more, and if that can give us clues onto who is more likely to make a mistake in this middle game, because this is a very, very tense situation for both players. That victory, very hard fought, but it was by no means the cleanest victory in the playing hall. So I want to see how they handle this.
Yeah, and I also want to be seeing how Faustino is coping and dealing with this very tense day. You know, he's still just 12 years old and he looks like he's got heaps and heaps of energy. His opponent is esteemed Croatian Grandmaster Ante Brikic and competed in many World Cups, a regular team player for Croatia in the Olympiads and the European teams. And he's gone for a very dynamic approach. You know, it's all about the isolated queen spawns, which means that white has a lot of freedom with the pieces to just plant themselves on the best diagonals. D4, D5 is always in the air to explode open the position. And now, after Faustino's last move, you need to take some defensive measures to protect the bishop. So that's why he steps back with the queen. But for Faustino, it's all about that light square bishop on c8. He has to find a good role for it. Unfortunately, any move like b6 is going to be undermined with like d4, d5. So that's why Faustino goes rook to d8, bishop d7, and ironically enough, putting the bishop on e8 just to get it out of the way so it can target the d4 pawn is also a possibility.
Right.
But the main thing is if white ever goes d4, d5, it's only when black isn't ready for such a pawn break.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I've been looking at the cameras, and I have to be honest, Jovi. I feel like the drama here is the lack of drama. I think that Faustino is playing with the same energy, the same curious look in his eyes, the occasional glance up to his opponent, but very much the thoughtful, locked-in Faustino that we have seen throughout the tournament. And I would be deathly afraid to play Brikic in a game of poker because I cannot read anything. There's absolutely no difference in behavior. It doesn't look like he's moving with, I don't know, undue urgency or anything like that. Super calm, super composed. I'd love to get a heart rate monitor read on him right now because he is ice cold.
Yeah, well, his experience that is beginning to show, right? He's been in this situation before. He's played many tie breaks, and you get used to it. And he's chosen a really combative opening, gotta say. It's the best he could have hoped for in this type of position. D4, D5 are things that Faustino needs to calculate. Now is a possibility to go d5 and just blast open the position and just argue that black is not ready for such a break. Knight e5 is another standard knight maneuver that you do just to activate the pieces, threatening some things. There's always some things happening on f7 and other kind of moves that I think that they've done is knight to e4. Again, just arguing that this bishop is misplaced on d7 and this white knight is getting ready to lift up to e3, followed perhaps by some rook lifts. What has he gone for? He's gone for knight to e5. That made the most sense. d5 did carry with it an element that the position could just simply liquidate itself. And, oh, is there something happening here? Because the evaluation bar suddenly just rose all the way up, but no, okay, he's moving his bishop all the way back to a2. You always have to worry that there might be some sacrifices on f7 with a knight on e5.
It's certainly looking like something's brewing here, right? Even if something like a sacrifice isn't on, the way white is playing this game is very much in line with, I'm giving you opportunities here to Give me the chance to play something like this. And right now we don't necessarily see it, but that's okay. 4 moves, 5 moves, 6 moves, 10 moves down the line. There could be something here, and I love what you've highlighted on the board there, Jovi. Yes, Rook D3 gets played. This is great. Like the strong, obvious plan is just the strong, obvious plan, and we are asking questions here of Faustino Oro. We're saying, okay, I need to win on demand here. What am I gonna do? Let's go spicy, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, I completely agree. You gotta do that. You know, when you have a weak pawn on d4 that's fundamentally gonna be very problematic in an endgame, you've gotta throw all caution to the wind and head towards the king side. And they are saying knight d5 was played with a lot of energy there by Faustino, promptly swapped off. And one of the things now is that whether you take with a knight or whether you take with a pawn, I mean, the result is going to be the same. There's going to be 2 pawns now in the middle of the board. And I think Faustino is on the verge. I mean, if he takes with a knight, he might find himself in a situation where white has a good knight and black has a bad bishop. But the attack is incoming. Rook to g3, eyeballing the king. Watch out, Faustino. Take some care.
Rook comes across to g3, continuing the plan after the trade of the minor pieces. There's not many squares left for the rook, of course, because all the light squares around it are very much taken, but it's pointing where it needs to point, and that's at the enemy king. So what can we do here? Bishop comes out to e6. Is there a way for us to keep mounting an attack? Are we going to see something like f4, f5? Are we going to see the queen move onto the dark squares? Could we have the other rook come into the game? I'm loving all of these plans, Jovi. What I'm finding frustrating is none of them can be executed in a move or two anymore. It feels like we're reaching a point where we need time. And we don't quite have enough tempi to make this work. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, still a big battle ahead of us. I mean, Faustino is definitely on the back foot. This bishop on e6 is not a great piece. And h4 is such a lovely clamping move. Let's head over to some of the other games, because following the evaluation bar, I can see that Daniil Yufa, well, he's leading by a point, and it looks like things are happening here. You know, it's a queen versus a rook and a knight, and my math says a rook and a knight are worth 8 points and a queen is worth 9, so white is better and winning, and I would even argue the queen is a lot faster at traversing the board than those 2 pieces put together. So yeah, this is looking very, very nice for Yufa. And these two have had like a gigantic battle. There's been draws, you know, all the way through. And then suddenly it all changed in the 5+3 portion, sorry. And after that, the floodgates might have opened in Daniil Yufa's favor. You know, things certainly seem to be working his way. He has a target on a7 and queen moving up. Knights are tricky customers though, because can you be greedy and take? Probably you shouldn't be greedy and take, because there might be some funny business with c5, and yeah, no need to do anything fancy. Just go bishop e2.
Very tricky customer indeed. If you want to kick that knight, you play f4. f4 extremely committal, of course, and you're trying to fix that pawn structure where, if I'm honest, yes, okay, the light squared bishop can't attack any of those pawns, but I'm thinking about the bishop working in tandem with the pair of rooks, for example. There's no squares you're taking away from. It seems completely fine to me. So the question then becomes, can the forward b pawn on b5 cause problems where the queen can jump in and grab one of the others or something like that? I don't know. Where are we going with this, and how does black produce counterplay? It's 6 pawns versus 6 pawns, but it is a rook and a piece plays a queen. Plenty of questions to be asked in this position, and even though Daniil Yufa has a really strong, arguably winning advantage here, it might be winning but it's not yet won.
Yeah, it's not yet won, which means there's still some hope. But the problem is that Shyam with the black pieces, he's in a must-win situation. He he has to win, and it's very difficult when you're A, struggling on the clock, and B, you have a material deficit such as this. Because Yufa, if he wants to, he can just simply just sit there and wait. It is black who's the one who needs to be taking the risks. Look. And F3.
That's a good point. But don't forget as well, Jovi, that a queen is still one piece versus a rook in a piece, which is two pieces. So if you just sit there and do nothing and give black an infinite amount of time, then the amount of improvement black can apply to his pieces could help an awful lot. We can see a lot of trades coming out on the board, though, under 20 seconds for both of them. And I think Shyam here is now starting to struggle. There are fewer bits and pieces for him to actually make something out of this game with right now, and we are struggling. Can we find some more resources despite the fact that more and more pieces are coming off the board?
Yeah, and that's the problem. You know, the white king is pretty safe. You know, it can just step up to f2, whereas black has to watch out for the back rank issues and something that you highlighted early on, the weakness of the pawns on c7 and b7 and a7, the whole lot. And black is desperately fighting hard, but he's
I need to interrupt there. We have developments in the game of Faustino Oro. Let's go ahead and take a look at that board as well. Both of these games are potentially going to be finishing soon, but this could be huge. Lots of urgency here. Both players playing with extremely low time on the clock. Blue arrows being shown on the board. This is all hell breaks loose. And right now, it looks like they are relentlessly pushing forward on the board. Very, very different energy to when we left them last.
No, they're playing with 5 seconds left on the clock. And the thing is, Brkic is in a must-win situation here. Objectively, probably a superior position because it's easier to coordinate with the knights. But anything can happen when it's pandemonium on the clocks like this. Now, knight to e2, and maybe f5 is going to be making an appearance at some point. No, it's white is going f4. No, queen is coming through. And remember, as the position opens up more and more, it's going to be favorable for the rook. And that's it. Beautiful, beautiful blow. You can't take, and he's won on time. Faustino Oro wins it and progresses to the next round. And the relief is evident. You know, you saw that, right? 12 years old, taking on experienced Croatian Grandmaster Ante Brkic, and what a fight it has been. What a battle. It went all the way to blitz 5+3. But he did it in the end. Chessy prevailed. And going on from one drama, we're gonna jump straight into another one. Max Varmadan against MR Babu Lalit. And it is black Babu who is also in a must-win situation.
Huge results there. So we did have Faustino winning and advancing into round two. Daniel Yufa also won at the same time. He is safely through to round two of the FIDE World Cup. And now everybody else is in a time scramble. Now you can see in your inset, we have Nogebek against Ritvik. It looks like that possession is relatively equal, but relatively equal with sub 10 seconds on the clock means not very much in this format. Black having pawns on the A file and the H file, whereas white has connected passes through the middle of the board. But those bishop, it's black that has the bishop, actually, the long range piece here. That could prove to be decisive. Oh, wow. Handshakes all round, and it's Nogebek who takes that down after a blunder.
Yeah, and with that victory, he also walks into round two as well, which means we still have one game remaining, and it's a rook and pawn endgame from Ahmed Adli against Karen Grigorian. And, well, the fact that the black king is so far away from the pawn advancing, and the smile on Adli's face, and it is Adli
both
who
smiling
wins
this
it,
time.
and with that, he wins the match.
Oh dear. Smiles all around. Last time it was very different, right? We had one very, very serious look and one very, very happy look. Extremely different this time around. The relief on both of their faces is palpable. And it looks like it's Ahmed Adli who is able to make the most of this. Not all rook and pawn endgames, by the looks of things, are automatically drawn.
No, and certainly not if the pawns are able to promote. So after an absolutely scintillating tie breaks, you know, it went to 3 tie breaks, the 5+3 portion. I think everyone has finished now.
I didn't even realize that. I was genuinely getting myself mentally ready for 3+2. Wow, all of the tie breaks have been conclusive. So moving on then, there we go. We have Daniil Yufa, we have Ahmed Adli, Max Varmadam, Faustino Oro, who, by the way, is going to be facing Vidit in round 2. Imagine having to do this day and getting less rest, and then you have to face Vidit tomorrow. And we also have Nogir Beck. What an incredible set of tie breaks this has been.
It has been. And I'm actually really happy that we got to see these 5+3 games because they've been absolutely tremendous. Faustino Oro, he must have been like the hero of the day. Just winning 2 games, topsy-turvy games, full of emotion, full of a drama. But he's just 12 years old. And, you know, we've got to raise our hats off and give congratulations to the 12-year-old superstar.
I don't know what makes him nervous or what makes him scared. But hopefully at some point during the World Cup, we'll find out, because nothing is phasing this guy. And it feels like he's got the mental fortitude to make it all the way. If we see Faustino making it through and getting Grandmaster by absolutely bowling down everyone in his path in the knockout stages of this World Cup, that would be phenomenal. Let's take a look now at the brackets and what today's tie breaks mean for round 2, which you're going to get to see tomorrow. Jovi, we've got 16 of these screens, so take it away and talk us through what you see, and I'll take over at halfway or something. There are plenty of names to get through.
I know, and at the top, I mean, it took a while to be decided, but it was a 2024 World Junior Champion, Kazibek Nogibek. He did manage to win, and he's going to be facing Gukesh. I mean, it's so nice now that the top 50 seeds are now entering the arena, and we're going to see the debut of Bu Zhangji. He also defeated Magnus Carlsen way back in 2017. And likewise, he also get to see the entry of Yu Yang Yi, who's playing Felix Bloberger, who's actually incidentally blogging all of his adventure. He defeated Konstantin Lupulescu in round 1. And also, because I'm English, I am also going to be cheering for Nikita Vichikov, who is now going to be facing, of course, Narayanan and Sindarov. He's such a fantastic talent. He's also going to be playing, and wow, the names just keep on being built up more and more. Here we have Shaq. I mean, he's a legend of the game. He's now going to be coming in and showcasing his firebrand of chess. And Jose Martinez, a streamer favorite, Jospan, he now plays Velimir Ivic. I mean, so many really good pairings. Alexei Sorana, European champion. He's also been esports Olympic champion, and big names as well. Wesley So, Pranav, Inian. He's now become a favorite of mine after I started watching one of his courses. So I'm cheering for my Chessable course authors. And here we're going to see Jan Nepomniachtchi. You know, he's won the candidates a few times. Will he be able to win the World Cup and get himself into the candidates once more? That's definitely the goal for Jan there. And there we also have some Edin Suleimanli. It was a good fight that he had in the first round, but now he's going to be facing against Bogdan Daniel Diak. And Badir Djibova working hard there. And then we're going to go on to another more. There's so many of these brackets, so many of these fantastic players. And Matthias Blubaum, he was one of the stars of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Well, now finally we find out his opponent is going to be Ahmed Adli, who had one of the most nerve-biting, nerve-wracking tie breaks that we saw against Gregorian and Anish Giri. He really seems to be man of the year. He seems to be playing himself ever more into form. We'll see how he fares.
Into the second half of the bracket now, and we can see Prague has entered the arena alongside Daniil Dubov on the bottom there, and they could be setting themselves up for a potential round 4 clash. Faustino Oro successfully makes it through on tiebreaks and has Vidit to face as a result, but chat's asking the question as well, which one of them is the player that will not be sleeping so soundly tonight? We've got MVL and Nihal Sarin making their way in here, but I am looking at David Navarra potentially coming in here and trying to make a fantastic stamp of authority on this section of the bracket. Plenty of exciting chess here. And Andrei Esipenko, top of your screens here in round number 2. Potentially going up against Vincent Keimer, but that is a difficult path ahead, needing to defeat Pranesh en route to doing so. Will we get that pairing? Only time will tell. Wei Yi, Chinese fans in the chat are going to be very pleased to see him here and potentially making a very deep run into this tournament. But for me, Parham Maksutlu is the player I am particularly keen on seeing on progressing, especially after his recent successes on Titled Tuesday. Sam Sevian then makes an appearance. 3 more to go here, but Mickey Adams, who we were cheering on yesterday, has Chaparinov in round 2. That is going to be a really fun and exciting matchup, and either Lodici or Hans Niemann will be waiting for them in round 3, so that section of the bracket is going to be delicious indeed. Levon Aronian, he's been playing chess at the highest level since forever, and Aronyak Ghosh, who did a fantastic job battling through the tiebreaks today, now has an absolutely mammoth mountain to climb ahead of him here. It'll be interesting to see how well they do. A shout out as well, though. We've got Radoslav there playing against Maxime. That is going to be a delicious round 2 matchup, as well as Saleh Salem playing Abhimanyu Mishra, the American prodigy. And then finally, last but very much not least, Alexienko, Andy Woodward in round 2 here is going to be fantastic, and the winner potentially facing off against Peter Lecker, who has Bobby Cheng to go through. Arjun Erigaisi as well, the highest rated player here, aiming to make his way through to round 4 and beyond. So that wraps up the graphics. It's a very, very long reel of names to get through, as I'm sure all of you at home can appreciate. I will mention that as the tournament goes on, every single round, we obviously halve the number of players. But Jovi, I think that wrap up goes to show just how unbelievably difficult and mentally draining tournaments like this are. You could be one of the best chess players in the world, and your name almost just gets lost in the mix because of how unbelievably vast this is.
Yeah, I know. It's like the who's who of chess. Those who have been, those who are to come, those who are currently stars now. I mean, so many fantastic names. It's great to see players like Anish Giri, who seems to have the golden touch at the minute, winning the FIDE Grand Swiss, doing very, very well in the European Team Championships. And now he's here. He just wants to test himself against the world's best and see how he fares in such a format. And also Jan Nepomniachtchi, for him, he really needs to get one of those candidate spots. That's about the goal for him. Nothing else is satisfactory. So it's going to be interesting to see how he handles his nerves and composures when he's fighting against other equally motivated players. But one thing for sure is this is just the beginning. John, we've literally just taken the first step, and there's so many more rounds to come.
It very much is. And Jan's a very dangerous player to watch out for. Obviously, once he gets into the candidates, he has this really annoying habit of winning them. So players will be very much on the lookout for him as well. But there are so many stories for us to continue to weave all throughout the month of November. Remember, the FIDE World Cup is ongoing throughout the month. This is one of, if not the longest, most grueling tournament on the calendar. But the prizes are there to match. $2 million and 3 golden tickets to the candidates are on offer. So make sure you keep watching. We're back tomorrow with round number 2. You just saw the time zones. We'll flash that back up in a second, I'm sure. But this is the schedule. Thank you very much, production. It started on the 1st of November, goes all the way to November 26th. So this is absolutely grueling. If you happen to survive Well, fantastic. Your prize is more chess, and I really hope your brain can stomach it, because you're going to have to be on your top game all the way to the end. Here are the time zones that you need to be on the lookout for. It's an early morning start here in Europe. It is the middle of the night start in North America, but we look forward to seeing you here once again for round 2 of the FIDE World Cup. It's only going to get more difficult from here, but we've had an absolutely fantastic first day of Tiebreak. So from myself, from Jovi, from David, and from everyone behind the scenes in production, we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are, and we look forward to welcoming you back in the morning. Take care.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.